Big move in the futures here, guys. We get final PPI reading for September just coming out here. 8.4% expected on the year-over-year number. It comes in higher, 8.5%. Again, that's producer prices. Remember, we get CPI coming up this time tomorrow. So the final demand number on a monthly basis also higher there, 0.4 versus 0.2. So yeah, a bit of a move to the downside here for the market overall. We'll have a look at how things play out here. Good morning, guys. Welcome into what should be the first of two exciting days to come. That was the initial number that we'll get today. Remember, coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Fed meeting minutes also could be a major market moving event as well. A number of individual movers on tap this morning, including some of these gig economy stocks. Uber, Lyft to the downside again this morning, coming off of a big move yesterday following that Labor Department announcement. We'll talk about Meta here. A number of things announced yesterday along with their release of the latest VR headset, the $1,500 VR headset. Actually looks pretty cool. Some of the videos that were being shown in that presentation. New deal with Zoom, new deal with NBC Universal as well for Meta announced. We'll also talk about Apple showing some relative strength here after a JP Morgan upgrade this morning. Pretty interesting morning setting up here. It's Wednesday, October 12th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Still in positive territory, but well off highs here. Again, if you missed it, PPI higher than expected, 8.5 versus 8.4 on the year-over-year number. 0.4, I should say, versus 0.2 on the monthly number, but still holding on to some gains here. The Dow leads now 0.5%. 0.3 for the S&P, 0.3-ish for the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ was up the most there, 0.8 at one point this morning, but back to the downside we go. Coming off this number again, remember, tomorrow should be even bigger deal as we get the consumer price index, guys, not the producer price index, which was this morning. Again, Fed minutes to come. We have, yeah, should be a wild ride again today.
Yeah, we'll expect it. I mean, Fed minutes as well. It almost feels like that's a bit of an afterthought. Welcome this morning. We'll see what happens, but you know, I think tomorrow's read is going to be a little bit more important. Obviously, CPI tends to be a bigger measure. It was interesting. We just got that spike down, but I looked across the board. Not a lot of stocks were doing a ton of volume there. So it was a lot of just bid evaporation that I was sort of seeing, watching Meta there. I actually just got into, it'll be kind of unrelated. I'm not sure the position board is up, because I just got filled in Liado, and I know Sean's in position as well. Yeah. So maybe you guys refresh that one. I just got Liado. I was looking at that 2050 level, maybe not related to CPI or PPI there, but I was looking for that breakdown. Some of the Chinese ADRs were all gapping to the upside on relatively light volume. So there we go. Now it's going to be updated there. And I was looking for that 2050, which broke on the number. I wanted to get into this one after it. So it's going to be wild. We're already starting testing 3,600 on the ES, and I'm watching Meta here because that double bottom on Meta looks pretty juicy to me if we get down there. Not sure the volume's big enough to carry us down into a dip on some of these, but you know, the fireworks yesterday were pretty impressive, bottom to top. And then when was the last time we actually gave a darn about the Bank of England? And the Bank of England moved the markets in a big way yesterday in the afternoon with some comments about their QE being very temporary and being done by Friday. They have to walk back on that. It's going to be pretty embarrassing for them. But ears to the ground, of course. I think CPI will be bigger tomorrow, but PPI clearly dragging some of the markets a little bit to the downside. Not huge.
Yeah, no, what's up, guys? Yeah, tomorrow's number I feel like is going to be a lot bigger than this, but yeah, it did send the markets reeling a little bit there. NASDAQ was up, I don't know, got this frog in my throat again here. NASDAQ was up over or close to that 1%, and now you're only up 0.2. Should be a great day here one more time. There's lots of key levels. We made some pretty awesome bottoms yesterday, so I think that there's going to be something to play off of or to smash short, right? I mean, if they don't like this number, what's going to happen tomorrow at this time? And by the way, tomorrow we're going to be starting earlier. We're going to be starting at 8:25, so we can bring that all to you. Watch out for the trading, see what kind of positions we can get ourselves into there tomorrow. But yeah, lots of exciting stuff. The sticky notes out. I have all longs written on here, but we do caution that now that number comes out a little bit worse than expected. So let's see if the market can sort of absorb that number. We're already long Apple right now, and hey, I like it against that 139. Let's see if it can hold. If not, that's fine. We'll regroup. But for right now, there's a couple nice names that I like to the long side here. But the market's not helping these positions. So just in now, but I don't think we want to be digging in too far here. Let's let this market open up and let's get ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, a ton of time still to go, obviously, before we get to the open this morning. But on that note, a number of positive notes coming out this morning on individual names, including some of the big tech names, including Apple, JP Morgan liking Apple once again. I saw DocuSign was higher on an upgrade this morning. There's this note as well, some of these travel names that have been beaten down back to the upside this morning. We got a bit of a scare on that sense yesterday with China coming out talking very sternly once again as far as COVID cases are concerned, but just be aware, NCLH back to the upside. As Neil was mentioning there, we have all the Chinese ADRs back to the upside as well. But will this move overall continue to the downside now, or can we find a bottom here? But a number of little ones moving around as well. There's Pineapple Energy up again on volume. There's HKD, there's AMTD, whole bunch of different angles we can take, guys. But the message that a lot of analysts were kind of talking this morning in the pre-market at least was very positive.
Yeah, look, maybe not going to go to that Pineapple, but NCLH at least. When I looked at that one gapped up, and the first thing that came to my mind was, okay, I remember CCL was at a huge level in the afternoon yesterday, and it was sort of getting up to this like 75, 680 area. I'm like, okay, CCL could be breaking out, and obviously we just had that PPI reading. So it's interesting. I'm gonna have two buckets here for the travel group. Well, two stocks in the same bucket, but. It'll be CCL for any short side play, and I'm going to be shorting off of 680. And then when you look at NCLH, and we looked at this with RCL and I think a little bit last week as well, but it'll be NCLH, which for whatever reason is on the New York. Always gets me. It's four letters, right? So it should be on the. It's almost like it should be the other way. Like NCLH, which was gapping upside there and trying to break out above this 12. So above this price and breaking out, I'm going to like the long in NCLH, even though the setup looks similar, where I'd short the levels on CCL in front of 680. But if you can actually somehow recover and get back above 1210, that positive catalyst in being up on the day is going to give me a breakout potential on NCLH. The problem, of course, is you sit down and have that all laid out well and good. Well, it certainly looked like NCLH was going to be breaking out before we had that PPI reading. Obviously now it's pretty deeply in the red. So it's very likely that it's back to the well for CCL to me. This is the thing about trading an 830 number. You'll see this today and then potentially to a larger degree in tomorrow's trade. You can come in, prep, look at this setup. This could break out here and I like that resistance, and then the number comes out and either you're through those levels and it doesn't matter, or you have to adjust on the fly. So I guess I'm probably not going to be, at least in the short time frame, getting any breakout trade in NCLH, but that resistance on CCL at 680, I'll be right back there. We're shorting that in the afternoon yesterday, and I'll be right back over to that level again. If we turn red, those travel names have been, I think, beaten up. CCL has been the weaker of the two, and that's why I want to jump over to that one to the sell side. The Chinese names might be a bit of a different story. I will show, and because I'm already in it, I might as well just show Li Auto right now. Like this was Trader Pratt had this one, I'm pretty sure somewhere near the bottom, or at least was long at some point in the afternoon or in the early lunchtime hour. But the double bottom this made, and then running $2 up, 1850 into 2050. I just said to myself, look, if it breaks down at 2050, I want to be trying to get an advantage of this gap fill. If it tries to pull halfway back, you're getting $20, and then the full dollar would be down to $19.50. So when we broke that right there at 8:30, I jumped into the short. Going to give it some room here, see if it can hold that pre-market high. Always a chance it goes again, but there was no specific catalyst here. I know there's some political moves happening in China, but the entire group was gapping to the upside. But as far as the travel names go, I like that 680 short CCL. If we get an up day, NCLH sets up for a breakout, but that seems like it's out the window.
Yeah, good movement all over the place there with the cruise lines here, but we're already hitting the siren because we're into two positions now. And Ash Took there asked me in the why am I long if the numbers were bad. It's just I like the levels, right? I mean, 139 there for Apple. I'm not considering this PPI number as being anything really. So we'll just wait to see what does happen. I don't want to take advantage of this dip down. Look, I mean, if it continues to crank lower, we can get out. I mean, this is not a huge issue here for me. We do have a decent position sort of in both of these. We've already taken profits in both Apple and in Intel. We dipped down to that 139. It's a sticky note level that I wrote down, so I'm trying to respect some of those levels. If that number was completely disastrous, look, as soon as it hit, I canceled all of my bids. I canceled all of my bids, and then I let the market settle down, and then we got into it, right? So I feel like that was a good play there. We've already taken a little bit out there on Apple, so took a fill, then sat there at 139. Got out at 70 there, and then same thing with Intel. We went in there, we were waiting at, I mean, again, I canceled all the bids, came down, saw the number, let it sort of float in there, and then got an 05 long and just took it out there at 24, I believe, yeah, 24. So we'll see. I mean, early positions here for me are going to be to the long side, but we are, really aware that the bottom is not in. And I put that in the sticky note. Like, even though I really like that meta long at 128, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the bottom. So we're going to wait to see what happens here when the market opens up. There's still a long ways away before that happens, 50 minutes, and we'll have to make a decision. So far, not the greatest start to the morning because the futures were up and away and looking to break out through that day's high, right? Which is why I kind of liked it. If the PPI came as expected or maybe a little bit better for the bulls, then you would have seen, I believe, really we could have been up 2% or something because we fell back down there 0.8, right? We were up about 1%. Now you're only up 0.23. So I mean, it doesn't matter. It didn't come out good. So, as expected, I guess, all these negative numbers. So let's just wait to see what happens. I feel like these bottoms could be around here. Yesterday we were at 10,800, if you remember, in the futures. We just dipped down to 10,850. So yeah, yesterday's little dump off at the end of the day was not nice either. So as the Bank of England continues to crush hopes and dreams there, as quantitative tightening not working so well for them over there. Brendan, you brought that story to us yesterday. Interesting to see how that's going to fold out. What the BOE chair there, president or whatever they're called, gave them 3 days to sort of unwind and get used to the new policies. Let's see what happens over there. 2 days and counting now.
Yeah, that's the key, right? There's a lot of hedge funds, there's a lot of pension funds that are going to have to do some adjustments coming up before Friday, before this gets shut off. So that's why we saw some of the selling pressure. A lot of people were wondering late in the day yesterday. That's why we saw some of the selling pressure come across to equity markets late in the day as well. Just seeing a few more things coming across on this report this morning, guys. Wholesale prices rose 0.4 in the month of September, which was higher than expected. But if you take out energy and food, it was actually in line. So 0.3 versus 0.3 if you take out energy and food, which we've been discussing. Obviously, energy's been top of mind for everyone all year long. I mentioned a couple of upgrades this morning. Here's one. DocuSign higher, actually held up nicely even with that number, 2% to the upside. A lot of these daily charts starting to look like this. We're getting down to levels where, maybe you start thinking about maybe a bottom developing. But anyways, here's DocuSign. Wedbush raising to neutral from sell on DocuSign. Obviously a Cathie Wood name as well. Pepsi, another one we can have a look at. Not necessarily a day trading stock, but somewhat of an economic bellwether along with some of the other big blue chip stocks. But Pepsi upside raising their forecast after a beat today.
Yeah, I love that beat by Pepsi. I'll get to this one in a second because there was you mentioned DocuSign, but I was actually looking at Zoom yesterday and again probably today. But look, Pepsi, I love the fact that you're able to pass on the cost to the consumers, and that's going to be positive for them. Not necessarily great for the consumers. You're going to pay for their products. Their beverages are doing pretty well there. The outlook fantastic. So we end up. I wasn't hoping for a bad print. However, I was all over this puppy if there was any, of course my daily chart doesn't want to load. I was all over this if it did come ugly and we're going to get something in that low 50s to take advantage of. I was going to be a buyer down there, no questions asked. Well, I guess I would have read the report, but certainly I was looking for the opportunity to buy this stock. I think you're just jumping into resistance. So as far as the day trade goes, you get to that 169, 170. That's been a hard resistance for the last month or so, and you got to respect it until it gets through there. I'm not sure the stock is going too crazy anywhere. It's got to get above that 170 mark. Maybe there'll be a dip buy opportunity today. Maybe we can hope out that if you're in this stock, I was looking for 163.5 to 164. If it could have pulled in the pre-market, I canceled my bids because, if you're not going to get the trade well before 8:30, then I want to make sure we'll see what happens at 8:30, which was a slight move to the downside, nowhere close to those levels. So it might be a nothing burger for Pepsi. You mentioned DocuSign. I'll give you Zoom here as well. Held 70 yesterday, and then 72 the previous bottom, which it was gapping under on the daily. Big level, and this is still on Pepsi, big level at that 72, which it was trying to gap under, does a wick bottom, now it's above that. I like this for any kind of a bounce off that 72 level, that higher low potentially can look good. Not a lot of pre-market volume. And DocuSign, it's a little bit dissimilar in that it's already broken the big floor at 50, so you're kind of waiting for confirmation that it's trying to make a bottom before it bounces into the upside. Zoom has already held that significant low. That's why I was kind of going over to that name instead. But DocuSign, to me, as long as it's below that 50 level, it's a little bit tricky to want to like that long. It almost needs to clear back out before I'm convinced on anything there. Zoom just sets up a little bit better if it can hold that low from yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't really look too much there at Pepsi. So, yeah, I'm just looking at some of the big tech names here. Little seller here on Apple showing up at 139.82 right now. We did just get a piece out at 140, so that was good as it ripped all the way up to there for Apple. So my mind is looking over here. So let's wait to see what's going on now with Apple and all the rest of the names. But yeah, Pepsi, I mean, I'm most interested. I've talked about this a couple times here. Procter & Gamble off that downgrade the other day. A good quarter for Pepsi sort of leads me to believe that there is a possibility here of a nice little beat for Procter when they come through. Obviously, this is what it's looking like right now with no shares done. Actually, why does it say it's done 78,000 shares? Oh, that's because there must be
dark pool.
Yeah, there's a huge print right there. Okay, I was going to say because I'm not really seeing anything there. But I like Procter & Gamble. Where's the daily chart for this one? I think just Pepsi coming out, increasing prices, being able to take that back to the customer, and then we're willing to pay. I really like this bottom there at 122. Pepsi said expect fiscal. Oh yeah, so that was another thing. Some of the currencies there, trying to repatriate money back in. That's going to continue to hurt some of these multinationals, right? So Pepsi is one of those. Procter & Gamble is one of those, and I'm really surprised that they didn't actually take a sort of a bigger hit on that. But yeah, I like it, man. In our note, resilient demand, and I know I have Procter & Gamble up here, but I just feel like the higher quality names, the better products will continue to be in demand. LVMH just reported 20% sales growth, right? And I mean, in this kind of environment, you don't really expect that, but those are high-end products. So I figure, a Procter, the name brand, like a Pepsi as well, should continue to rock and roll here. So I like a lot of these names, and I would start to pick up some Procter at these levels and some Pepsi at the same time.
And this kind of leads us back to what we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks or so when it comes to the Fed and waiting for some of these earnings reports to start to trickle in this quarter. Again, banks to come up on Friday before the pre-market. We'll get more Monday and Tuesday as well from the banking sector. But do we need to see, so Pepsi increasing their guidance, beating right across the board here, do we need to see an actual downtick in some of the earnings as far as what is to come for these companies to be a little more comfortable with what the Fed is going to do? So here's this S&P Bank Index, new 2-year low yesterday. This group specifically, the financial sector, was among the hardest hit late in the day when we got that news from the Bank of England. But this is JP Morgan, obviously, but heavy volume coming in on some of the banks to the sell side late in the day on that note yesterday.
Yeah, look, JPM is going to be real interesting, and I think we talked about this on Friday. Look, it's all well and good that Pepsi had a good report. I think that bodes well, like Sean said. It bodes well for like Pepsi's and maybe the Proctors, which I think Proctors at an attractive price as well. But the banks might just be a little bit of a different beast where spreads are, and you're probably going to be able to guess what I'm going to say with regard to JPM in particular. Like, we're going to see 100 this week. Yeah, so if we don't already maybe test that in here today with what we're seeing with spreads and the threat of obviously a recession. I mean, Germany's already talking about 3 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. They're going into recession. They've already called it. They're pretty much going into recession. England is a bit of a mess. Now, how bad it gets here does remain to be seen. I mean, sort of in North America. But these financials might just be on a little bit on their own, on a bit of an island here. And if support starts breaking on these, it does get relatively ugly in a hurry. And I'm only pulling up JP Morgan because it's at that $100 area, I should say. It's not at $100 just yet. It's about 102. It's where it closed. It's trading pretty much there right now. It's broken that 105 floor. There wasn't that much of a relief rally in terms of what we did yesterday. Like, it managed to get back toward those highs. And if you look at most of the stocks I was watching, a lot of them, they got back. Some of them were breaking out. This just, with gusto, took out those lows. Now, at least we're above the lows. I don't like any longs in here unless it's literally at $100 even. Maybe I would take a shot at this. You're in front of earnings, so maybe it holds up until we get to Friday. I'm not sure, given that we could see a bad print tomorrow, that we're not just simply looking at a breakdown here. I think there's going to be an opportunity to pick them up. I just don't think you can do that this week. I'd be waiting until next week when we actually get the earnings through. So I'm optimistic when it comes to Pepsi. And a good point was made in the chat there that if you look at the Pepsi earnings, that's not a good sign for inflation, right? That if they're able to raise costs, and that's what they've been doing, and they're passing it along there, and the success of them passing it along probably has a little bit to do about wages being strong and the job market still being relatively strong. So therefore, a lot of these things that have held up can continue to hold up as long as, if you don't start destroying demand somehow, which is exactly what they're trying to do, the Fed's trying to do, you're going to keep getting these hot prints, and none of that's going to be good for the banks, which are already under pressure.
Yeah, I just looked at the XLF here. I mean, this pays 2.75 dividend, and you don't really have to worry about picking a name or anything like that. But the thing is that if you look over here, you can go a hell of a lot lower on this ETF as well. So I feel like it is the right way to do. Wait for some bank earnings. You are right now at, the same exact level as where we were here on XLF pre-COVID. So the bank names are right here, right where they were. Obviously, you get that huge drop down. What a buy. Some of these names were down at these bottoms. There's other names in the market right now that are at or near or even below COVID lows as well. The bank's still holding up pretty well. They're not going to look like they're holding up well when you look at some sort of where you may have bought them, where others may have bought them, or where they've come from. But still, $42, right, down to 30. It's not the end of the world for this ETF. I still think that there is some value here. And instead of picking, like I was just saying, instead of picking the individual names, I think you can sort of put some money in these ETFs and hide out a little bit. But again, I wouldn't do anything until we get the bank earnings starting this week. And it's funny because they're coming right in the face of CPI, so we're going to wait to see how that reacts. And I feel like it doesn't really matter what earnings are. If this inflation print is not the greatest, then you are going to get some movement back down to the downside. So I would think that you wait out for earnings, and then if they're half decent, if CPI is bad but earnings are half decent, maybe you do get an opportunity to pick some names up here around $27, $28, which would coincide with the 100 on JP Morgan or something like that. Bank of America, I know, is a name that a lot of people like here at this level. I would just say watch the ETF, look for some key levels, and possibly start nibbling there.
Here's the other note on why we've been under pressure, or part of the reason anyways, why we've been under pressure the past couple of days for equities. Here are the Treasury yields once again. This is the 10-year on the left, 2-year on the right. This is an hourly chart, so the past 2-3 days anyways, bit of a pullback, but straight to the upside for the past 2-3 days. We're right back to almost 4% here on the 10-year, right back to highs as well, recent highs anyways for the 2-year. Around 4.34. So as long as yields, interest rates are moving higher, obviously going to put a little bit of pressure back on equities. Wanted to mention this, Lucid just popping up on some delivery numbers, guys. So LCID, 2,282 vehicles in Q3, and they also reiterated their full year guidance. So still on track to 6,000 to 7,000 vehicles for the entire year. So there was a spike there on Lucid, but right back down.
Yeah, speaking of spikes, anyone tracking Moderna, that's breaking out. I mean, it was set up I said in the chat to some of you guys earlier, I'm like, yeah, it's set up pretty good, but it's so early. I don't like, it had an 8:30 number, I don't like breakouts, so I didn't take the break at 1280, at 128 on Moderna because it was pre-PPI number. Maybe I shouldn't have cared. But Lucid, look, if you throw it into the bucket of stocks that have broken support, then to me, it's hard for me to like this thing until it gets, so maybe even just reclaims 13.25. That's my bad. You guys can't see that. Can we go to, here we go. Yeah, so that's a problem. Like when the market's down on some of these lows, or bouncing off some of these lows, you can have everything in the bottom right on the chart. But as you're trying to break this support, hold below that support, I should say, at about 13. It's hard to like it until we start breaking back out. You've done step one, which is make a high volume bottom. So the last couple of days, you've got yourself a double bottom. And this is the difference between the banks and some of the other stocks out there, like Lucid on the big recovery yesterday, and then the Bank of England getting you to the downside actually held up a higher low. So that's sign one that it could be relatively strong, and trying to make that bottom. Holding this low again today would be fantastic, that 1250. And then if you can break back out above 13, it's got strength. Now we're just sitting below that 13 level. The one I've been watching a lot here is Rivian. That's what okay, hit enter twice. There you go. That's the one I was actually trading. My trades were going to show up yesterday. Now all of a sudden, oh, there you go. This is the one I was trading off of this 33 level, and maybe just a little bit more interesting to me because it's going to set up at what I thought was a key price in yesterday's trade. 33 being that floor from last week. Gaps below. Again, higher low put in on that dump, and then a chance to break right back out at 33. Clearly, we just had that bad print, so 33 breakout maybe doesn't look as strong as it did before. But you put those in the kind of like that same bucket where you've made a pretty convincing bottom. The difference being, I mean, I showed you, this is the reason I like Rivian a little bit better. Like, I showed you the low on Lucid, and it's right at that bottom. Okay, fine, it's at that bottom, you get a better chance to go to the upside, but Rivian's just held up a little bit better. It's never really cracked that 30. It hasn't retested the May lows, let alone the midsummer lows either, so it's just a stronger looking chart above that 30 level. So I kind of favor this break, and maybe I could be wrong about that, and Lucid just has more room to run, but the Lucid chart and the Rivian charts are very different when I pull up on the higher time frame. A little bit easier to be trying longs in Rivian, at least in my estimation here, even though both set up. If I look at my 15-minute, same thing. When you look at the daily chart, one stock is a little stronger than the other.
Yesterday we had, we'll stay on the EV tip here a little bit. Yesterday we had this monster trade on Tesla, shorting this 225 area, right? So here's 225, it came in, we shorted it there, we took $4, then we let it go back to the upside. Again, we took the same kind of trade off again, and then we covered down there at 216. As you guys remember, we did that right at the end of the day. So that was a huge move to the downside. That was a $9 winner there on Tesla, and I just feel like we might be able to do the same thing again. If you're looking, I mean, it needs to rip up there. I don't know. Like if you extend this out, you're right back here at 216 again. We were up to 220, and that's when I sort of was thinking about it, and I didn't write it down on the sticky note just because, we had to flow up here, and if we did that, then I didn't want to be long Tesla, so I wrote down other names like Apple, like Intel that we're long right now and cashing out on. It's more like if the market rallies, then look at this Tesla top. I mean, here's 25 right here. It goes back obviously into yesterday where we shorted it, and then the day before that as well. The actual top is 227, but I think if you can get to that 225 area on a rally, that's definitely a level that I'm concerned with on Tesla. So looking to trade that again if it comes back. So again, look, we left this alone all day there. It made the top early for us at 950, never got back there. I mean, we should have traded in here, wasn't looking at it. I'm not really sure. I mean, we were looking at other names, obviously, but then as the afternoon sort of went on, Tesla was doing this sort of movement here, and I really like trading Tesla. So let's wait to see if that can come back through again. Still a lot of negativity around this name, and I don't know if it's going to change, but it's going to have to break through that 225 and then 227 in order for me to start to go long on this name. So we could also, appreciate this 215 bottom. So that's another thing down there as well, that if we come back in, bounce around 215, then there's a possibility that would be okay, now we're somewhat convinced that the long might be in, and then we start to play off of here, 216, 215.50, holding that 215 bottom. It's just with that bad PPI number, I'm pretty happy with the way the NASDAQ bounced back up there. Like I said, we've been taking some stuff off, so hopefully we're able to sort of solve this problem here, see if there's a bounce spot at 18,500 here, sorry, 11,850, 10,850, I wish 11,000, 10,850 there on the NASDAQ is that bottom. Let's just see if Tesla also holds that bottom. If it does, then we go long, but too early, man. I'm gonna wait till like 940 or something like that to see what levels develop here, because the market is crazy, and we saw that yesterday. AMD up and down a few dollars off the open. Same thing with Meta. I mean, all these names, all these tech names are just absolutely wild again here today. You know what name that I was just thinking about? We have Baba and all these guys bouncing back today. What about Win? Win yesterday, got absolutely killed off that zero COVID policy and a sort of a more of a shutdown there in China. Maybe that was overdone. So, we did see some talk here, NCLH, CCL, some of the travel names. Maybe this top here of 60.50 also on Win can get broken to the upside if the market wants to rally. So that's something that I'm looking at right here for WYNN. But again, not that much volume coming through for Win. 25,000 right now. So probably not really worth looking at. Before I go back to Brendan, we are going to do our watch list. Just, you guys always ask for the imbalance locator. Today, it's as paltry as it's been, like 150,000 for XPeng. Like, there's nothing else even on here. Pinterest, fifth. Like, I don't even want to look at any names that are sub 100,000. But Pfizer, Neil touched on Moderna a bit there. Pinterest as well, and then XOM and Ford. So, I mean, these are absolutely nothing. You want to wait. The reason why maybe Moderna's not on here, a NASDAQ name, so you're going to wait to see what happens when the NASDAQ comes out, but that's 925. So right now, I feel like we're not really experiencing too much influence here on the imbalance locator.
Go back to the downside once again. Both the S&P and NASDAQ trying to push back to lows. Here's a look at a few analyst moves for you this morning. There is that Norwegian to the upside. Interesting lift on here. Gordon Haskett choosing lift over Uber even. We'll talk about both coming up. DocuSign, Dutch Bros, as we said, Fiserv. Nothing else too exciting. On the downgrade side, that's how Europe's shaping up right now. Back to the red as well for Europe. 0.8 for England, 1% for Italy, 1% for Spain. Leading the way in a pretty negative start to the day. Social sentiment back in the red as well, and it's the overall market. Obviously, everyone continues to focus on. This one popped up for the first time in a while yesterday. HKD, AMTD, both active again this morning. HKD up significantly. Once again, this OTC stock was on here yesterday as well. There's that Pineapple Energy I was mentioning. Nice move here in the pre-market. Ape gray right now. Alibaba, interesting red, even though most of the Chinese names are positive. Same story for NIO down there. Red, even though they're mostly positive here so far in the pre-market. Let's get a check of the overall market here as we, as I mentioned, try to head back to the lows here, Arun. We're holding positive, but for how long?
Yeah, it's, this is probably one of the more difficult markets to trade, an extending range, and that's what you're getting, at least in the first 2 days of the week right now. So I'd be a little bit wary of this market making a move. If it's to the downside 20 points, I'd wait to see how much further it's going to go. If it gains traction, then at that point, maybe we can jump on board. It's going to have to be a wide range to work with. 36.75 up top, 30, I say 35.65, but that's just based on what the low looks like. So we could easily slip past that, but I'm going to use the two wide ranges and see if we can actually pick up something at either end. Playing anywhere in between is a dangerous game. Of course, you can get a great price, but at the same time, given how this market moves, you saw it yesterday. It shot up 40 points, shot down 40 points, went up 60, came right back at the end of the day. It's all over the place. So they're clearly waiting for information, even with the PPI number that just came out. Typically, it's not something that's of big importance because everyone looks at the other factors like the jobs report and the CPI. But even with this, we moved down at least 10 to 15 points. So everyone's paying attention to every single number, trying to figure out what the Fed may do. And keep in mind, later today, around 2 p.m., we're going to have Fed minutes from the last meeting. So that'll be more clarity on how the Fed's been thinking. And then, of course, tomorrow is going to be the CPI number, and that's the big event that everyone wants to look at and participate in. So definitely latter half of today going into tomorrow morning is going to be where the majority of the action is. But again, we've seen this market go all over the place. It might be a difficult trade, but momentum traders might have a great environment to work with because of how fast these moves are in one direction. So position-wise, it's going to be hard to get into anything and kind of stick with it. But momentum-wise, I think there might be some quick money to be made.
So thanks, Arun. Yeah, headline driven to say the least. We continue to move all over the place. That move to the downside late yesterday, unreal. On that Bank of England note, the pound still kind of chopping around near those lows from yesterday. Grab that every single day. If you haven't started doing so, make sure you are. Very, very easy. Just hit the QR code or the link, enter your email address, shows up in your inbox just like that. For free every single day, guys. We send out the watch list for free every single day for you. Meta back on top this morning. Still watching this Lucid kind of chopping around as well after that announcement. Meta back on top, though, after a whole slew of announcements yesterday. They're teaming up with NBC Universal. They're teaming up with Zoom, so you can now use your Quest headset for Zoom meetings, guys.
Yeah. All right. We're just dealing with the headset issues here. It's funny because it's very low, and then when I adjust the volume at the bottom, normally it goes up and down, guys. But it's not even doing. The computer volume's not even addressing the headset. But I did disconnect and reconnect. Okay. I think it's pretty cool, man. I put something in the chat there. There's a real cool NFL game that's out. They're doing a game with Among Us. The NFL game looks pretty hype, man. You could be the quarterback, stand back there, look at the plays. It looks really cool. And then they're doing some sort of a collaboration also with The Office. You know what? I think that kind of stuff is just cool. I don't know if it's profitable, if there's ever going to be a situation there where they're able to make money on all this stuff. But you got to build from somewhere. They changed their name to Meta for a reason. They're going to go for this. They've done it now, and big. I feel like yesterday's sort of announcement there with the Oculus Pro or whatever it's called. It's a little too expensive, $1,500. But again, for the experience, I have the Oculus 2 or whatever the most recent one was before that one. That's a couple $100. It's that's not bad, and it's actually really fantastic. My kids really love that experience. And I just think you got to sort of go through the growing pains of this, and we've already done that. So to call a bottom is probably too early. We haven't seen earnings season yet, so I don't think that Meta is like all in the clear by any stretch of the imagination here at all. But trying to play off some of those bottoms. I mean, yesterday, as the announcements and all these things were coming out, it kind of danced around here, 130, 128, something like that. So, something to look at there for Meta. But then there's the bounce down to 127. So I was bidding this before PPI came out. I was bidding around here, this 128, but now I think we can fall in to this 127, and I just think it's worth playing off the bottom. That's all. It's pretty interesting stuff coming through. Nicely, again, it was up today. Now you're back to zeros here, so it is a little bit less than the market. Well, actually, the market just fell down there. When I was looking at it, it was 0.4. So now you're equal with this market. I don't know. It's just a matter of, do you think the market's going long today? And if you do, then I really like Meta down here at 127. I don't think there's any problems with what they're doing now. It's an expensive venture. We're going to have to wait to see what earnings come out and have they turned things around on this. Is the Oculus actually well, we know it's not making money, but what is their projection for that? What are sales like as far as some of these games and some of these experiences go? So look, I own Meta stock, and it's been obviously a dumpster fire the last 8 months. So has many of these names. It has an 11 PE. We keep talking about that. I feel like they do have a chance to surprise to the upside, but at the same time, they could be a disaster downside. I don't think you get into any new positions now in any major tech name until you understand what their earnings situation is. So I'm going to stay away from digging into anything. I've already told you when my buy. I got the cash ready to go now, man. So we're locked and loaded. We're waiting for an opportunity. It's that VIX needs to hit near that 40. It's getting close to that, man. It's 34.5. So if VIX can hit near 40, then I think that's when you go in there and start scooping up some of these names. And I'm putting Meta in that basket. So let's wait to see what happens here. It looks like we can wait for that 127. But now that the number's sort of out now, we have 20 minutes to go, I think I'm going to start a bid around 128. I just hate for this to be one of those disaster days where the only thing that's moving is stocks to the downside. So you know what? Now that this is breaking lower and it looks like the NASDAQ's going to turn red right now. Wow, it was up 1% when we wrote the sticky note, guys. Now you're going to turn red. So that PPI, definitely some sour thoughts there. Now I think we have to wait for that 127 level. I'm going to wait for that. It's probably a screaming short, honestly, once it gets there and breaks it. But I think I like the long in front. Started at 127.50. If it can hold 127, then we're going to have a banger. If it doesn't, it's 50 to 70 cents worth of a hit. We get out and then looked at 127 short. So I think it's worth the long down here. Maybe I'm looking at this with rose-colored glasses, but I'm not shorting it at these levels. It either breaks 127 or we wait for this 132 top.
Yeah, well, when I'm looking at the futures breakdown here, I look at yesterday's bottoms, double bottoms on both the ES and the NASDAQ, and just say to myself, okay, if we bounce off of those levels, I have a shot to bounce off those levels, what do I like? And anything that holds the low at that same time, I've been bidding 127, I put that back in after 8:30. I had it in there and then canceled it. But if we're going to hold the lows in the market, then that's where I want to be on the bid. And there'll be a couple of names that are kind of like this on Meta. Look, it's in the short term, I don't love them. What I would say is if you break this support and go to the downside, everyone that talks about another 20% to the downside for the overall market, well, Meta's already fallen a ton, sort of outpaced the market. There's a chance that it might not, maybe it doesn't have as much to go back through on a break. Even if it takes this level out, it might not go another 20 if the S&P 500 goes 20, given how much it's been beaten up. Like Sean said, you have to wait for earnings. If I'm on this bid and we do get a breakdown, like the futures break the lows and Meta doesn't break the low at 127, I'll actually like it a little bit better because that'd be a sign of relative strength. So if this breaks before the futures even get there, I might have to consider that this is just not any chance of being in decent long here today. But yeah, double bottoms on both the futures and on Meta. I'm going to be on that bid in front of it. And if we get to 131, 132 like yesterday, I like that short zone. The same way I liked it yesterday in the morning on the breakdown, and then again in the afternoon, I jump right back to shorting those levels if we see them.
All right, let's go on to Uber and Lyft here quickly before we do, actually. MGPI, downside 5% here. Spruce Point out with a quote-unquote strong sell note on this one, MGPI. Just be aware of that. Here's a note, if you missed it yesterday, the whole independent contracting issue coming from the Labor Department yesterday. I mean, these companies, and even DoorDash you can throw in here, noted on this as well. These companies obviously rely on self-employed contractors heavily to remain afloat, really, at this point. So what do we do with Uber and Lyft here, guys?
Well, Lyft, I actually heard a pretty jokes thing for a buying opportunity on Lyft. It's like, wait till it gets to a better hat size. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, what does hat size mean?
Like 7 3/8.
But it's like, yeah, because it's back to the days of when you used to have stocks priced in not in decimals and in fractions. So getting under $10 and then getting into 7 3/8. I actually don't remember mine exactly, to be honest with you, but it's not below $10. I'm not going to say it's going below $10 today. However, it did on the rally Lyft, and I'm looking at Lyft over Uber because of the level. It went right to $12 and then did a hard right turn at exactly $12 and then made a hard right turn and then bounced off 11.11. So, I mean, I get to look at $11 and I get to look at $12. Beneath that 12, I think it's a bit of a short opportunity there. It doesn't feel like this is the kind of day where it should be breaking back out above 12. I suppose anything can happen in these markets, but if we get diddling in the middle, I don't want to be touching that. But on any upward move, I want to be fading it off that 12 level. And if it can catch a bid off 11, fair enough. I think an 11 breakdown even sits out there as a possibility for Lyft. And if you think it's heading to single digits, then maybe if you actually like this in the long term. I just feel like a lot of people, and sort of myself included with Uber and Lyft, it's like if the thesis has been that you needed to have automated driving to a large degree for them to be a bit of a winner, and then that disruption would be a benefit to them as first movers if they could get it solved, well, they've kind of backed away from that. But if you still think that's the way it's going to go, then this might not be that big of a hit to the long-term thesis. And it's also just a proposal. So if you're looking for a bullish reason to be in the stock, maybe that's it. I just think these are going lower before they go higher. And as usual, when you pull up the daily chart, you just broke in major support, and that support was at 12 on Lyft. So as long as it's below 12 on the way to 10, I'd be looking for shorts.
Yeah, yesterday we had, what we were going to use as the trade of the day. Did we use Uber as a trade? No, I think we used something else. That was Tesla, right? Okay. Was it Tesla? Yeah, it was Tesla.
Yeah.
That's right. We switched it, right. So right there, Uber yesterday on that news about the gig economy, all these guys having to maybe switch over from independent contractors over to employees by the Department of Labor. That was definitely a negative sign. We indicated that when Uber was down 5%, it wound up going down 13%. That was just a huge short. But then we tried the short again, and it didn't work at that same level, at this 25.50 level. And we were able to get out of it before it tested 26 and then failed at 26. So now we zoom over to where we are right now. There's the 26 high again. So we're right into that spot one more time for this. We're not. We're at 25. But we're into that opportunity where we could go short again on a little bit of a pop-up. Now, I don't know if the market's going to pop up or not today. Might not look like that. So if we're going to look at Uber, what about this break? 24.40 to the downside. Now, I know there was, the report that Lyft, upgraded, this and that, has a chance to get going. And I don't mind the business model here. I mean, Uber was really strong. It was above the 50-day moving average, and I still think it has a chance to go. I just worry that there is going to be more problems coming through about that labor situation. And if that is the case, then we were at $23 yesterday. So I don't see why a 24.40 break here can't happen again today. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at there for Uber. But again, if you look at the daily chart, which I don't know, I have to find it wherever it is here. There it is right now. This is what I mean. We were rocking and rolling here on Uber all the way back up to $30 and looking like one of the better names, getting ready to break back up to not highs, but getting ready to go into the mid 30s. We were there at 33. Then all of a sudden, boom, it comes back to the downside off of that hit. You could see how aggressive it was when the market wanted to go back upside there in early August for Uber. They got a couple upgrades and things like that. But then recently now, nice little downside movement, and then there's what happened yesterday, touching back into this 2022 level. That might have been like the bottom that we might look back and say, man, that was a great opportunity there yesterday. We say this all the time when there's sort of blood in the streets and when reports come out like that, that might be the time to pick something up on those big, huge flushes. Uber might have had one of those moments yesterday. So let's wait to see what happens again at this 23 level if we get down there. But other than that, I think this 24.50, it's actually 24.40. So you break back down below that area, then I think you do get some downside pressure, maybe to 23.50 or so. So let's watch out for Uber today if this market continues to fall.
Nice note this morning on Apple. We'll talk about next here. JP Morgan out this morning, increasing both their Q4 and Q1 2023 earnings outlook for Apple, pointing to higher demand right across the board for basically all of their products. And actually, you use the word here, resilient in the current market conditions. So Apple, not bad as a long idea today. I wanted to mention this as well. NVAX, if I zoom out here, was just absolutely straight to the upside yesterday on a note showing there was data out showing that their COVID-19 vaccine does show some sort of support as far as some of the variants go. But NVAX and Apple here to the upside potentially.
Oh, Fahad. Fahad's laughing at me because I almost just spilled coffee on myself, but I didn't. So what's up now, Fahad? It happens. I was taking a sip, and then I looked at the chart of Moderna, and I was like, holy crap, Moderna. No, I know Moderna's moving. But just going back to Apple for a quick second, it's similar to Meta in some ways in terms of the double bottom yesterday, but it's just a stronger chart. I mean, telling you that Apple's been the stronger of the two is not really... I'm not going out on a limb here. You're putting in, at least attempting to put in a second higher low. I mean, obviously, we have that June bottom, but then you did touch out at 136. I'll pop back to 15-minute, and you've got this 138, another higher low put in. So until I really see signs that Apple isn't going to be the stronger breed here, then I just want to be supporting it at that key price. But it's got to be the 138. I mean, I really don't want to try diddling in the middle too much because then suddenly you just get too far away from that support level and it can possibly get ugly there. And then top side 142, like we're not breaking out very far if Apple doesn't get through the top end of that channel either. So that's more of a resistance zone I'm putting on the market, that 142 on Apple. I'll be trying to dip by there, but I gotta show you guys and talk about Moderna because there's too many people looking at Moderna. And it's broken clean out here through this 128. It's now $10 higher, and if you think that this is done. I was just sort of saying in the chat that if you do pull this back and look at where they had some resistance 144, 145 previously, that's going to end up being the 50 period on the daily. And I think there's a decent chance if we get strong enough here, it has a shot to at least try to go to that price. Whether we got enough juice in the market to get there. I know some more looking at LabU as well. There's some sympathy plays out there. I see you in the chat, Trades to Hunt, AUTL, and a couple of others that are making some moves. But there's room to run on Moderna. It doesn't mean I think it's going to 144 necessarily today, but that's a pretty strong breakout on the daily. Where I was kind of hoping there'd be. I was kind of hoping there'd be a little bit more of a muted move. When it did this nice checkup at 8:30. On the number, I was pretty convinced that you were going to see a pull back in, and then you'd get a chance to buy the dips. And that just obviously didn't happen. It held those lows and then broke back out again. So much stronger than I was anticipating on Moderna in light of that number. It's going to move to the beat of its own drum today. I wouldn't think about shorting it till it got to 144, 145, but that's just me.
All right, let's go to Amazon here. Day 2 of a 2-day sale, Prime Day sale. Second. There was a number of interesting notes that are worth mentioning here on this story, suggesting that this might not actually be a positive for the company in the sense that maybe they're doing this just to get rid of some overstock at this point. But some analyst caution coming this morning around this 2-day sale, but was relatively strong in the pre-market before that number, was relatively strong yesterday as well, guys, for Amazon.
I honestly...
Did you buy anything?
No, I didn't. My mic was muted. No, I didn't buy anything. But I was looking. I want to get. There's a few things I want to get there, but I'll have to see. Let's go another coffee. I don't really understand that analyst note. Like, if you have more inventory, then you have a big sale to sell it. I feel like that's a good sign. I don't. I mean, I get that there. It could be sort of forewarning that maybe a lot of these retailers do have, a lot of inventory to sell. But to me, that's a good thing for Amazon, not just because they have overstock of inventory, but remember, Amazon just sort of houses other people's inventory. So it's like if you want to go on, if you want to go on there and buy something, unless you're buying like Amazon, what do they call the Amazon products? Amazon Essentials or something, then I could see it being a problem. But if you're just going to go on there and buy like Nintendo Switch games or whatever you want to buy, they have the Garmin watches I saw, the Apple watches, whatever, things like that. I mean, sure, they might have an overstock of inventory, but they're selling them, and Amazon's getting theirs when they sell it. So for me, I think I like it. Unfortunately, I got to clean up this wick. There's a bunch of bad wicks here, but I do like it here. I'm going to call up a chart over here on eSignal just quickly for the 20-minute chart on Amazon. So I like the fact that Amazon can have these Prime Day deals and then add $4 billion, it said, to their earnings report. I think that's a good sign that they can do that. It sucks because a lot of other retailers don't have that reach, and I think it's a bad sign for other, like maybe Macy's or I already said that the consumer, I think the high end might be fine, so maybe Nordstrom is fine, but Gap, Nike, things like that, maybe not a Lulu, but like a Nike, and then you want to look at like a Target or a Walmart or something like that. But again, I don't really see that as a horrible sign for Amazon that they have to have a second Prime Day. I think it's cool. I think they should do it almost all the time. If that's when people are going to go out there and spend money and they have to cut their margins a little bit, that's fine. So for me, I'm cool with it. But again, I still like the short. So I don't think we're going to get anywhere near 117 today. We're only at 112. To me, this is a kind of a key level right there where we went up, broke it, and that was 100 underneath. I don't think we really want to go long until we break through 117. But there could be some long opportunities, especially off a 12 bounce there. This is what the 3-minute chart looked like yesterday for Amazon. So there's the bottom of 111.15. You're coming close to that right now. That's only $1 away. We could easily get to that. And yesterday, I said we might not get to 117, but there's yesterday's top of 115.50. So, again, not really a surprise here. This is why I like trading Amazon. The top is 115.50. The bottom there is 111.50. Look where this bottom is, 110.50. It seems to dance around these key 50 cents a dollar levels. So let's wait to see what happens here with Amazon. And what a surprise, it's going to open up at 112.50. So I think you go long again down there. I like the long better in Apple. I'm already there. I like Intel long. But I think Amazon on Prime Day, You know, I see reasons to buy it, so we can wait to see. If you are really nervous about it, then wait for like 111s or something like that, and then grab this long at 110.50. It could be also, though, like I said, I'm waiting for this market to open up because you might want to smash this short as well down there at 111.50. I prefer the long down in and around here, so I'm going to be building a position between 110.50 and 111.50, long in this area. See if we hold that bottom from yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to defend every long because they all set up. All the big tech is setting up kind of very similarly there, and I'm kind of looking at the same two levels. I definitely want to be shorting up that high if he gets there. But you said Macy's, and I was like, oh, actually, let me bring Macy's up because this was very strong yesterday. I mean, a lot of things broke to the upside, but this broke out on the 15-minute here, got past $18, and is trying to put a little head and shoulders game on here below this 17.80. So this holds below $18. I know Macy's has a small short interest; it's not as big as it used to be, but it holds below $18, and this could be sort of one of those. Maybe sympathy plays. The market moves to the downside here today. I think you could be looking for that two-set downside. But when I pop the daily up, the other end of that coin is if you get above there, you're now holding the 50-period moving average. Obviously, we did not end up closing above there. It would be more bullish if we did. But if you get above that 18, you could be closing above the 50 for the first time in a while on Macy's and then potentially breaking out at 18.20. So we get some strong moves to the upside. Macy's feels like a jailbreak if it can get through here. It's definitely got room to 19. It's some bullish signs there for Macy's. I'm not sure today is the day, but I was watching this at the close yesterday thinking, okay, well, it looks pretty bullish, and then you saw what happened with the Bank of England. This has to be on the radar if it gets back above that 18 level.
I just saw this one pop back up. Lucid, guys, trying to get back to pre-market highs here off that production number and forecast as well for Lucid. So heads up on that. Still looking strong. Quickly, let's get to some of the chip makers here. The U.S., dare I say, even backtracking a little bit, scrambling to tackle unintended consequences from what they announced back on Friday with this new approach, I guess, to what China can buy, what China can get access to. Regardless of where it's made when it comes to semiconductors.
I mean, the politics of it is like what they said was pretty unprecedented and certainly not going to be good for relations because whether or not something is produced in the U.S., it's going to have parts or something or technology related to the U.S. Almost it's just so many products. Almost everything on the high-end chip space was going to end up falling into that blanket, and that would have been huge trouble for relations. So we'll see where that goes. Micron was the strongest of the bunch yesterday for some of the reasons that it was one that downgrade hit. A bunch of the chip names, their chips weren't thought to be as much of a concern, so that's why it was relatively strong, as that was pointed out. And look, 52 and 53, we already dipped at 53 once. I kind of want to lay back and think, okay, it'll be that 52 for a dip buy, but we've already held 53 in the afternoon yesterday and trying to do so today, so there might be a pretty tight stop long in there on Micron at 53. But if it gets back up to 55, I'm playing it both ways. Right, I'll be short in front of this 55 top. But if it breaks out through this high, 55.20 or 55.25, then I'm going long on Micron. And when you can't beat them, join them. It's just obviously not there right now. 8:30 changed a lot of things, including the potential for that breakout to happen at the open. Clearly, it's not going to go run $2 in the next 2 minutes and break out the top. So that might be something that we're waiting for a little bit later on. It would take a stronger day for a Micron to get to that high. But this is the one I'm watching after the fireworks we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Micron was crazy yesterday. We lost too much money shorting that name. But yeah, Micron, definitely a wild name coming through right there. We're going to be looking, I have Intel written down here, but the market is making lows now again. I mean, it's about to break. I think it's going to go into negative territory here off the open. I mean, that's not rocket science to say that. We're right there right now. This Intel has been an absolute dumpster fire. You're cut in half from March, but so have all these names. I mean, this is not picking on one or the other. It's just this continues to go down. And then today, I feel like, I mean, again, the market is failing us here. So the shorts are going to come in and looks like they're going to print pretty well. I'm only long Intel until we see what the heck is going to happen down here at some of these bottoms. So where's my 20-minute chart? Here it is right now. We only have 2 minutes to go. Yesterday and these other days here, 24.80, 24.50 as the bottom here for Intel. Intel. I want to try it. I think that cost cutting is a good thing for this company. So let's wait to see here. 2470 is that bottom, and we're coming in a little bit quicker than we thought right now for that name. We did take some profit here early on Intel. Boom, boom. Still have position on right now at 25. So we'll see. I'm bidding a little bit lower on this one. If we break 24.50, we're gone on Intel. That's yesterday's price rate down there, 24.75. So we'll put a bid there, see if it can hold that. If not, it's 24.50 or bust for me on INTC. So, yep, with only a minute to go, we're getting ready and we're getting spicy already.
Yeah, and you see me in Li Auto. We talked about some of the Chinese ADRs all being gapped up across the board on not specific news, but obviously when you're having better, I guess, some backtrack by the administration going to cause some of the Chinese names to show some strength there. But Li Auto was the strongest of the bunch. Beneath that 2050, took the short. It's already starting to threaten. I just got reloaded back into this, and it's starting to threaten that top right now. So this could get taken out. I just think there's so much room to gap fill down into 1950. You can look at NEO across the board. You're going to have a lot of these. But this market trying to test back into these lows right at the open. I'll be watching Apple here as we go to Tony for the countdown because it's right at that 139. We could get a test of that 38. We're talking about Meta as well for potential dip buy into that 127 level. So lots to be watching here today on Hump Day.
Yes,
3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Tony.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tony. The Tiger is in the building. Right now, so we're just going to watch this market open up. This is what we've been doing every single day. Let's let things sort of settle down, see where we go from here. Apple, we're already long at 139.30. Not much happening. The market's kind of sitting here right now. We're trying to watch Apple. It's starting to get back up to the upside, so we don't have any longs off these bottoms yet. Looking at AMD, Intel, even, one name that we didn't get to was Alibaba on a break of 78. That's way, way away from that right now, because it did come back down. So here goes Apple starting to get ramped up a little bit. Just touched 40 there on Apple, which is the 50-period moving average. So we might have just failed initially there. So watching out now for Apple to see a possible downside move to come here in that name. Also waiting to get some longs in Meta as that's starting to go to the downside as well.
Yeah, and watch out for this. Moderna did get to that 138 again. It's starting to pull back a little bit, but might be a nice consolidation. This is super strong. I think there's still potentially room to the upside here, but if it does take out that 138, it's got $5 or $6 to that 144 resistance. But the only thing I can see which is very, very strong that isn't a small cap is going to be an mRNA. It might be the only game in town for those breakout longs. Rivian was the other name I was looking at. It could not break this 33 just yet. Going to have to play it both ways here. I like the break, but if you don't get above 33, the only way to play it is in the other direction.
Alrighty, let's get ready to rumble because right now the market just turns red right here, and we are getting ready to die on this sword one more time on the longs, but I just kind of kid on that one. We do have our out coming through at 127. If Meta does break 127, we're going to get out of that one, so watch out for that. We are dug into Meta. We're also dug into Intel right now as well, as that made the moves down. It looks like the initial move is to the sell side today, as the market was up 1%, now down 0.2. So, we're kind of learning about things now. It's like whatever happens tomorrow with CPI, no matter what the market does, when the market opens up, if that's a negative number, look for more downside pressure. This market right now is not giving it up. They're going straight to the downside. Intel is really getting cracked right now, but we just battle back a little bit. Let's see if Meta can hold some of that. We just rallied back to 128 quickly there. Maybe that's the bottom. Let's see what happens. They're going to get something out on Meta, though.
Yeah, I just got Meta off that 127. It did come in there to 127.25, already back up to 128. So it is bouncing. I did get CCL as well to the short side. We talked about that beneath that 680 level. Like the short, still in Li Auto, which is starting to go timber to the downside. But some of these bids coming in pretty quickly. The market still beneath those lows. I'm going to take my dip and try to run there on Meta. Even Micron, which was relatively strong, hit enter twice. Micron, which is relatively strong, was heading right to the downside. So pretty much no chance to even short off those 55 highs. We're only going down in an absolute hurry. Like I said, I digged into CCL, at least the first salvo at 660 here. I would have liked to have gotten 670s, but for now, I'm just going to short it where I can. and the only thing that we had pre-market, at least I had pre-market, was Li Auto. Not really cratering like everything else. So I have to respect the fact that it's trying to come into this 20 level. I think there's $1 of a gap that it could be filling here. This market's flushing. Li, Petetra move, but at least we got the dip buy working on Meta. Now we got to think about Tesla 210.
Guys, it's a grande move on Meta right there, so we'll take some out there on that name as we loaded it up, man, down there at 127.50. So big load up for me down there. We were waiting a little bit higher. There's another out for us on Meta. So we were waiting lower than that to get a little bit more. It goes down as far as 30. We were waiting at 20. If that would have hit us at 20, then we'd be just over the moon right now with this trade. But there it goes, nicely done to the upside here for Meta. Now let's hold this, man. We've already taken some out. I don't do this enough, and I don't hold enough, but I mean the market's not necessarily rallying here, but Meta is. So one more out here in the 40s, might as well do it. Like I said, if I just sat on my hands here, we'd be up infinitely more. But there's a nice little rally up to 60. I feel like I'm going to build the plants the other way. Yeah, that does sound a hell of a lot better. Thanks there for Lucas for that one. Now $1.20 in the money. We go, that was a good idea to buy some Meta long. And if you're on the sticky note, you know all about that Meta long. So let's go back up to the upside as Intel now ripping back up side as well. So far, so good here today for Trader TV Live. What's up, Ren?
Yeah, a few things on a bounce here. Here's a couple of little ones. Also on a big move, CANG up on a special cash dividend today, trying to get back to the upside through that 270. There was also another one as well that I was looking at this. I'll come back with that one. But CANG, guys, huge volume spike there.
Yeah, and speaking of volume, there's obviously been a lot of volume in Moderna here today. It does give the opportunity here, dipping back in. It holds 135 just now, so it holds this channel, at least for the time being. It's up 13%, so clearly it's been outpacing the market the entire way. But if it breaks 138, I like that for a separate trade. We're going to get this channel bottom here at 135, already $1 in the money, and we'll try to take 2 on this into 138. If it breaks that, like I said, I still favor a breakout trade, ideally on Meta at that 138. It's just been the strongest of the bunch. I mean, there's a lot of things to the upside. I'm trying to get my order in, just make sure I get it. There we go, because as quickly as I was in the dip at 135, it's already at 138, and we're breaking back out on Moderna. Brendo?
Alert in my ear there. KHC, guys, just popping up. McDonald's, apparently, and KHC on some chatter this morning on a possible deal. So heads up, KHC, big move up there.
Kraft?
Kraft Heinz there. Big trade alert here with Meta, guys. As this is at 129.30. We are now having our best day of October, and it's 9:30 right now. So far, so good here on that. We'll tweet that position out for that. We'll just push save on it and then watch this continue to make the move to the upside. You always look silly when you get it out too early, but we still have half. So we still have half on for Meta, which is now just Rip City, and so is Intel, baby. We have all of these trades, guys, here today. We also have Apple, which is ripping faces off right now as well. So right now, Apple, 60 cents in the money. Intel, 23 cents in the money. Meta, $2 in the money. And that's what we can do today for that, because here we go. Bang to the upside. Oh, yeah, and by the way, Luke, we already talked about that yesterday. The bang is the awesome, but I like that because there's a couple awesome trades being put on for you guys right now, right in front of you, man. Moderna, Intel coming through, Apple coming through. We are just in great trading so far today. Nothing to really complain about from my side as we get 3 banger longs, all in the right areas for me. And Meta up to 129 and change. What did I write down? I thought that we could have more upside than this even. So we'll take another piece out on Meta. I'm still looking at this 131. We could really rock and roll here on META. So I don't have any more outs. It's too bad. I had 127.20 sitting there. It went down as low as 127.27, but that's all good. Let's see if this market wants to continue to make a move up, as there goes Apple, now 50 cents. I guess that's sort of where we'd be getting out in the money. We'll have to wait to see about this 140.50 area now for Apple. I'm going to put some orders about 140.30. I might just work with what we got here. These are really big ones here. So, pretty confident with this. Intel, look at that bottom pick on Intel. I gave you guys this exact level. Remember what I said yesterday, where we're going to go to 24.75? I'm long at 24.76 right now on Intel. Giving that level out right there. It was a banger. It only went 10 cents against us. Now you're up in the money 40.30. So good so far. Let's see if we can hold these gains.
Yeah, I mean, Moderna just got to 140. I'm trying to give this one more room here. I did say it has room to 144. I also did say I don't think necessarily it has to go there today. So I did take some out in front of 140. This is a separate trade. We had the long 135, but then the 138 break came in. I think at this point, I'm holding this at least to break even, looking for that 144 level. So I might even just have an offer out there to remind myself that that's where I think we can be headed to that upside. Tesla never got to 210. It got to 211.50 and then all the way back into 218. So big bounce in Tesla. I was looking for that 210 bid. 215, 210, I like $5 ranges in Tesla. Starting to roll back over here, so could come back and retest some of these lows. This market got back above 3,600. That's the key line in the sand, it looks like, Brendan.
More of a volume story than anything. Here's AMC trying to get back to the upside as well, up 1%. If I flip over and show you APE, however, 5.5% on huge volume here to the upside today for APE, guys.
That HKD, for those of you paying attention, HKD is halted. It'll probably halt several more times today because that's what it does. Back above $50. Not a ton of volume, but volume was better on it than expected yesterday. I might actually be looking at that one for an upside play. We'll see what happens there. I talked about NCLH and CCL. NCLH made the break. I got out of CCL and then didn't get my long trigger in NCLH. Why? Because I canceled my order at 8:30. Because that's what you do on a number. So I could have just reversed on CCL, but I like NCLH's strength. I'll try to get anything I can in front of $12 at this point. It's now up 6%. They got the upgrade. Just feels like it's going to be the stronger one today. But I don't think you can go wrong with either. 140 just got taken out on Moderna, so it's now cleared that level as well. Like I said, I think we could see 144 in here today, but do not want to miss the party on the travel name here as NCLH up 6%. This room, it's got so much room to the 50 period, but even just this gap that it's putting in from last week, you're talking about $13 is the next resistance, and we're at 1230.
Meta 128.50. I don't know. I mean, I was looking at this meta and say, okay, you know, we've obviously taken this all the way up to the upside right now, and we did get a lot of it out, but we still have a piece. So I'm looking at this 128.50 area to get out of a little bit more if we do break back down below that. And then after that, I think we're comfortable pretty much holding the rest. So we'll see. We'll get another piece out there. Apple right up to 140 again, right into this level that we've already got out of here today. We didn't buy this dip, which we should have. And again, we were at 138.50. It went down as low as 138.65. So, you know, we are aware that Apple could fall back in as well. So let's just take out one more piece here on Apple in the 60s if we can. There goes Meta. So take out another piece there as it takes down below that 128.50. That's fine. I just, you know, the market's faded out every single day. So it's a nice little move. We were down 0.3 or 0.4. We made back about 1% of that, all the way back up to the upside to be up about 0.5% right now. So, you know, that's fine. We will take some more pieces out. There's another piece out for Apple right there. Intel, we've been getting out. Intel's the one, of course, I trust the least because the chip names, they go for these runs and then they dance around. And the next thing you know, you're like, what just happened? So we'll have to watch out for Intel there off of this bottom. We just have 3 amazing bottom picks, but will they hold? That's really the question. One name, and I know Neil talked about this earlier, was Lucid, that I was looking to break out. It did not break that 50. I actually had a bid to break that 50. So kind of glad that yeah, but it didn't hit though. So glad that it didn't hit, or else we'd be out of the money right now on that name. So let's see if Lucid does pull back down, you know, into this like 13, 15 or so area, and then maybe we can get out of the way if it breaks 05. But here comes Lucid screaming back down to the downside. I'm actually going to cancel my Lucid bid breaking through 13.50 for now. Talking about a little bit of a long against that 15. So let's try that and see if that works. But just a baby long here for Lucid to start the position against 13.
Yeah, I'm going to kick myself for I didn't even pay for the short on Rivian. I was talking about that 33 break, and it did not break. So obviously I was like, yeah, well, if it doesn't break, you can look at that level for a short trade. Is the market was trying to go up, and it didn't want to go with it. So that's relatively kind of weak beneath 33. Well, now I got to pay exactly 1 cent, or sorry, no, 1/10 of a cent for the locates. 1/10 of a cent. That's basically free. I don't know why we're charging. Anyways, so we're going to get this short in front of 33. If it breaks out, I need that market to continue to stay green. If it does, I still like that break at 33 even. But if it doesn't break, you got to think about that short trade in front of it. So I'm going to jump on the offer. I did grab NCLH, not CCL. CCL, I think, went through 7. When it broke 680, I'm getting out and then went to the long in NCLH. It's just what I preferred. I like this one to the long a little bit better. So that's why we're in NCLH instead of CCL. Brendo.
Big mover yesterday, IMUX, which is in Munich. Remember yesterday, even with the market coming in, this thing barely had a red candle. Trying to get going here again. Some volume coming into IMUX.
I can look, actually, Lucas. That's a ridiculous question to me. All right, so IMUX. All right, we did start a position here in Lucid. Lucid did go up for us only to 30 and change. So I'm going to put an offer. I'm not even going to look at my Apple trade because I don't want to trade it. I just want to let that thing roll. Lucid, if we can get an offer, I'm just going to put it right now like 35, 36, or actually maybe a little bit ahead of that. And then we'll put another one at 40 to see if it does rip back up to the upside. And we'll take about a dime, and then we'll see about that 1350 area. I am looking longer down here. I do have a bid. I just want to make sure that I have these bids in the right area. Yeah, so I have a bid right at this 50 period, and then looking to see down here at 1305, basically 13. If 13 breaks, we can get out. But we've done that trade before, then it bounces, and then it rips. So let's wait to see if that is in the case here in store, for that move there on Lucid. What else do we have written down here? Oh, I want to talk about Tesla because we often talk about, not trading off the open, and I feel like this is exactly why. I mean, Tesla right here opens at 216, drops to 211.50, then within 3 minutes is back up to that 217.50 area, hitting that 200 period, and then dropping back down. So just like yesterday, we said we would wait for Tesla to make a little bit of a move. Well, we're going to have to wait for that again because right now it's too choppy back and forth there for Lucid. Something's taking off right now. Meta back up, as the market bouncing. So Meta bouncing. Holy crap, this is nice, man. Our net is absolutely exploding right now to the upside as Intel goes back. I guess it's Intel. Intel's what's making the new high right now. So let's get, there it is. Yes, out of Intel right there at 09. So that was a decent price there for Intel. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, baby. This is why when you look at the sticky note, it is all longs on here. Meta, Apple, AMD, Intel, Baba, all longs written on the board. We have it. We are rocking today to the north side. So let's go market. Let's see if we can't just keep this momentum going to the upside. It must be Apple as well. Yeah, Apple right there. Good out for me. 140.25 right into that area. That's what blew the net up as well. Apple and Intel really starting to go.
Yeah, and as we get to that upside, what was relatively strong before is not necessarily here on Micron. It's still down 1% and facing a lot of resistance. So we're testing back on Moderna. If I think it can go $6, then I got to give it some room. Remember that dip into 135? I still think that can be support for it. But Micron is no longer in my strong list. This is suddenly the weaker name of the group, and maybe it's because it went so far yesterday, it just run out of steam. So I have to shift to maybe being a little bit more aggressive. Opening range top is 53.70. Sometimes you have to look at the range and what the stock is telling you, and then just go with that. We're breaking 53, which I thought was support, and now that it breaks, I'm going to be jumping into shorts on MU. Brendan?
Market trying to roll over here, guys, but here's a couple of very strong ones. GME just popping up on volume through yesterday's high. 5% already for GameStop today. And then this APDN, you can see at the bottom here, huge volume on APDN, up almost 20% today.
All right.
GM.
Yeah, that's the thing. GME, he was talking about Ape before as well. So, yeah, some of those names starting to rock and roll there, Brendo. Good look on that. So, again, Lucid just went down pretty, like we got a 35 out there on that rally, 33 out there on that rally, and then all of a sudden it dipped back down. So I'm taking off a little bit of pressure here on Lucid because the market dropped there, and this came in, a little bit too quick for my liking right there. So I'm going to wait for that 05, 06 area to really take something, and then if it bounces off that, then we can get out. So I'm going to wait for that 12. Whoops. I'm going to wait for a 12. I guess a 13 break. I don't know. I'm putting the order right now at 12.98. I don't know. Obviously, it's going to break, and if it does, then we're going to be there for that. So right now, Lucid watching out for that break to the downside. The thing is like all these names rock up to the upside, and then they fade back down, right? Like Meta right there got all the way back to one. I don't know if that wick was real, but it definitely got back to 128.50, and now failing again back on that downside. So that's why you got to take advantage of some of those early moves there in the market. So we did do that. had, and we got out lots. We got out lots of our positions. So hopefully now Lucid can fade back. It's the only position that's in a losing spot for us. Intel's coming back to life as well, back down to 25.01. We'll see if we can get an offer there on 25.01 and get out. There it is. We take that fill as it goes back to the upside there again, or not against us, before us. Our best out there is 10. I feel like I'm going to put another offer there around that spot in case we do get another bump up to the upside for that. And then I do want to also respect the fact that we have our friend over here, Meta, trying to get back to 128.50. So if that does happen, I'm going to put one more offer around there as well, because that seems prudent to do so. And then look at buying some of these dips if we do come back in. But Meta right now hopefully can get going back up to the upside. And then we're reloaded right now in Lucid. That's the price that we wanted. We talked about 06s, back up to 08. Our long is right here, 08.5 right now for Lucid long.
And speaking of Lucid and EV names, we talked about the Chinese sector being strong, gapping to the upside. Holding 13s is NEO, and when I look over at NEO, check out 1330 here. It's pretty obvious. Yesterday's highs. It's got a double top there now when you account for this morning range. So if we can get through this, maybe even call it 1350, just give it an even number. I think it's got a potential to break out. It has not gone through that level just yet, so I want to have that one in my back pocket. Moderna pulled back in, retesting that 135 dip buy. Now it's going to try to head back up toward that top end 138, where if it can't break through, I do want to trim some up in front of that 138 and then continue to try to hold for 144. It's relatively strong, so it might not care what the overall market does, but at some point, if the market gets weak enough, then even the strongest names can get dragged down there. NCLH, which we jumped into the long of on the way back in, got to 1240, could not break any higher. Now it's determined to retest these lows. I got the pre-market breakout at 1210, but it's the $12 level that I'm defending. If it breaks $12 on NCLH, then I'm going to get it. It's at 1215 now, but if it breaks 12, that's where the out's going to be.
All right. Oh, man. All right. Look, I have to admit this, I'm getting a little bit nervous about this Lucid position, so we've gotten some more out here, all for profit, because you're sitting here at 08s and 09s. We're long at 06, so it's fine, but I do have a little bit of a bigger offer at 11, because that's where the 50 period right now is at 14. We've definitely faded out on Lucid. This is probably, if we're going to pick longs in a market that really doesn't know what it wants to do, I don't know if Lucid's going to be the right one. It does not look relatively strong here at all. So this is a name that we're wrong on. I thought that we could break that 1350. It tried it, it stopped, it failed. So now you go from one extreme right back down to the other. It looks like Lucid wants to go. Tesla just broke, is that what you said?
Sorry, Rivian just broke 32.
Rivian, yeah.
I was just talking about 33 on Rivian, and that's breaking 32s now. So, look, it got a 3180 bottom. So, I actually got the break at 32, and then I look back on it, and I'm going to go here because I don't want to get off Tesla for a quick second. But we just broke 32, but this is 3180 in yesterday's trade. So I got to respect the fact that you don't want to punch right into resistance or support, and I kind of just did that. So I'm going to immediately jump out of this for like less than a 10-cent hit, because I don't want to sit there when it's got a low 20 cents lower. That makes a heck of a lot more sense to play that level, as we are getting a bit of a pullback here in Micron, which we are short. We'll see if that one can hold down, as yesterday was strong. Today, on that bounce to the upside, didn't really go very far. Might be able to add to this one. Brendo?
Pfizer just popping up, guys. Nice day for PFE, up 2%. FDA okaying their Omicron variant booster shot. So heads up on Pfizer. There's also this one from yesterday. SCPH just took out that high. Big mover yesterday. Coming back in a little bit through 6.
All right, just a quick update here on Lucid. Thanks, Brendo, for that one. So Lucid's right back down to 13. We took a little bit out of 1 there, but we're ready to get broken out here to that downside. So we'll see if it wants to keep getting some upside pressure here for Lucid. But yeah, the pressure is definitely downside right now. Hoping we can bounce off of it, but I feel like it would have bounced already if that was the case now. So I don't know. What's our average price? 04 half right now. I am waiting here to get something out. It keeps bouncing at 04. I don't know, man. We don't, I mean, I could just get out for flat now, get everything out at 04, but I feel like it's worth a little bit of a shot as it is trying. Yeah, see, like, there's no reason for that to stop there at 04 every time, and it's doing that. The market's really not doing anything, and Lucid can't get back up, right? It's bouncing like 2 cents off that bottom. That doesn't seem like it's, see, like, why didn't it go there? Like, it has no problem going 2, 3, stopping stopping at 4. So I feel like it wants to get to the downside, and I probably should be responsible and get out of this. But again, it's like a 6-cent hit, so it should be okay if we do break. I do think that there is a chance for it to go back up to the upside, but just in sitting here and watching this, it's definitely not clear to me where we're going now on Lucid. We just got some out at 05, so take away some of that pressure, guys.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people talking about Alibaba looking strong, but APDN, I want to get to this one just first because it just touched 250. If you go up to the daily, which I always like to do, pretty obvious $3 level. If it breaks 250, I think it's room basically to 3 where there's going to be some sellers en masse, and we got to respect that. Anytime you look at these small cap runners, always look at these sort of bag holding type levels as to where you want to take profit on some of your longs. Alibaba, a little bit of a different story here. It's not yet breaking out. If you look at the high from yesterday, I kind of respect that 77 a lot. Until you get through that, it's kind of like NEO in 13.5. Until you get through that, I don't know how strong it can end up being there. So watch out for that 77. NEO 1350, kind of a similar story. And then Micron, the one short I have, it's like, shorted this one actually off the lows. So yesterday this was screaming. It's just continuing to hover off the bottoms. If the market retests the bottoms, Micron might be at 52. It just does not seem to want to run with everything else. Like I look over at NVIDIA. I know you were talking about Intel. But I look over at some of these other names that got back up to the pre-market highs and are pulling back. Micron's already there. So if this is going to get to the lows, Micron should be breaking them and $1 lower pretty soon. If it doesn't happen in the next few minutes, if we break 3,600 or break lower, then I'll be a little bit discouraged there. I talked about Tesla 210. It's still at 213. But I don't want to compromise here. I'm waiting for 210. That's the level I want to be on the bid of. So until we see that, I'm going to have to respect it. Guess what just broke? $12. NCLH breaks lower. So that long ends up getting stopped out. New York stock there, they broke that 12. The breakout, okay, and then trying to buy the dip in front of 12 does not hold up. So we'll do that one for NCLH. And Moderna just took out that 135. So even the strongest name out there doesn't hold 135, unfortunately. Oh, I can't hit that one, can I? Yeah, so apparently I can't hit that one. It's just always, whatever. I'll get it off my board. That's my bad. It did that yesterday too, didn't it?
Yeah, that one was stuck yesterday there. Okay, so Lucid is a pretty big dumpster fire. That just broke down. It's the only stock that we are going to be red on here today. Stupid eyelash. For us there, as we are trying to have diamond hands. Thanks for all the nice comments there in the chat. Look, I'm glad a lot of you are learning stuff from the sticky note and from some of the stuff that we're saying here on the show. That's really what's important to us, is that we continue to grow here, as a community and get better as traders. So I feel like we're all getting better every day, and if not, that's fine. You'll keep learning, and that's the one thing about trading is pretty humbling. That is for sure, because you never know, what stock you're going to be on, what sort of momentum you're going to be playing, and what the market's going to have in front of you. So definitely some stuff to look at. Uber went down to yesterday's bottom again, I believe. Anyways, if I saw that correctly, yeah. So remember we said that 2470 level. Well, it comes back in there and hits it, and then bounces. So that's right into here. It's that 2440, but you went down to 50 there before making that move up. What just happened there? Ooh, a nice little out on Intel. So the market's rallying back. Lucid can, but Intel's a nice one. That just made a move. Look at this Intel long. Boom, we got long early in there. Then we really take that bottom and respect that. So all is well now here as we continue to make these moves back upside now. I got to get something long. I mean, I feel like there's not that much here right now for the longs. Tesla's a mover, obviously. We've been talking about that one. Microsoft, maybe. Microsoft's been at 52-week lows pretty much every single day, making new 52-week lows. So Microsoft could be on my board here soon. Brendo?
Heavy volume on this one as well. Pineapple Power again today. Peggy just halted to the upside there. It was holding 6 at the bottom there for support. Big move up for Peggy again today.
Oh, goodness. That was a 520 top yesterday. I should have had that. I remember that. We were trading Peggy off the $5 level yesterday. But I want to note here quickly, wick bottom on Moderna, it doesn't actually break this support. I get triggered out. It looks like it's trying to hold this support level anyways. And when I see that, it's like, well, did that break support? No, it did not, and I'm out of it. So I should be jumping back into the trade. And if it loses another like 50 cents to $1, then I can have to live with that. I just got to respect the fact that when I peel it back, it didn't actually break the support level that I was watching. But I'm kicking myself over Peggy, because, yep, it was a 5:20 break, but it happened at 8 o'clock, so it wasn't on my radar at 8 o'clock. It's not excusable, but it is true. That I was looking for that breakout all afternoon, and then it happens here today. I thought it might have happened at 4 o'clock. Halted up at $7. It is just a volatility halt, so it should be open at about 10. Definitely room to the upside there. When you look at the daily chart, this still has some room to go. If I peel it back for you, it's broken out pretty clean. You can get to $8 potentially, but that's a level you got to watch for.
Yeah, 139.20 or so here for Apple. In case we do fade, I'm still looking at Meta here. I actually put an offer, Meta up here, 128.80. Maybe we get that, maybe we don't. But that's something I'm looking for. Then I was just looking at Apple as we're dancing around, some of these lines right here. I mean, I don't know. Apple's not as strong as I sort of thought it would be here. The market's kind of hovering, and Apple just made a leg down. That's why I was like, whoa, what was up with that? Because felt like that move there. I don't know. They got upgraded by JP Morgan today, talking about, better iPhone sales and this and that. But maybe that's just all, it's not smoke and mirrors, but I don't really know what is up with Apple right now, making that move down. I'm really happy with Intel, that's at day's high, which reminds me, let's go over to AMD. I wrote down here AMD, watch out for that 59 level. But again, the market's not doing anything. So I don't think we scream up to there. That was a level to look out for. I think it can be long if it breaks it, but I still feel like we do the same thing. We short it until it gets up to that level. All right, Meta's working for us. Apple, we probably should have reloaded, and Intel is off to the races. So AMD, nice little level there. Maybe we have that bottom, but look how violent that went. That went all the way breaking through 56 there, 56.50 bottom for AMD today. So there is some downside pressure in this name for sure, but it's a nice little bounce back up here for Apple as we continue to go for this name as well. So, wow, big movement upside for Apple. All right, this is putting us right back to where we need to be net-wise as Apple continues to make a move up, as does Meta right now. So I see you guys in the chat saying, good job on the diamond hands. Thanks for that. There's some more diamond hands. Let's see if it can hold it now back up to the upside. But Apple, I don't know, man. This is the one. We're in the money to 80 cents. We'll see. I might take another piece out at 140 as we just climbed there. But without any further ado, happening now with Brendan.
And a mostly green board to show you once again this morning. Back to the upside we go for all three U.S. markets. The S&P 0.3 right now, the Dow 0.45. Small caps struggling a little bit, 0.4 for the 2,000 there. The Russell 2000, that is. But here we go, 0.5% for the 100, the NASDAQ 100, the composite 0.3. Back in positive territory, as we mentioned, after what happened with that PPI number. A few things from the pre-market, if you were with us. Yeah, Uber, Labor Department, contract rules. We were wondering what was going to happen. I'll show you the chart in a sec here. But interesting move already, still trying to hold. Meta, yeah, Quest goes live, $14.99 for their latest VR headset. And JP Morgan with a nice note on Apple ahead of earnings this morning. Here's Uber, 2.8, still, as I said, trying to hold pre-market levels here back to the upside. Apple, as you were seeing there with Sean as well, same story, trying to hold some key levels, guys. Back to you.
Speaking of, well, I guess it's Uber, not Lyft, but I just got into Lyft for the first time. Remember $12? It actually broke 12 very briefly, got to 12.03, rejected it. Now I'm going to work the short. Obviously in front of the high of the day, which is at 12.04 now. You did break to the upside in Roblox, APDN. I was about to look at Roblox, so I almost hit enter, but APDN broke 250. Right now it looks like a bit of a wick off top, so it is immediately challenging back into the downside. If I think there's room to 3, I want to give it at least this channel, but it looks like this might have been a trap, and we're going to get a graphic. I want a bull trap, bear trap graphic, and we've talked about this. So this one is now reversing through that 240 level. If the break doesn't work, this is the channel I want to play into that 240 level. Like I said, Lyft, I preferred this to Uber because of that $12 level. That's what I want to respect here. It did get barely above it and then come back down, so I'm shorting any kind of a pop into this level. If it breaks out, not a bad long opportunity. If you're looking for the bull case on Lyft, I mean, some have said it's just a proposal for yesterday. Certainly it could not happen, but obviously you want to trade the price action here. It's up that 5%. Until this level goes, I want to be short in front of it as the market is kind of teetering. Like we're going sideways back and forth here after making that impressive rally, but we're nowhere near the pre-market highs after we got that PPI number.
All right, there it is, man. A little reload up there in in Apple, as it fell back down into 75. We just got it out 95. So quick scalp there. I mean, my average price is going to change. We were long at 139.10, but we did take an average price, or we did take a 139.75 fill that you could see right there. Again, just ahead of some of these wick bottoms, right? I mean, I don't like seeing these wick bottoms like that, but again, you know, we're going to try to respect them a little bit, see if that, you know, if that does indicate we are right at the view up, we are right at the 50 period. So let's take a piece out there as I kind of agree. This is pretty choppy right now, dancing around. We did a lot of damage today on Meta. So Meta was a great trade for me. Long there at 127.50, all the way up. That's $2 in the money there for Meta. And now it's going back up to the upside. I'm waiting at 128. And again, thanks for all the comments as well, man. We're dropping down some cash today for this. There's 128.50. Keeps bouncing off that. Maybe we just get a piece out right now. I'm waiting at 128.85, and I'm not trying to do like, oh, this is diamond hands or anything like that. Like, I'm gonna get a piece out right now at 40 if we can. I just feel like there's too much bouncing around right now. The market doesn't really. There we go. We'll take that out again. Hopefully. A good idea. But there it is, out at 128.39. We'll see if it pulls back. I'm looking to reload lower. I mean, that brings me over to Apple, which is still cruising now. But I'm looking to reload down here, like basically where I was. We didn't get this 138.50, which we're waiting for. But now the market, I don't know, like we could break, and then if we break this level, then it is a lot of downside pressure coming through for this market. I'm going to take another piece out there on Apple now that I see that. So I'm just getting a little bit nervous that we could break lower. We've already tested higher just minutes ago. This is all happening in the same minute. These are minute candles. So we're just, I wonder if we break this right now. We tested up there and held. Now we're going to test down here. So that's why we get out of some of the Meta. You just saw that right there. Like, what a good save that was. Like, sometimes, man, dap yourself up. Like, you don't need to wait for the ultimate push on all of these stocks. If you get a little nervous, you can just get out. So there's a little bit of an out there for Meta, and then there's an out for Apple. Meanwhile, Intel, I mean, this should be my biggest trade of the day. It's just we got a lot of these out at 25 flat. So a good trade so far there for INTC. And did we just get filled on something? No. So we're going to watch out for Apple as that's at 139.90 and looking for more trades, guys.
Yeah, and look, I'm still in Micron. It just sits here off these lows. No matter what the market does, now the market's in a bit of a channel, which I can quickly show you over here. If you want to look at the NASDAQ, it is pulling lower. We can't break the highs. We already retested the lows. If you break that previous support, which was 10,850 on the NASDAQ minis, then you want to look for something that's going to hold, and then that's not going to hold and going to break lower. And then one of the biggest gap fills I could find because of the move yesterday was Micron. So we're sitting in that one. Lift I just got into, but I haven't taken anything out just yet. I want this to get back down into that 1060 range, but I should get some on the 70s and the 60s, all the way back into at least that 1050 bottom. If we get an inside type of a day, then maybe you stick in these ranges and you want to play inside the range, which I haven't been doing. If you're watching Peggy, or if you're long Peggy, I should say, congrats. Didn't quite get to $8, got to $7.50. Showing some signs of pulling back, but there's still room to that 8 level on the daily that we're showing you guys. Brendo?
Yeah, oil still downside this morning. A couple of these little energy names popping up. Here's another one, Northern Oil and Gas. Priced an offering in the pre-market here, but been nothing but upside ever since. So big volume spike there for NOG.
Oh, Rivian just broke the low.
Did it? Yeah, okay. So Rivian breaking. Did you short that?
I did, but see, I want to show you guys quickly if we can, because Rivian just broke 31.80, the low of the day. It broke 32s, and I took that trade. But then here is yesterday's bottom after the Bank of England. It's like short right into that 80 level. Now I don't like a breakdown at that type of a price. So I just got out of it essentially flat. I lost a few pennies on it. On the off chance it would bounce higher and retest 33, and then I could short off of this level. So just being a bit picky about it. And then when it does take out the bottom, I'll just take that short. So you ask yourself, well, then why would you short 77 instead of 99? It's how it came in and when it came into that price. If the market was trying to bounce there, always a chance you could retest higher. And then you're just losing for no reason an extra $1. So I wait for it to actually take out the significant low, which it just did here. The gap fill could be into 31 if this market wants to hold red. So picking on Rivian, I thought it could have broken 33. I would have liked the long, but clearly it didn't. So if it doesn't go up, well then, I mean, you know which other way it's going.
Yeah, sideways. No, yeah, probably down.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, so all right. Oh, that's the other thing. I don't know why I didn't put that on the board. I'm pretty sure I did, but we are now reloaded. So we'll just say, let's hope that the bulls come in. So we did revamp a little bit of our animations here. So we're going to get those going again. Like Neil mentioned, there's a few new ideas that we have on board there coming through. All right, so there's Meta again. Meta just fell back into this area. So let's dip by. This is lower than where we bought it the first time. So we are now long. You know what? I'm just going to take it. If I can get a 57 there, I'll take that. Oh, darn it. Went to 57 and stopped. I'm going to put another offer at 80 in case we do get a rip up there. Let's go. We just bought 37s. So there it is, a nice little 20-cent move back up to the upside. And this is why, like look, we got out there. Like sometimes you could just tell. We talked about that when the futures were breaking right there. Like, hey, look, we tested the top. And I'll say, what's up to Beat Fanatic, talking about how we were starting to make lower highs there. But again, we tested that level, didn't break. So then I was like, so then now we're going to test that level, and it did break. So you don't have that crystal ball, but you got to sort of play as if something's about to happen, right? I mean, this market is like teetering all of the time, and it's just one of those things where it's like, be careful. Look what we did on Apple as well. We got in there, and then I thought we could have a chance to rip up, and we did, but we got out again when that happened, and then it broke, and then we got out, and now we're holding a very, very small piece to see what happens. But I'm most excited about Meta because that's where we loaded back up. We have an offer at 80. It just stopped right at 78. So I'm going to cancel that offer. Oops, right there. Now punch out. Hopefully, if I was kept it at 80, we would have got filled. Damn you, Meta, right now. So now we're at 75, I think. Did we just get filled? No, we did not. So hopefully that rips up one more time. If I just didn't cancel my offer there, we could have got that fill. I just didn't want to get overfilled. So that's why I canceled it and tried to punch. But then when I punched, it ran away, which tends to happen. So, okay, come on, let's go. Get back upside. Missed that 80. We should have. That sucks because I would have had. Oh no, well they only went to 79. Okay, so maybe we wouldn't have got it. Let's wait to see what happens now with Meta. Trying to fall back in. We did do the same thing on Intel, man. We're doing we're practicing as we're preaching right now, man. I mean, right there, we got out. It did go up as high as 25. If it goes back up there, we'll get out. But right now, we just took another piece out of Intel. And now, guys, girls, traders, we are very light on all of our positions. So the only one that we're really dug into, and it's not even digging in, it's Meta, because that was the last time we went long. Look at this Lucid. We have one negative trade today, Lucid. I said that it was once it didn't break that 1350, it had to test 13. And when it did that, Neil's talking about Rivian, and he's got that one. We can look at Tesla as well. Before I go to Brendan, I just want to look this up because I know a lot of people are trading Tesla.
Wick bottom Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. Wick bottom early, but right now, yeah, it comes back down, tests that 1212. So let's watch out for that. Come on, Meta. Get back to that. Oh, it just stopped at me again. All right, let's go over to Brendan. There it is. Yes, sir. Meta with that out. Let's go, Brendo.
A bit of a squeezy kind of day. We talked about AMC. We talked about APE. We talked about GME. Here's another one. BBBY. Bed Bath & Beyond just popping up on some volume, trying to get above that last pivot from early on this morning, guys. Bed Bath & Beyond up 1%.
Yeah, it was an interesting move on all of those. I might have missed the boat in terms of it maybe taking some of the reversals because they did reverse pretty quickly. But Tesla retesting some of these lows. I think, look, we're just turning on the market pretty heavily after another test up. We break that 3,600. Tesla 210. I'm holding out saying 210, 210, only 210, and remind myself I only want 210 because it's getting so tempting to just be long this consolidation here, and that's the problem. If you get in too early, then suddenly you're just losing more than you need to. So I got stopped out in the original breakout of APDN, and then it just retook the high and is holding above that 250. So I jumped right back into it on that break. I still think there's room to go to 3. I'll probably be smarter about it and actually scalp some out if it goes to the upside, then hold the second half for the bigger move. Micron's holding 4 down at 53 even. So I think that can continue to run to the downside. I keep checking out NVIDIA. Like, NVIDIA is now retraced from pre-market highs all the way to breaking these lows at 114. So I want to be holding on to Micron for dear life. Lyft as well starting to roll over a bit. I did get some fills out here at 70. I'm going to back off this next bid a little bit, maybe down. As the market tries to accelerate, I want to back off maybe into the 50s for the next bid out. And if it takes out the lows, I think we could see $11. So these are starting to really run into that downside. You had to be patient for these, but one of the things I kept telling myself was, look, man, if the market's going to rally all the way back up like 30 points on the ES and Micron was going to do nothing, it just couldn't go after being so strong yesterday. I'm like, okay, well, we should just sit in that short And as it starts to come down, I got one too many bids there. As it starts to come down, we can then hold on for a bigger gap fill. I think we could see 52 on this, but I have to be really patient with this move overall. APDN, like I said, this time I will scalp some out. So I just took a third on the way to 60s. That way, if it dips and holds at 250, I can try and rinse and repeat and grab that long again and try and work this small cap a little bit more aggressively because it's done 8 million shares. It's going to continue to do some volume. I'll jump back on the bid in front of that 250 to catch some dip buys as well. As the market's coming down, I'll be patient with any big cap longs, which looks like it could be Tesla next at 210.
Yeah, we're, again, let's just, meanwhile, we bought more Meta down there and just taking it out again. So good trading there for Meta. We also did average into Apple right there down there at 139.20. Just to see, man, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This market, I don't think it wants to go sideways anymore. I feel like it still wants to go negative land here. But as long as we keep testing these bottoms and holding, then who am I to say where this market wants to go? So let's just wait to see what happens now. I still like the play here to the long side. So I don't know. Apple trying to make that move back. We've, again, the biggest stock that we've dug into, I think we've done a good job talking about this, is indeed going to be Meta. But we're still looking for more longs. We talked about that Win trade. That failed. Whoops. Win failed off the top as well. That didn't break. We were looking for it to start to go to yesterday's high. That didn't work at all as the market went downside. So Win again today, down another 3 1/3% there off of bad COVID. We could check out, not bad COVID, yeah, in China, that's what it is, Macau. All right, so Alibaba, remember when I looked at this and I was like, wait a second, like Alibaba was going the other way. I thought it was going to go upside today. It did bounce again. So it did bounce off of 74. I mean, that would have been great to have it down there. Obviously, we have Meta and some other names down at that level. But for now, it's a nice little upside move here. I would be actually pretty interested of this thing breaking like near that 77 or possibly day high. But again, here comes the market right back in, trying to make some new lows. And of course, Meta right back to where we just bought it. So let's wait to see what happens, man. We're not out of the woods yet. The shorts could be coming in quite quickly. What's up, Brendo?
One set to report next week, in fact. Netflix, guys, had an interesting move early on this morning. New York Times reporting that they're nearing a deal to build a huge production complex on the Jersey Shore, I should say there. Netflix, so back to basically where we started the day. When that came out, though, nice move up to 222, 223 for Netflix.
Okay, that's definitely the Jersey Shore. Oddly enough, Sean's the one that got me to start watching that show back in the day. And I enjoyed it, so I'm not going to say anything negative about it. It's certainly fun. It's to everyone, each your own cup of tea there. Netflix, I want to get to that in a quick second here, but as the breakout in APDN happens, I have to go over this. Because the reality is you're going to lose on some trades. The cost of doing business. I took a breakout at 250 that immediately just stop hunted and then got me out. However, it was a strong upward trend, and I still like that price. Sometimes you have to grit your teeth, say, no, this is still valid. When it breaks out a second time, well, it's just relieved a lot of pressure. The people that are licking their wounds maybe don't get into it the second time. Just jump back into the trade. You got to be able to do that from time to time. If it still sets up, it still sets up, regardless of what happened to you before. It's so easy to get away from a stock after you've lost on it. Sometimes the only play is to jump back into the same well because it's what's moving. So glad I was able to get into this APDN a second time. Maybe it gets to 3, maybe it doesn't. Meta just broke that support. So now I'm short 127 on Meta. Also the ES just broke 3,600, attempting to break 3,600. With breakdown trades at lows of the day, I don't have an infinite stop on this. I usually give it that 50 shekels, 50 pennies. I like shekels for some reason. I don't know why. But I usually give it that 50 pennies. Certainly you could see 125, but the market would have to cooperate. 3,600 has held at least for now. Tesla nowhere near 210. That's a bit frustrating. I would have thought it would have got to that price by now.
All right, yeah, we took a Meta long there. It dropped back down, so we do get a little hit there. But honestly, it's kind of not a big deal because we did make a lot of money in the first place. But we did give some back, so it did break down lower there. It does make a little bit of a wick bottom. Let's see if it takes down that 126.80 or so level there, which is that wick bottom for Meta. We did buy a little bit back. We could take some out here if it does go back up to the upside. But yeah, that market. And it's funny because we identified that it was going to the south side there, and you could see what's happening now. That is exactly what happened. Once the market broke right there, that was pretty good indicator that we were probably heading southbound there. So, all right, let's go. Maybe Meta does give us that long back up to the upside as we're starting to make that money back, baby. So there we go. We're not going to sit there and let that happen for us. There's a nice little out on Meta, 127.20 there. Yep, 127.19 actually for that. So we take 20 cents back. There we'll put another offer there at 12. We'll take some more pennies out on that one. So let's see if Meta does want to continue to go to that upside. I don't know. We'll see if that's the case or not. But right now, Meta trying to go back up, so that's good. We will try to average into Apple, but that has to come a lot lower, and we have to look for some shorts. So let's get on that. Starting to look for some of those shorts now as we're looking for names that are either at resistance or at support and looking to break. So, you can use trade ideas scanners, things like that for that. So we're going to continue to look for these trades. Apple right now kind of in no man's land, needs to come back down here to 138.60 before we do anything.
Yeah, definitely. And so I'm in that meta. We'll see what happens if it holds a low. The long was definitely good before. Oh, come on, chart. There we go. I wanted to get back over to lift because it just bounced shy of my bid. I actually had pulled back. I was bidding 1161, and pulled it back to 1150. It then bounces right off of my level at the same time as we just saw the ES hold that 3600. So if that's going to happen, then I want to take another leg out of this lift. I got to think about getting paid on some of these. So that downside, Micron as well, holding the bottom end of the channel. I got one fill when it finally took 53s, but did not get any other fills downside. It's still relatively weak, but not really seeing that fall through that we're expecting. Still holding on to these shorts as I do believe, like if we break the bottoms, I think there's plenty of potential to break to the downside. But when you look at these trades, like we got Micron, we just got Meta in. This one heading right back to the 1270, 127.50 area. I think there's plenty of room if it could have gone to the downside. I like those breakdowns. Sometimes, like APDN, the breakout didn't work. This breakdown might not work on Meta either. And speaking of APDN, it's at 1275, 1250 break. 75 takes them out. I think it can get to that $3 level. It's halfway there on that breakout trade, but I did have to suffer the loss before we were able to get that. And of course, literally as I just got out, wick 75 right back into 65. So yeah, clearly you're going to get some profit takers when it gets to an obvious price level like that 75 marker.
All right, guys, we're out of half right now, so we'll hit that siren there for the Meta long at 127. Wish we never got out of it, of course, but, you got to stay true to what you've been doing. And if key levels are going to break, then, yeah, you do got to get out of them. So I did get out, saw that it wasn't going any further, and went back in. So we'll watch out on that. I don't think the story's over there yet, but, yeah, the market definitely is at those bottoms. So try to be patient with Meta there. Who knows where it's going. 25.11 right there for Intel. We're already out of that. The name that's weak right now, Microsoft. Again, we've identified that. Bad wick again on that one. Okay, we identified Microsoft weakness, but we didn't take advantage of it up there at 27. So I don't think we missed the boat on it, but it did make that bounce right into some of that support level again. So I don't know, man. If you don't have any of these bounce plays on right now, it might be a little too late. Like, you need to short up now. I don't think the longs, the market just tried to go to the 50 period and stopped right there. So, not a great sign that we didn't go through that 50 period. The market's still waiting for tomorrow's CPI. If I take sort of the same, I'm going to get another piece out on Meta. If I take the same sort of idea as yesterday and say who wants to hold longs into tomorrow, yeah, that might, give me, more sort of faith in going short, because we did that yesterday and it really paid off. You saw those big winners at the end of the day. I don't know if it's going to tank the rest of the day here today. There it is, another piece out for 25 cents on Meta. Now let's just hold the rest. We have that 126.80 bottom that we're looking at there for Meta as well. So if that breaks, we'll get out. But other than that, we've got Brendo.
And a busy morning in small cap land. Let's talk about a few here. There's this Hempaco that everyone's been looking at. HPCO, not really doing a heck of a lot. I tried the long initially, trying to hold this early market support level. Still up 55%. That gets faded immediately once the market gets open. But not wrong on the short, I don't think, until 380 at the top end. But just grinding into a range there for HPCO. I was watching this laser or something or other from yesterday. Big mover back to 320 yesterday on the daily chart, a good level. 280 though was support in the afternoon. We're right here right now. Let's see what happens for LASE, up 3% now on decent volume. And Lucid, I took the break of that high from yesterday initially on the long side up to 1350. But wow, what a reversal back to lows now for Lucid, guys.
Now you got, what's that song? Right here, right now? I don't know. He said right here, right now. And I'm like, there's a commercial that's coming to my mind, and it's now going to bother me for literally the rest of the day. Maybe you got to put that the Prad beat in my head, or I'll have that going in my over and over. Once you have something in your head, you can't get it out. And I know the commercial. I'll think of it in a second. Rivian, I've been sort of ignoring this one. It's still breaking and holding beneath that 32 originally. I grabbed the 3180 when it took out yesterday's low. It retested 32. Now you're headed back to the bottoms. I've only taken one leg out in front of 60s. I got a 50 bid and then out in front of the quarters as well. Just to give you, that's the other short that we're sitting in because it's Lyft, Meta, Micron, and Rivian into the south side. Like patience is paying off. I don't think it's an Adidas. It's like it's a car commercial, I thought. I don't know. It'll come to me, but patience is paying off on Tesla because Old Neil might have been long here at 212, and now you're breaking this 212 level to the downside. 210 is coming down, and we're going to get it pretty close. I think we're going to see this 210. I will be long in front of it for a bounce play, and then if the level breaks, you know what it looks like when you take a breakdown as well. But I will be on this bid in front of 210 on Tesla when it comes.
All right, so a good little reload there, and Apple again on the downside. So I'm going to try to get something out around 10 if we can. Like any of these pops, man. We're waiting for. Again, it's not a big. I don't have enough confidence right now to put on like a real big position on these longs, man. We got to go down to the other side, right? So if that can come down, we'll see what happens now for Apple. Right now, we're waiting at 139.10 to see what happens. 139.10. If we can get that fill, we'll do it. We're long at 19. We're just trying to make some of this back here on Apple as the market starts to go back upside. We did take another piece out at 127.13. There it is, a nice little trade for Apple. All right, let's go, man. This is what we're talking about. Now we can drop some money down here for AAPL as that looks like it wants to go again. So, all right, good out there for Apple. Now we're starting to really, I don't know if we're starting to go or not, but it's a nice move back upside there for Meta, giving us some of that cash back. So far, so good there. Intel continues to run to that high side there. Yeah, people saying Pepsi, Ford, and then you see what Fahad said there. So we'll see there. Fatboy Slim song? I don't know. Maybe that is what that is.
I feel like it's Ford because I was thinking a car commercial. To be honest,
so that would make sense then. All right, Peloton down 7%. DraftKings again down 6% for DraftKings off of that Disney deal or no deal there for Disney. You see that big move downside yesterday and again continuing today. This name, if you guys have watched the show for more than a week, you'll know that I've been talking about shorting DraftKings for a while and then thinking about buying it back up when we got back down to that 11. So we're getting pretty close to that level right now. If there is anybody looking to take advantage of DraftKings price action today, not great there on that name. I still feel like you can wait for that 11.50 or so to come through. And then when it does, you may be rewarded on that play. Amazon, I want to get into some new names here. People I saw in the chat talking about Google as well as we look for the big cap names here again. Apple, yes. Yeah. Let's effing go. Apple and Meta, man. We stuck with the longs now, and now they're really starting to blow back up to the upside. So let's just take advantage of this. A nice fade up there, and I say it a fade up because that's what I think we're doing. I just think we're sort of like fading ourselves back up to the upside there for Apple. I don't know if it's like going to be a prolonged move, but that's what we're doing every single day here. We're trying to throw this stuff around and trying to find the best opportunities for you. And there it is right there for me anyways on Apple to that long side. Meanwhile, we talked a little bit about what's happening right now with Meta, as that is right back up to the upside. So let's take a piece out now for Meta. Yes, right down there at 68 as the market rips up. We took a hit on Meta, and then we just made 70 cents back to that upside. So let's see what happens right now. We're really happy with the way things are rocking and rolling. Now it's a 50-cent winner for Apple. Let's take another piece out because we got to stick to our goals, our rules, right? We're back up here to the 50, to the VWAP. So yeah, so far so good here. As we catch some bottoms there, I feel like it's going to be temporary, but let's just enjoy the ride up for now and take an offer of Apple at 46. There we go, 43, 44, 45, 46. Hopefully we get that, and then we'll see about these longs starting to cash out. I don't really know why I wait for an extra 5 cents, just get out now, but let's see if Apple just gives that one extra push upside. Now, there it is, yes sir, one more time. Diamond hands coming in the building as well, so that's going to be a pretty good trade here. As Meta now $1 in the money, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped trying to catch the falling sword on Meta, but it does hold the 127, so I take the hit when it gets above 127.50. I'll show you here. Once it got back above that channel, I get out of the breakdown trade. I don't have any longs right now. I mean, the market looked like it was about to trend to the downside. So I did take some more out of Rivian because it bounced, did a wick bottom, held that 31.6. So I got back on that bid there. I'm still in this one to the short side. Micron's still working. Lyft is still working, as you are still seeing a bit of a downward trend. As I said, the one long that I've got, APDN, is now leveling off in a bit of a bull flag, if you want to call it that. So it has a chance to take out that high again and maybe get back into that $3 churn that it's been trying to do, Brendo.
Just be aware, guys, there are a few people making some comments right now. One's Fed's Kashkari talking right now about housing and the overall market, so just be aware of that. There's also the UK finance minister talking directly about what happened yesterday from the Bank of England. So we've seen how headline sensitive the market's been over the past couple of days.
Yeah, and don't forget, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just talking about the same positions. I just took $1.20 there on Meta. Let's see if it goes higher.
I know Alibaba in that dip. Remember, this is well off of its lows. It bounced off VWAP. It's still churning for this potential breakout that you could see have happened. So if I want to go into something, I want something relatively strong, and Baba's been relatively strong the entire morning. If you come over to NEO, I liked NEO previously. I had said if it could get through that 1350, it had breakout potential. Since then, this is what happened to NIO. So self-explanatory, Alibaba held VWAP, NEO literally crapped all over itself. So the breakout long on NEO is obviously not happening at that 1350. BABA would still be in play for that potential break if we're able to get it. A couple of other movers out here. Brennan, you mentioned that AGFY. There we go. Hit it twice because he hit enter too fast, and it's a NASDAQ stock, not New York. I always like his even price areas. So on a penny stock, 50 cents, 75 cents, $1. It just broke out from 50 to said 75, and then potential to get to that buck. So if you're watching this one, 75, if it can break, I think there's room to $1. Clearly, when you get to that 75, you're going to find resistance on a penny stock, and it is now dipping back in. But any kind of a bid held above 75, and it's going to have some room into that upside. Rivian, $32, that's my reload spot. I'm still sitting in the short in this, shorting the pops. If we get back above that 32, I'll give it up. But until we break the trend, I want to stick with the short side of the trade here for Rivian, Micron, and Lyft.
All right, Lucas. Bang, you're right, it fixed it. Good job there, Lucas, with the bang fix there. All right, so we're hitting it for Apple anyways. Apple right there, look where that goes. All the way to the 200 period. Look at this long. So we took this long at 10.22, right? That was long at 138.90. Then we just got out at 139.80, so about 90 cents in about 5 minutes, straight up to the upside there. So yeah, market goes boom, and so does Apple. So nice little move to that upside. And of course, we did capture pretty much that whole meta move. Unfortunately, we did take a piece out at the 50 period, and then we got it out at the very top of 128.17 there. So that seems like it's going to be a good fill for me coming back in there for Meta. So we'll wait to see what that does. I said I'd look at some Google again, so let's have a quick look at that. I know I want to short Microsoft at that 226.50. So Google is another one of those things to watch out for here. Yeah, okay, Google. Yeah, Google needs some. Oh man, Google's actually pretty strong today, up 1%. That's kind of a surprise. Google up that 1% and bouncing off that 200 period. So missed opportunity. Wish I would have looked at this. And I got to give a shout out to everybody in the chat because you guys were talking about that. OPEC right now, yeah, spinning its magic. Oil down 2.5 now, back down to 87. This guy was just at 93 yesterday or 2 days ago. So oil down, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess 3% off when it's this kind of prices. Yeah, you're going to get down that $3. So yeah, that makes sense. $93 yesterday. OPEC really starting to hit that market, guys. Google as well. I really like that one for relative strength. Let's look for some dip buys there. But over to the big desk with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, let's go to crypto land. Surprisingly quiet once again today as we've seen some volatility once again back in equity markets with the PPI today. Remember FOMC this afternoon, and then we get the minutes, not the actual interest rate announcement, but the minutes coming this afternoon. Then we get CPI tomorrow. But volume, maybe some signs of crypto land trying to pick up again. Volume here over the past couple of hours on a few exchanges, higher than it's been for a week or so. So people may be starting to test this bottom that's formed on a daily chart for Bitcoin. We're still grinding along the bottom here around 18,500, 19,000 that it's been sitting on over the past few weeks, but well below 20,000 anyways. Once again today for Bitcoin, we are higher on the day, but only just 0.5%, 19,099 once again. 12,096. We broke 1,300 once again late in the day yesterday for ETH, trying to bounce back up to it at this point, but failing. So far, Cardano negative. We have Solana negative, Doge negative as well, and Polkadot, guys, back to the downside.
Yeah, a couple of things heading to the downside as well. I just saw someone in the chat saying Rumble is down, but I didn't see any volume. So someone also saying not a lot of volume in it. I did miss out on AMC $6. I know I talked about that yesterday. It wasn't a ton of volume. I might have missed an opportunity. I think on GameStop was probably a better chance for that short. I've reloaded Rivian, as I said, but Lyft is starting to bounce back the upside. I haven't gotten any more just yet. As a matter of fact, I'm going to cancel the offer on it because as the market tries to come back up here, if you retest that high, it's easier to get in on the way back down as opposed to trying to fight this on the way upside. So if we do get another failure off of $12, we're able to maybe get the two legs out there, 70s and 60s. So we timed it pretty well there. But on the way back up, I want to be patient in shorting that curl. Always the chance that you could break out. I prefer stronger names like an Alibaba. But remember, for the longs, Lyft is up 5% here. So yes, got beaten up yesterday off of the news, but it's still a chance that it could make a breakout because it's up that 5%. That jailbreak needs to be at that high. It's at $12.04, the current high, so it's not exactly $12. Just a bit of a correction there for you guys. If you're looking at that high where my stop is going to be, it's actually at that 04.05 instead of 12 even. Micron trying to climb back into the upside, and just like I said about Lyft, patience with trying to reload this. We're shorting it this channel, 53 to 53.40. So as I'm waiting for it to come back up, the market wants to test higher. I'd rather short it off the top end of the channel instead of the bottom end on the way back into the upside. So got to be patient with both of those plays. APDN, I did just get a reload in front of 250. If it wants to try to hold this level, it's going to have to do so right now. Sometimes you see at lunchtime or in the middle of the day, these pullbacks can then hold support. First support's going to be, for me, that 50 level. And if that breaks, it still has a chance to hold that 240 where I got stopped out earlier. So a couple of areas that you could still have a bit of a long on that APDN as it tries to come back in with the rest of this market. Still believe the shorts can work. That's why I'm still in them. Tesla, however, maybe I was too patient. If that's such a thing, I was waiting for 210. It got to 211.5. I still see a downward trend, so I'm not really compromising on where I want to get that long. Feels like a downward trend to me, so I'm going to get it at some point here today if we continue this move to the downside.
I'm still, well, I guess Moderna, 133 right now. All right, so another good out really for Apple. I mean, it just went back to 140 again. Our best was a blowout top there of 140.25 for Apple. But again, like we'll just take that dollar clean, actually $1.05 right there to get out of Apple with a nice little upside move. So really happy with the way that this is sort of panning out for us here on AAPL, making new highs. It looks like. Well, I don't know if it's going to now, but did try that. We got out at 140, so now we can look. Again, I still think we need to look at Microsoft here for relative weakness. Missed the opportunity. It's hard for me, to be honest with you guys, to go short when I have Meta long in the money $1, Intel in the money at day's high, Apple in the money $1, and then to say, you know what, I want to flip short on Microsoft. So, sometimes I just got to get sort of the headspace into doing that. But again, just sort of have confidence in the fact that I've been playing relative strength and weakness, and Microsoft today just like every day, it seems like over the last little while there. Really sick, man. 52-week lows the last couple days has really gotten killed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now you have 6 red days in a row for Microsoft. We were just at 250. You guys can see right here. That's 250. And now you're down to 2.25. So yeah, definitely, you know, giving everybody the trade to the short side, telling you that it wants to be weak. And then today, now you're even red into obviously a green market. So, you know, this is going to be one that's pretty down in the dumps today, Microsoft again. So you got to watch that. And then you look to the other side if you're going to play strength versus weakness. And then you look at a name like Google that's up today, up 1% against a falling market. So, you know, we want to try to get long down here and then short up there on Microsoft. So I feel like we're doing a pretty good job looking at those names, but we haven't really looked at too many. I mean, you guys, I know you looked at APDN, that's one of those runners.
It just got back to the high again.
Did it? Okay, good. So watch out for APDN there. And also, guys, hit the like button, man. This is another big show and another big day. Please hit the like button. This is completely free. We're going over names, thinking about what names you guys want to talk about as well. MMTLP, yeah, that's a Pink Sheet's name.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's a Pink Sheet. Because it's on the social sentiment board every single day, and I always don't remember what it does. I don't know much about the company, but every single day on the OTC, that's on that social sentiment. APDN, there's a dip buy at 250. It goes right up to that 75, where again you get a consolidation, then a break. I'm in the break again, so it's kind of like buy dip, buy break, and then rinse and repeat till we get to $3. So I got 77s long on this breakout. I don't know that I want to give it all the way back in. I'm not giving it all the way back into VWAP. That's just reckless here. So we'll have a tighter. I had too wide of a dip on the last break, giving it all the way to 40s, because then it ended up holding that channel and up making the bottom. So if I had a tighter stop, maybe I'm more inclined to get back in on that bid the last time through. So I'm going to go with a tighter stop in here at about probably in that 65 range, so relatively speaking. But I still think $3 is a big level and resistance here. If we get to 3, I kind of want to be out of this thing altogether. I did get the reload and lift, so I want to go over to that. So from from that long into what I've been sort of holding on to, which is shorts, I did not get the reload and lift. I'm like, oh, I thought I got the reload and lift. No, I did not. I was sitting there at 85s. I guess we didn't get the print. It's headed back down into these lows. Rivian continues to hold that 32 level. I got a fill at 70s after the reload in front of 32. So we'll continue timber action on Rivian. But the longer it holds 3160, this channel's a good one to the downside, but you need to break the low at some point. If you hold the low long enough, eventually you can get a break to the upside, and you're sort of caught at that bottom. Thankfufully, I have a pretty solid price here, but if we get through 32, I got to give it up on Rivian. And thank you very much. Thank you for the super chat there. Pico del Gallo.
Pico de Gallo?
Pico de Gallo? Is that Pico de Gallo?
It's supposed to be Pico de Gallo, but Pico de Gallo, I guess. What's
Gallo.
up?
Is that how you pronounce it? But Vitaly Buterin will buy GenBlock there. So thank you for the super chat. It's the first I've heard of it, but
that's a pretty bold statement. Will buy.
Will buy. Might.
Well, we don't trade on inside information.
So. No, again, I don't. Whatever.
That we're just playing around. I have no idea.
Trust me, bro. Was that what you're telling me?
Trust me, bro. The bottom was in last week.
The last time somebody told me, trust me, bro, I'm supposed to take their word for something.
Where's that kid?
Didn't necessarily work out. So.
Okay, yeah, trust me.
But thanks for the super chat. Yeah. We don't even ask you guys for anything. We ask you to hit the like, hit the subscribe. That's what it's all about here. It's not about those dollars. If you want to give it to us, fine, fair enough. But all we ask for is you guys hit the like.
All right, let's check out AMC here. I mean, there's some talk there about a few other trades here on AMC. We have AMC in APE, remember. Wow, okay. Yeah. So let me guess, AMC was being pumped by somebody, and then they probably sold it right there, and now everyone's holding the bag. AMC, a nice little move to the downside right now. Let's just wait to see. Woo, yeah, new lows coming in for AMC as we took that $6 mark. We talked about that yesterday. Ooh, it's Mr. Sharif. Thank you so much for that. Chai tea just came into the building. Man, that always changes the atmosphere because the smell then just gets lit up around here for that chai tea. Stock starting to fall down again. Meta coming back in. Ooh, we missed that. I don't even have any bids down here. Maybe we'll bid again near that 127. But again, good outs, good outs. Like I've been saying this the whole time. We're light on absolutely everything right now. Just trying to hold some of these so we can watch it go back and forth. But so far, so good here. Thanks for the chai tea. And over to Brendan for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, about as mixed as you're going to see this board ever. I mean, we are exactly flat on the S&P 500 right now at 0.01. A few things of note, though. Moderna obviously jumping off the page to the upside this morning. The White House with some COVID talk late in the day yesterday, sending these things higher today. They also got the approval for the booster, both Pfizer and Moderna. There's Pfizer. Moderna leads, though, up about 10% on the day. To the downside, tech shares are leading right now, specifically the software names, semiconductors, all basically in negative territory or flat on the day. Industrial is showing a little bit of weakness as well. Capital goods names versus some of the transportation names, including airlines that are higher on the session. But industrials back in negative territory again. Back and forth we go. Consumer discretionaries are higher. Material stocks lower. Energy lower. Food names specifically, but consumer staples to the upside on that Pepsi report. Nice day for Pepsi, up almost 4%, guys. Back to you.
I feel like we forgot about Pepsi. But it's not always a stock that you can be trading as a day trade, let's be honest. It's not always that kind of a stock, but maybe there was a missed opportunity. Some concern with APDN here because it finally continued the breakout, got up to 285, then put a wick top back below 280. So I'm always concerned about these wick tops when you see them in small caps. It can kind of lead to one of those capitulations into VWAP. A lot of times I'll be shorting those. I thought $3 would be the level that it did that. For now, the churn to the upside is still working, but at least a little bit of concern there. And I don't want to bring up Pepsi and then not talk about it. And for whatever reason, Pepsi's on the NASDAQ, despite the fact that I would think it's on the New York. It never gave me the dip. I was looking for a dip buy all the way on Pepsi, thinking that it's got overhead resistance. It's probably going to fall if the market comes in and then maybe challenge to the upside. But your 200 period just got broken. 170 on the daily sticks out like an absolute sore thumb. So as it gets into this level and the market's heading downside, it's hard not to want to find a short for me in Pepsi. I love the stock. Don't get me wrong. I own the stock. It's just resistance at 170. The market's breaking back below 3,600. The ES just went red. The NASDAQ's challenging the lows. Yeah, it's going to be, I'm going to have a 170 short on Pepsi. If there was a long that had set up earlier, I would have had it. It just didn't, so I didn't get that. The next trade I see is shorting this 170. And maybe I shouldn't have had it brought to my attention here because I've been trying to short stocks that are relatively weak and not ones that are strong. And Pepsi's one of the strongest in the bunch. But I see this 170, and I just got to take a shot at it here. Risk to reward sets up. And that was the level I was looking for to that upside.
Oh, man. Yeah, so we did sort of put our money where our mouth is again here on Google. I said I wanted something that was relatively strong, but unfortunately, Google right now, we're out of the money a dime now as we're long at 97.82 here on Google. Just letting everything else fall down, man. Like I said, Meta, all that kind of stuff, it's going to be a nothing until we get a hell of a lot lower on these names because the market did try to get going again and then failed. So I'm not going to sit here and keep averaging into these weak names like a Meta, like an Apple. We did go into Google here. We will get out. I mean, it's about to break 65. We don't need to be in this one. We don't even need to be in any of these names. So there it is. We will take it out there on Google. So that's basically our first loss. I mean, we did lose on Lucid earlier, but since we've been buying some of these bottoms, Google is the first L right there for that one. So did not bounce, right? I mean, the futures are now trying to make new lows. So naturally, a lot of these names are going to follow suit and continue. There we go. Continue to make bottoms there. We had a little piece left and got out at 60 there. So yeah, this starting to break down. Pretty clear now that this market wants to do that. Meta back to flat, back to 127. But like I said, I don't think that these are names that we necessarily want to buy at these levels right now. If you think the market's going to bounce back again, then fine. We're right here, right now. That could be a case. But I really feel like fading tops. So anytime the market rallies now, we got to go into fade mode. We've given back some of what we've made today, but at the same time, I mean, I feel like we were fine testing some of those bottoms, testing some of those tops. We just should have gone short. We should have shorted Microsoft. Here comes Meta right now. 126.80 coming through right now on Meta. So look out below. The futures are now taking out day's low. 126.80 coming in for Meta, and there really is no bottom after that. So this is the new, I think this is the new low. So yesterday we were at 127. Today you're breaking through that 126. 126. So watch out for that 126 level here on Meta. Damage done in the market. Was that a pullback, or is that just a continuation move back down? I'm going to say watch out for the shorts here. Look for some shorts because this move doesn't feel like it's over.
No, it doesn't feel like it's over at all. I've been sort of waiting for this to start rolling over more. But I always look back to what I did miss, and that $6 level on AMC, man, it was good. I didn't have it. Now you're headed towards $5. I said if we saw $5 on AMC, I'd probably be on that bid. As a day trader, I can't see any way around it. It's way too obvious not to take a shot on that one. I'm still holding on to Micron. I want to give this room. The NASDAQ hasn't taken out the low. Micron is right back into that 53 area for a potential rollover again. If the market takes bottoms, this has been holding trend at least the entire morning. I did just get into Pepsi. There is a risk to shorting a strong name, right? And it is a strong name. If it breaks 170, I'll take the L on this. That's the resistance level I've been waiting for. It gets there. I got to take the trade. APDN. I was kind of concerned that you had a wick top. I tightened up the stop. I'm going to be out of it until we dip back into VWAP. If it holds VWAP, I can just wait for it to drop 15 to 20 pennies into the support and then try going into the long one more time. But if it breaks that and we're below VWAP, I'd give up the long on APDN. Looks like it got to $2.85 and not $3. Unfortunately, it was a $3 that I was looking for. Lyft still working in the money. Tesla, for whatever reason, doesn't want to go anywhere near that 210 and is holding a higher low. So at least for now, Tesla looks a little bit more bullish than it did before. I was waiting in front of 210. I'll actually cancel that bid. If it gets down there, I can always set an alert below 211. It looks like that one might not be coming in. And here comes 32 on Rivian as well. So Rivian gets above that 32. My stop is actually at 32, but I'm crossed up to 22. That's why you see this line up there. It's an aggressive order. I'm going to be out of Rivian, give up the ghost at that 32. We have been scalping it into these bottoms at 31.60, but it has been unable to break 31.60. So you can take some profit, but at some point if it breaks, you got to be able to get out. And my out's here at 32.
Yeah, Lucid, I was just looking at Lucid again, kind of for that same reason. You mentioned Rivian there. Lucid did make that bottom maybe at 12.50, so we got to watch out for that play. Now maybe back up to the upside. This was the loser trade for the day for me, really off the top. We did lose on Google, but this not as much. This was bigger because we thought 13 could hold. But the good thing about this loss was we really averaged in at 13.06. So what could have been an absolute nightmare of a play actually turns out to be fine because we really limited our risk profile there on Lucid. I know I said that we didn't want to go long Meta, but I did go long on Meta there once it took that 127 again. So there's the take long. We just punched it long, and it went up 30 cents. So I don't feel bad about. Meta's. Oh man, damn you. We're waiting in the 40s. I just said damn you because I meant to say Google, but it was Meta. Google all the way back to where we would have been able to make money if we had just held it. So we didn't hold it. Cry over spilled milk. But there goes Google right back up, and look where it bounced off of. 50 exactly there for Google. Wish I would have seen that play and known that it was going to bounce there, but we didn't. We gave it to that bottom, 66, 67 there. It broke. We saved ourselves 15 cents. If that move continues down, then we're done, right? So nice out for us. We save a little bit of capital, but it's not looking good as right now Google bouncing back up. Brendo?
A little one, a few people mentioning this one. Foxo Technologies, distribution deal. This is an AI-focused software company in California. So heads up, big mover on the NYSE Arca exchange, guys, Foxo.
That's what got me. It's a .am for us on the exchange. I did get out. 170 broke on Pepsi. So I'm not gonna hit the wrong wall. I hit the flush down toilet because if I hit the face slap, it's gonna do that thing again. But Foxo on the churn here, and if you get to $2, the daily chart's kind of ridiculous. But if you get to that $2 level, it gets pretty spicy at that particular price. I did scalp a bit of a long on the break at Pepsi. If you can't beat them, join them at that 170 mark. That's your resistance here on the daily. Through there, the 50 period, the 200 period's already broken on the daily chart. Daily chart here, guys. So the 200 period's already broken. 170 resistance just got taken out. There's still room to run now up to that 50 period. So now that you're through this, I'll give it a bit of a tight stop as a break at the high of the day, but you can get to a 172, but it's got to be a relatively tight stop. I'll give it that half penny into that upside. Rivian also broke. So there's Rivian breaking that 32 channel. Like I said, it could not get past 31.60. Now it looks to try to get through VWAP here. As 33 was the big level in the morning, it just never really, there was no break of 33 to be had, unfortunately for me and Rivian. As we go to Brendan, it's 10:50 already. Money talks.
We saw wild moves late in the day yesterday, guys, for a lot of currencies. Here's a look at what's happening today. Pretty quiet even with the PPI number that we got this morning. Again, the U.S. dollar back in positive territory following that. Remember, tomorrow we get CPI, but before that we get FOMC this afternoon. The minutes from last month's meeting will definitely be a mover when it comes to this as well. This is an hourly chart of the pound. If you remember, we had a huge move down late in the day yesterday on those comments from the Bank of England, who came out and said they're going to end their bond buying on Friday this week, which was very unexpected. So a lot of these were back to the downside in late in the day. I want to mention Canadian dollar having a nice day so far. It's off the highs, was up about 0.25%, but 72.5 coming back into play. There's the pound up 0.8, 110 and change, guys, for the British pound.
What was the CAD there? 1.3.
72.5.
72.5.
Oh, 72.5. Okay, the other way. Yeah, 72.5. Wow. Okay. Yeah, still a lot of dollar strength happening, obviously there as we see. So, all right, man. I mean, thank you guys. I mean, what a great show it's been again today. Thank you for all the likes. I have no idea where we're at. I'm always going to think we're not at enough. 1.8K. We should be at 2,000. Over 7,100 people watching us today. We did talk about those bank stocks today, and again, ahead of earnings, something to definitely watch out for.
Spicy.
JP Morgan, nicely done today, up 1.7%. So I really like the way that sort of stock is looking right now. JP Morgan off the bottom of $100, 101 today to that downside, looking pretty good. We're going to end the show with a couple longs on Apple, Intel, Meta. And again, just trying to respect those bottoms. That's 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Like if you pick those bottoms every time, then you're done for the day. Don't try to get too cute. You're trying to break above the 50 period. I do have higher targets on these plays. We're long Meta 127. It's 30 cents in the money, but I do have an offer up here in the 70s. I mean, I just want to see, can we get back to VWAP on some of these names? So that's what I'm looking for. We have Apple 60 cents in the money off of that long. Ooh, I didn't even notice it came back there. Damn. Apple came back. We loaded Meta, but we should have got Apple as well. So there goes Apple right back up here. We'll see if Apple can take it out. Apple's actually pretty strong, taking VWAP right now. So definitely like that name. Look at this, up 33 versus the market flat. So Apple strong today. Remember that. Don't forget it. If you are looking for some dip buys, might be Apple today, might be the one. And then Google is battling here. I still like that long against 97.50. Wouldn't mind taking it if it does come back a little bit. And then Amazon, the one that we hadn't traded today. This is kind of why, not much there. We would have liked to see it get to the 200 period to short. But again, Amazon today, relatively weak. So there are a couple names that I like on the weak side, Microsoft and Amazon. And then Meta, Intel, and Apple, the ones I'm holding, I all like for the longs.
Yeah, and once Rivian broke that 32, I'm on the long side of it till it gets to either 33 or reclaims the bottom. But let's go back. Roblox is one that might have got missed this morning. I traded it yesterday off the 35 level. Well, first it was 33.50 on the daily. Once that was taken out, I waited for 35. Did not get back into it. The Bank of England comes in there and crapped everything. This was looking strong until that happened. That's why I wasn't really looking for that as a rollover short. But that same 35, look what's happened here. Dip. Break 35, hold 35, testing higher. So am I going to like a 35 dip in Roblox? Answer yes. Do I like the breakout here at 36? Answer yes. So as long as we hold the lows, Roblox, relative strength, want to be in relative strength. I flipped into the long on Pepsi, but Roblox looks like it's going to be one at that 36 level. 35 for a dip if we even get there. You never really know what can happen. Lyft is again churning back into the upside, back close to that $12 level. I did miss the reload on this little wick here on my 15-minute. It comes right back down to 1160. Had I reloaded, I would have definitely covered some at 1160. I'll keep shorting in front of 12 until it breaks that 1204 high of the day that you see there. And it's a similar thing with Micron. That short hasn't really hit enter twice. That short hasn't tested back up to give me any fills on the top end of the channel. It's been relatively weak after leading the entire sector yesterday. It's been relatively weak all morning long. Every single bounce, it doesn't really go anywhere. That's why I'm just sitting in the short in Micron until he has to give up the ghost. At some point, you're going to see something happen here. Either it stops me out, retests the highs, or we're going to get a capitulation. But it probably needs the market to go with it. Tesla, I decided to wait for 210, so I'm still waiting for 210. Not much else to say about Tesla, but I'm going to be patient with it. If I see 210, I'm going to take that trade. As we get some more earnings ahead of the banks on Friday, we do have a couple of interesting names on that board. A tasty one before the open tomorrow.
Let's go.
Yeah, we're slowly getting back into the swing of things, guys. This will be for tomorrow, obviously, aftermarket tonight and tomorrow morning. Remember, Friday we get a whole bunch of banks, but this is to come tomorrow.
I obviously meant Domino's.
Yeah, Domino's before the open. Yeah, I don't think anything else is too tasty on there. Yeah, BlackRock. We had a little bit of talk about that as well yesterday from the guys there. I think it was, who was it that talked about BlackRock? It was Kramer or something, I think, yesterday. Was Blackstone. BlackRock, yeah. So we'll watch out for BlackRock tomorrow morning. That should be an interesting name there. So yeah, all is well, man, on the earnings front. Still waiting for those big banks to come through. I think that's sort of the next shoe to drop. And that's going to lead the way, I feel like, for what we're doing here. Hurricanes. Okay, nothing about that. No, nothing. It's not Air Force One, something about that, a plane. Nothing. I just didn't know if there was something there more about Russia, but no. So yeah, again, I'm trying to find my way into Microsoft. It did just touch again the 50 period. I feel like we can try to respect that now as a weaker name today, down 0.25%. Another name flying around, we talked a little bit about Moderna earlier, as that name's been flying around today, now back down off of that 141. Like, this is now down $10 from the high. So if you do like that name, watch out for possible bottoms there at 131 flat. Looks like it made that bottom, possibly a bottom there for Moderna. So if you like that, I can't blame you. It's still up that 9%, looking to retrace and then break higher. So normally when that happens, you're looking for something like this, man, a retracement of that 50 period. So like to see that get taken out. That's 132.50. So a little bit more to go from there. And Meta, just so you guys know, I'm sitting here. I thought I was at 45. What am I at? I am at 45. So it touched 45 and bounced back down. So we do miss that Meta fill, but I am waiting there at the 50 period. Literally just touched us and dropped. So hopefully Meta can respect that 127.45. And that's a wrap for me, man. A lot of same names today, but really profitable for us. Big starts to the day and then kind of a fade the rest of the day. Not much happening. Someone said in the chat, like, this is a pretty bad market to trade. And honestly, I can't disagree. It's really choppy. I can't wait till we actually get some momentum one way or the other. You saw that at the close yesterday with that British pound news, and we were really able to take advantage of that. So hopefully the market will start to move around. Maybe we get some headlines, but it's CPI tomorrow. Yeah. So it's like, fingers crossed for something to come across the news desk, but I feel like it might just be a wait and see for that big number tomorrow. That's a game changer, but we don't need to tell you guys that. I think it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of waiting around for key price levels this morning. I think CPI tomorrow is going to be a big one. If we did have the miss, but we're not exactly falling apart. If we have a hot print like we had this morning on CPI, like we did on PPI, then I think you'll see a little more acceleration to the downside. Domino's, by the way, the reason it's spicy is at $300 level, double bottom on Domino's. So if things don't go well here, you could be breaking major support on Domino's. That's the reason I'm looking at it more than anything else. I mean, you get beneath that, and you could have the floodgates absolutely open up on a stock, which if you pull back far enough, the last time you were below 300 was during 2020 and the pandemic lows. So 300, pretty significant here on Domino's Pizza. That's why it'll be on the radar. I wish it reported aftermarket because that's better than in the pre-market. You get those conference calls sometimes when we're live, but you got to be watching this one. I mean, ignored Pepsi to my chagrin. Should have just had the long off the open. It did break out a little bit later on in the session. It is 11 o'clock. I smell the chai tea. Trader Prad, Sharif, go get him.
Who is that?
You're a viewer.
Oh, yeah? We all know they have to.
Oh, we're live.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, we're just talking. Prad's like got some guy who's gonna troll me about me saying the Cowboys have the best D in the NFL. Bring it, man.
Bring it up.
The fact of the matter is, you know, stats don't lie. Bring it, Brad. Let's see
right
what
here.
we got.
It says, so we got Shock Industry yesterday, wanted me to send this to you. I said I'll pull it up on the show.
All right.
It's NFL on CBS,
Oh,
the channel
49ers.
himself.
Oh, whatever,
And it says
man.
49ers best defense, points allowed first, yards per game first, yards per play first, rushing yards per, I don't know, gain first, passing touchdown first, sacks first. I don't see Cowboys anywhere in
It's
here.
not
brother.
really what I'm talking about. If you want to go to the NFL.com, I could have got that
Oh,
easily.
damn.
But what's the 49ers record again?
Oh, that's right. That's
Hold
right.
on. What is it? I don't remember. Sean, do you know the 49ers record? Oh, okay. So that's it. I'm just joking. Why, you don't like Garoppolo? Or Garoppolo or whatever? Yeah, exactly, right? Anyway.
Just a fun
I think
troll
Garoppolo's
session.
a good quarterback. I think people need to stop hating on him. He took a team to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship, so you know he's not just a nobody. Anyway, let's get back into trading. You guys are probably here for trading. I'm Sharif. This is Trader Prad. We're here to kill it again. I'm here for half the day. Ian will be on at 12:30, and we got a lot of stuff moving today, Prad. Not least of which the market's making moves.
Yeah, markets are on the green side. I mean, look at it. I told Sharif the algos out there are scanning the shirt color that I wear every day, and I wore green today to change it up a bit, so maybe the market actually stays green. And sadly, though, we are rejecting VWAP throughout the day. The market has been canceling at VWAP every single time we go there. Here's the S&P 500 charts for you guys, and I'll pull up the NASDAQ chart too in a second. VWAP and the EMA rejections coming in every single point as we do pop on the market. So part of me does believe that there is a chance the market could go into the red side today as the PPI numbers, what's the abbreviation of PPI? Producer
Price index.
Yeah, so the PPI, the wholesale price is going up by about 4%, was it?
So I think it was 0.2 and it went up 0.4.
Yeah. So numbers going up, clearly not looking good. The Fed's looking at all those numbers, and the main numbers that they'll be looking for will be the 8:30 number tomorrow, the CPI number, and everything does still look like it's doomsday on the market. I want to show you a couple of my trades today. I'm in a Coinbase trade at the moment and waiting for my next fill to the upside as looks like we're going to probably get that fill right now. Coinbase was a short that I was trying to build into for the most part of the day. Wasn't really working too well for me. I'm actually going to change the size over here. Wasn't really working too well for me, and then thankfully it did work out for me. I tried to add on the break of 62, but that break didn't really work out as we are now popping back up with the rest of the market. Gonna try and take the fill around where I took my previous fills. Look at that. They don't even want to give me the fill at 69.11, and they're pulling back. I'm not going to chase the fill. If I get the fill at my price, there we go. Exactly. If I get the fill at my price, I'll take it, but I don't plan on chasing the fill over here. And now Coinbase coming into the ranges where I'm okay with trading it once again.
Guys, I'm long Peggy, but it just doesn't show up on the board. I'm long 699, and I have a dip trade. So that was a quarter size at 699. I've got a full dip trade size here for 681, and I'm looking at this particular support level as the reason for getting into that area. Also, it's just a bit above VWAP as well, so if it doesn't retrace all the way to VWAP, I want to be part of this trade. VWAP's currently at that 673 at the moment, I think, or 674, in and around that area. The point is, I've had a number of trades on Peggy this morning, all of which were profitable at my desk. So I feel like I'm tuned into this one. But let's see. As I say that, it's probably gonna stop me up. But who knows? Anyway, Peggy, I've got long here. I'm also looking at LASE, LASE, NASDAQ stock. Nice little double. I don't want to call it a double bottom because the levels are a little bit not the same here. 275 on this particular dip and 283 on that dip. So looks like it respected VWAP a bit. I didn't get in at this point. I was still setting up at the moment, but looks like that it's testing that 3 quite nicely. This one was one of the ones we played yesterday quite a bit. Let's have a look at the levels from yesterday so we can have an idea where we're looking at today. So it looks like the high on LASE yesterday was 330. Today's high is 311. We're currently at 298. So we got some possible upward movement here on this guy. We'll see. It kind of took its time to get ready today. LASE didn't kind of go from the start. I think it started well after the bell. Yeah, this is a 9:30 move here, but look at this. There's just no volume between 9:30 to about 1020 or so. The volume started coming in at 1020, and then you had that big move upward on Lace. So I'm looking to possibly get in on that one. Not really much going on with Peggy here, kind of consolidating sideways. It's been doing that this morning. Like, look at this period over here from that 10 o'clock period, I want to say, to about 10:35. You had a really tight range from which you could have played the bottom and the top, and I did that quite a bit at my desk. I was buying these low ranges here, especially the dips off 7. You'll see that there were 2 very aggressive flushes all the way down to 7, but it held 7 quite nicely, and I was able to get in at 702, 703, and move back up into the 30s and 40s. And then you had the break of the 50 period here, which also happened to be that 7 level. So this was, you know, we'll see if this is going to set up to decline the rest of the day. I'm not really sure at this point. Quarter size up here, full size down here, Brad.
Right on. Just trying to watch Coinbase very carefully, but let's look for other trades, and I'll also showcase you other trades that I was in today, such as CCL long around $6.60 or so. Took that long, gave it that risk all the way up to 660 to the downside, which never triggered, thankfully, and was able to take profits multiple outs already. And I'm looking for a move up to $7 or a move higher than $7 as the NASDAQ pulls back to VWAP and the S&P 500 also pulls back to VWAP, giving Coinbase also a nice little push up above 69, allowing me to take more size closer to my stop. That way, my average gets better, especially with this ad over here. My average kind of got wonky after my fills on the upside of the range over here. So would love to take more fills on the upside of the range, and that way this fill doesn't really matter anymore. And if we do pull back to the south side, we'll be able to capitalize on that move. Coinbase yesterday had a positive catalyst, but today I figured, you know, maybe there might be some profit taking coming in, especially everyone who was trading Coinbase in the low 60s, high 50s ranges might be trying to take some profits off the yesterday's move and today's move. And then I also looked at cryptocurrencies. Sadly, cryptocurrencies are not in my direction of the trade. I need Bitcoin to go down into the red direction. Ethereum and Solana also, I need them to go down in the red direction today. That way Coinbase gets a little bit of a pain pressure put onto it and stuffs down to the south side, at which point we can take some profits. Our average price currently with all the size that we have, 68.97, and we're playing around those ranges. So very good for myself over here. No real fear, no real scare. The palms are not sweaty yet, and we'll just have to wait for a little bit more if once the trade works or not. I want to go to something that Michael Noss tweeted out yesterday, because I think this is a very important note that people need to see. This tweet right here talks about position sizing. You know, the larger the position, the greater the danger of trading decisions will be driven from fear rather than judgment and experience. That comes from Jack Schwager. Jack Schwager is the author for Unknown Market Wizards. Lots of great stories in that book. For those of you who haven't read those books, there's lots of them. You should go pick up a book and read about it. You learn a lot about these stories as he interviews the traders, and in that it's very clear. Something that I've noticed with my trading alone is that when I'm taking way too much size on a trade, my fear kicks in, then I don't trade the plan properly, and I'm taking profits too quick, I'm getting out too quick, my stops are in the wrong spot. But when I'm taking size appropriately for my risk tolerance, I see that I'm holding the trades to my setup more than often. For example, Palantir, even though I have quite a bit of a size, the stock is now pulling back. I'll be ready to take some more size on this trade near VWAP. Sadly, Palantir is down 1.4% on the day, and I was able to take some profits every time it did push down. And now that we got a nice little pump up with the market, allowing Palantir to also pull back up to the north side, we'll be trying to put some more damage on Palantir. Henry Z, I'm sorry about that, brother.
We got filled here on Peggy. The dip long that we wanted here at that 681 we got, and then we took out, that's full size, by the way. The one up here was a quarter size. So we got a little bit out at that 687. My next profit target here is at 694. I'm seeing 91s and 92s on the ask here in the book. So looking for that move upward. I'm gonna be completely out of this one if it breaks VWAP. And the reason is it's respected VWAP for the majority of the morning. And also, to be honest with you, I don't want to give back any money on this one. So if this breaks that 673 level, you know what? I'm feeling whimsical. We'll give it to 669, okay? So that way I give it a little bit more than what I'm supposed to give it. So let's go ahead and put it in our stop at the moment for, come on, fill me, man. There we go. We got filled upward again. Beautiful move. Sorry to digress there, but I had to appreciate that out. Looks like we're gonna test 7 again. So let me put 669 here on the out, and then I have this many shares left. So 6, we'll give it to 665. I don't want to put 666. There we go. So there, our stop is activated for that one. Now we don't have to worry as much. I've taken about a little bit more than 25% out of this trade already. Profitable thus far, very profitable actually. I'm looking for that break of 7, so let's go ahead and take a little bit more out at that 699 area. I want to get it right before it breaks through 7 in case, you know, it flushes off 7. I can mitigate and de-risk a little bit. This one's kind of sporadic in how it's printing. You know, the volume's coming in randomly a little bit. Like, it's not a continuous flow. So careful with this one. At times, the spread is 4 cents. At other times, it's 2. So it kind of opens up and then tightens up again. So careful with Peggy. You know, it's not like our first rodeo with Peggy. We've been trading this one for a while. So you guys know how it trades, and today is really no different. Moving here to Lace. It's been fighting with 3, like the better part of the morning.
I forgot the Lace bag. I was supposed to bring it today.
The Lace bag.
The Lace chips bag.
Lace, because it sounds like
Yeah.
jokes. Well, yeah, it's been fighting with 3. I don't know what's in store for this one today. My first go at this one was yesterday, so we'll watch this one. We'll see what it does. But it's had trouble breaking through 3, even though, you know, we have top wick here at that 310, immediately flushed down right back to 3, and then tried to break it again to that high side, 307, and then you had the huge flush down to that 275 area. So this one, it seems like the shorts are stepping up here at 3 and defending that level. So, you know, wait for a decisive break, especially on the 5-minute chart, not really on the 1 minute. Too much noise on the 1 minute for something that's been flushing like this. So careful with Lace, guys.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at, where's my scanner? There it is. So I was looking at Zoom popping up on the scanners to the upside, trying to win some races over here. So we'll keep on watching Zoom as it's going to the north side, up 2.16% on the day. Zoom had a very big move up to the north side thanks to COVID, and obviously after the pandemic slowing down a bit, we've seen a lot of stocks that took advantage of the stay-at-home boom. Zoom, Peloton, even gaming companies such as Roblox, all of them getting downgraded and getting stuff to the south side. Zoom was into that same basket, but now Zoom today, when the markets are green, it's also looking to stay green. Not sure if there's an extra catalyst behind Zoom. At least I didn't find one today. Maybe there might be, I think actually there was one about Zoom or pandemic stocks related on, no, it wasn't. I'm thinking about the giga economy stocks, which we can talk about later on. But coming back to Zoom over here, nice little U-shaped recovery coming in right back to 76. Let's see how the stock trades at 76. Do we reject the 76 area one more time like we did off the open? Or does this move in the market allow the stock to really break out of 76 and keep on going? The fact that we reclaim VWAP is looking pretty bullish to me on ZM.
Yeah, Giga Chad, I can't get over that name. Giga Chad. He wants me to look at APDN, and you'll recall Neil was on this one this morning. It is a bit of a slow mover, but it is up nicely, 35% on the day. Look at it, stair-stepped up, so kind of like a low-risk trade if you're into these small cappers, but you got to pack your patience because you're not going to see too much movement too quickly. Probably need to size into this one, being a $2 stock. If you want to make that decent cash flow, you're going to have to take some share size here. But looks like since that 10-15 period, you know, save and except for this dip here into the 50 period, we've been kind of consolidating sideways in and around that 260 level. I want to say, you know, this part goes up to 283, but for the most part, we've been between 260 and 275, with a few exceptions here to that are outliers. But this one's not bad. I want to personally, what I would do here is I wait for a dip into VWAP and I pick it up at that 255 or whatever VWAP is at the time. You're going to have to keep adjusting that, obviously. It's respected the 50 period as well. Looking at this one, how it made a move up, and then during the period of consolidation, it's kind of, for the most part, respected the 50 period. It dipped below it a little bit by like a penny or two, but that's not really cause for concern, to be honest with you. The trend following system, if you're using one, it should be okay with dips like that. Anyway, 283 the high, 195 the low on APDN. Let's see what the daily looks at like on this one. So it looks like we had a nice move on this one on Monday, I believe. Yeah, the 10th was Monday. Yeah, the 10th was Monday. So nice little move on that one. Looks like we had from 125 and then all the way up to 242, but we ended up closing up at 210. This one's a former runner, guys. It started doing its thing early August here. It looks like we had a monster day back in August 2nd where it was a penny stock, sub $1, and it moved all the way up to 567. 2 days after that, it topped up here at 730s. So this one is a former runner, so be on the lookout for some movement on this one, but you can't really guarantee anything, obviously, Brad.
Yeah, watching markets pop up to VWAP, and let's see how Coinbase reacts near VWAP at the moment. Trying to stop me out. Yeah, it stopped me out just now. Whoops, there goes Coinbase. That sucks. But we'll see if Coinbase pulls back up, and if I had my stop, they just stop punted me. That's amazing. Now we just have to wait patiently to see if Coinbase gives us another entry somewhere close to VWAP. Does it keep on pulling back? So that was a pretty bad exit on Coinbase. That's going to be my worst trade of the day now, instead of actually being a profitable stock for me. Look, they just stop punted me. I knew I shouldn't have had a stop out. I should have just mentally stopped myself out when it felt like it was going too far to the north side. But that's something that we can think about later. S&P 500 now up 0.3% on the day. NASDAQ exactly at VWAP, trying to reject VWAP over here. So maybe something to pull up over here real quick. Take a quick little shot on the futures as we're pulling back under the 50-period EMA. Just quickly watching this trade. I'm going to take one shot at it, and if it doesn't work, then I'm just going to stay hands off on it.
I took out a couple of more pieces here on APD, and I wanted to de-risk because I'm not very impressed with the volume currently. The volume, in a word, sucks at the moment. You can glean that from the tape, you can glean that from the movement in the book, and you can also look at the volume bar chart on the bottom of your regular chart there. And what I'm worried about here is an aggressive flush down, especially when there's periods of illiquidity. That's my concern. So I had that out at 699. I canceled that. I took several pieces out here, one at 694 and one at 696. So yeah, now I'm holding less than 50% of what I originally had. So that's just that was just a gut instinct move. And you know, from experience, especially when you have these periods of illiquidity, you're more prone to like a flush downward. At least that's my view on things. I'm definitely looking here. I may take another piece out right before 7, but then the other piece will definitely have to be for the break of 7 should it make its way back up there. I'm seeing here period of areas of resistance above 7, around that 707 area. It'll be interesting to see once we break 7, are we able to penetrate those areas quite quickly, or are we going to stagnate around that area? Look at this. Now we're trying to test 7s. I'm seeing 98s and 99s show up now on the book. So let's see what this one does. I don't see too much size. There, go right through 7. Very good. Oh, there, geez, right back down through 7. I didn't even get an opportunity to take any out. If I can see 7 here on the bid, there we go. I took out another piece there at 702. Nice. So the rest of my shares now are going to be trying to reclaim that 730 area. I'm not going to sell anymore. Maybe I'll sell a little bit at 720, but hey, I'll just kind of go with the flow on this one. But very positive trade so far. Pumped about that. We'll drop some cash because that one is all cash, baby. All cash.
Awesome. AMD pulling back to the 50-period EMA, also above VWAP now with the help of the market going north side. So it looks like we are looking for a little bit of a move on I'm watching NASDAQ more importantly because NASDAQ is at VWAP. Let's see how NASDAQ trades around VWAP because AMD being a tech stock and also the chip sector in general having weakness behind it because of the whole China import-export problem over there that the chip stocks are dealing with and all the extra rules and regulations that the Biden administration has been stuffing onto these stocks. So AMD still weak on the day. Looks like we're going to push back though, however, to maybe the 100-period EMA around 57 57.50, 57.60 before we see an actual rejection coming into play on this stock. And same thing may be applying for NVIDIA at the moment. NVIDIA pulling back to VWAP. Looks like it wants to get stuff down from here on VWAP and push back down. The market's pulling back after touching the VWAP for the NQ. So that's exactly what the trade was, which is just wait patiently for NASDAQ to touch VWAP. S&P 500 most likely will break VWAP and go higher than VWAP a little bit. On my other chart, it got above VWAP, but on this chart, it's not above VWAP for some reason. Looks like S&P 500 actually rejecting off the 100-period EMA on this chart. Took out another piece here on Peggy at that 711 area. 711, I like that. That's good luck. Waiting now for that hopefully for that 730 break. That's what I see here. This is the area where we started making that move down and broke the 50 period. So I'm looking for a break of that 730 area. Ideally, try to make new highs. Looks like high of day on Miss Peggy Bundy here is 754. Yeah, even that applies to the pre-market as well. It was kind of like a nothing burger pre-market. This was all done after the bell, 754. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Brendo at the big desk with So Shall Sentiment.
An improving board to show you here, guys, as far as what's being mentioned on social media so far today. We started out very negative once again. Here's how things are shaping up right now. Only a few large ones standing out to the downside now. Tesla, one of those. HKD back to the downside as well after a monster move yesterday. Started off pretty positive, but trying to fade a little bit. AMC on here as well, back downside as we saw back to day lows and then some for AMC after an initial move higher. There's that MMTLP from OTC, SPY here, Qs here as well. Good to see these both back in the green, but a ton of positivity. There's another OTC name there, AABB, ADMP, HPCO, MMAT, and Pineapple Power. Had to get that one in there. Still being mentioned a ton to the upside, guys, on social media.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just watching the futures market over here as the S&P 500 gets back up above, and the market looks like NASDAQ wants to go north, and UVXY breaking the lows too. Multiple reasons to really think about your short positions if you have any, and maybe think about getting stopped out on them as this market's getting ready to really launch up. We're still under 11K on the NASDAQ though, and if CPI comes out bad, does the market go like what, 9K, 10K? Like where do we hit to the south side over here if CPI comes out to the negative direction? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Currently though, we're having a beautiful green day on this market and UVXY. Let's go check what the volatility is. Where is the VIX today? The VIX is at still 33.44, so there is still increased volatility in this market. Market's not getting ready to calm down anytime soon. So patience will be required, and obviously when volatility is increased like it is right now, we might have to think about cutting some size down on the market. Cut your size down, take the risk appropriately, give the right room on stocks. I think I didn't give the right room on Coinbase, because look at that, I got stopped out. As soon as I threw my stop, the stock just pops to my stop and takes me out of that trade, which was very, very upsetting. And now we're going to come back down. What should have been my best trade of the day will end up being my worst trade of the day. Something to write down in my notes, obviously, so I'll put it in there. I could have used the time stop, a mental stop, but using an actual physical stop over there got me hunted on Coinbase, which is a little illiquid, I would say, maybe on this day. Let me quickly go see how much the relative volume is on Coinbase. Relative volume is 0.93, so not even in play stock. And here I am trying to make it work for me and complaining that it's not working for me. So that's my fault. I'm going to own up the responsibility for my own mistakes over here and look for other opportunities throughout the day. Currently, though, my MES trade is working out for me. We're pushing back under VWAP after rejecting the 100-period EMA on the S&P 500 futures. And NQ/222 also rejecting off the 100-period EMA and pulling back to the south side. Let's see if the market can stay green on the day, which is what my shirt color was intended for. And if we don't stay on the green on the day, I'm gonna blame the algos for not reading the color properly.
I took another piece out here on Peggy at 719, so we're up monsters on this one. This one makes me happy. I'm looking for that next out, that 729. Let's go ahead and put that now. 729, there we go. That's an out. So if we get up there, Definitely, I want to take a piece out. We talked about that 730 area being a possible area of resistance, but an individual, it looks like a new maybe member, David Childs, is displeased with the fact that we're talking about Peggy. But to be honest with you, Peggy's up 43%, and it just made a nice dip move into VWAP. So I'm not sure if David trades these small cappers, but you got to get in with a particular area for a particular move, and that just comes with experience. And trading these ones, you can kind of glean which levels are going to stop at, which levels are going to top out at, and those are the levels you want to get in and out at, right? It's not random like, I don't want to say the big caps are random, but they are a little bit subject to the whims of the market. So if the market's moving to a particular area, a major level is going to get blown through most of the time. These Peggy, Lace, APD, and these things kind of march to the beat of their own drum. And so that's kind of what disassociates them a little bit from the market. I'm not saying that makes them less risky. In fact, most people will tell you that they're more risky. But if you know how to play these ones, you know how to play these ones. So I'm sorry that he doesn't like this particular stock that we're talking about. But this is what I'm good at, so this is what I'm going to do. Peggy on here, looking for that next piece out, like again, 729. Lace, not doing what I expected to do. It broke right through that VWAP like nobody's business, breaking through that 285 level. Now tracing back to 2 3/4. 200 EMA is a little bit below that 2 3/4 level, so we'll see what it does around that. I also see a possible level of support here at that 2 3/4 from this trough right here. Look at this, when we broke the 50 period, and broke VWAP as well. It stopped at this level and then it made a move back up through VWAP. So let's see if we stop around here or we're going to continue to make lower lows on this guy. If I had to find a particular level here of support below that 2 3/4, I'm looking at 262 to possibly 267 area. That could be an interesting buy area, and I get that from this peak here that we made right off the bell. So not sure how this one's going to act. It's only up like 4% on the day anyway, 3%. It keeps flipping, but it's still a mover. Moving back to Peggy, not much to report here, kind of consolidating sideways a little bit. Anyway, we'll see what else is going on. Let's bring in here the small cap charts that I follow. Lace, we talked about. Foxo. So this one's an interesting one, up 60% on the day. This is like number 2 on my scanner, but the thing is, it's a dollar stock. I don't really like these stocks all that much, and it just made a big top wick here at that 1 3/4 area, $1.74, and it's retracing all the way back to below 150 now, about to test VWAP, which is at $1.40. Let's see what it does here. Are we going to continue to make newer lows, or are we going to curl back up and try to test that 1 3/4 area? This one showing up probably on a lot of people's scanners as it is number 2, Bradley.
Right on, sir. Market pulling back to the south side over here. Looks like my future shorts are going to be good at the moment, and I'm about to make some money on that side, so that's good for me. Hopefully we could cut down some of the losses that Coinbase incurred using the help of futures over here. But let's look for other opportunities across the board. Currently, Palantir pulling back too. I took more profits on CCL. As you see, CCL not really pushing to that $7 high a day. It hit $7 off the opening drive, went back under VWAP, bounced off the 100-period EMA, and now trying to get back to 7, but really struggling on its ascent towards 7. So taking some profits just to protect my capital in case it does pull back. I don't want to watch a nosedive to the south side as the market's pulling back too. That's why I just taking some profits on CCL before I get my $7 fill. Would love to get that $7 fill, but can't really do too much about that one. We're looking at Roblox at the moment. Roblox on today just launching to the upside. I believe 2 days ago when we actually shorted the stock, my daily charts is loading up. There we go. It was yesterday. Yesterday, we had somewhat of a decent trade on Roblox, apparently, until it got stopped out. And then Roblox turned back to the north side, having a monster green day for Roblox itself. And today, another monster green day, up 5%. Trying to keep on going. We took out the 36 level. I think the next level from here on would be around 40. Let's quickly go check out. This is not the chart I want. Let's quickly go over here. Click there. What happened? Funny. Roblox. So here's a daily chart on Roblox. That's the the eight period EMA on the daily chart, which Roblox is currently at. Let's see if we bounce off of that or if we break past that and keep on going. The market pulled back to the north side a little bit. NASDAQ still playing around VWAP. NASDAQ playing around VWAP, which means our shorts are once again into question mark territories.
All right, guys, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Tesla. I got a buddy who's heavily involved and invested in Tesla, and he was telling me yesterday, this morning, that Tesla's relative weakness, so to speak, we've noticed that it's more relatively weak than some of the other big five, but apparently GM is coming up or instituting a new solar power division that is going to rival Tesla's solar power. So he read that on the Motley Fool. I don't know if you guys follow the Motley Fool, but you know, they're kind of like one of these companies that do research and then give stock picks, and then you kind of follow along with them. You know, they're decently reputable. They're not great, but anyway, so they had an article saying that Tesla is going to face some competitions with its solar division, this and that, and maybe that's why it's been pulling off. Have we seen a corresponding move in GM though, Pradley? Let me find out here. So GM, I'm going to bring in the chart in a second, guys. Let's have a look at the GM chart on the daily. No, I don't really, not much to speak of here on the GM chart on the daily anyway. Look at this, guys. Look, I mean, as far back or as recently as September 13th, my mommy's birthday, we were up at 42.5, and now we're down to 32.5. So not really sure if that article holds wind. At least it doesn't really help GM at the moment, but we've noticed that Tesla's been relatively weak. Interesting, 211.51 low. You know what would be nice, Prad? If we had like a calculator that would tell us the pre-adjusted price. So for example, if I wanted to know what Tesla stock was at, like the price now, 211, what it would have been pre-split. So I can kind of get the idea a little bit. Anyway, kind of just freestyling on my part. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for the Euro close.
I think it's just an update. Oh, it is.
Yeah, we'll talk about Europe here in a quick sec, guys. Just a note on Cassava Sciences doing big things right now. They've started apparently what's called an open label extension for a phase 3 clinical trial of their Simulflam, which is the Alzheimer's treatment that's been so controversial. So big spike here on huge volume for Cassava Sciences once again. Heads up on that. There we go. That's a look at how things are wrapping up over in Europe. UK trying to lead, or Italy and Spain here as well. About a full percent to the downside. It has been a choppy session overall, though. France got back to positive territory. Germany not so much. Sweden and the Swiss market there basically flat. Turkey doing its own thing as it typically does. So very mixed after what we've seen to start the week, guys, over in Europe.
And I want to go to Super Chats over here as we got some Super Chats to start off the day. Where are we? We're on Tuesday today? No, we're on Wednesday today. Where's Wednesday? There we go. Wednesday Super Chats, the open. What's with ADMP and Peggy? Your boy Sharif has been watching Peggy for you guys, so I'm going to go to ADMP, most likely on NASDAQ. Penny stock trading 20 million shares. ADMP is a pharmaceutical company, 69 relative float, so clearly doing a ton of volume in terms of how much volume it usually does in the past. So congratulations for anyone who is involved in this trade. I personally stay away from penny stocks. You know, penny stocks are a little scary for myself. I'll be honest, with my only 2 years of limited experience on the market. I think this is a scary area for myself to indulge in. But for the technical analysis side, looks like pre-market bottoms are still holding on ADMP. But we do have a little bit of a rejection coming in off of VWAP. Notice how the stock rips off the open, then comes back down, and then we constantly reject VWAP. That's a big problem for my technical analysis mindset that I'm applying to it. I think the stock might be done for the day. The move was in pre-market, or it was actually yesterday. This move was yesterday. Look at the move on the stock yesterday going into the close. big monster move at 4 o'clock, and then pretty much giving away all of that move. So nothing really to capitalize on for myself as a day trader on this position. Futures are pulling back south as expected, so we're currently 7 points in the money on the future short. Palantir, we're about a penny out of the money, and CCL, we're 23 cents in the money. So waiting for Palantir to pull back south with this market flush coming in, or at least somewhat to the downside, so we can take profits on Palantir as we have somewhat of a decent size on that trade. APDN says Chas. Let's go APDN on NASDAQ. $2 stock with a relative volume of 11, and looks like, yeah, this stock had a nice move to the north side today. A couple days ago also had a move above $1 right here on October 4th. We got above $1 or we bounced off of the dollar actually. As the stock pushed to the south side to the dollar level, we managed to bounce off that dollar, consolidate around 140, then we bounced off of 120, moved up to $2, consolidate around $2, then we bounced up to $3. Looks like the next level the stock wants to go up to is $2.90, or at least $3 coming into play sometime soon. We'll just have to be careful and patient, not careful, sorry. We'll just have to be patient to see if this position can find some buyers around VWAP, push itself around $3 or so, and maybe we get a breakout of 3, but market needs to most likely really rip to the north side. Something that Luca shared with us on Discord is this little picture. I'm not sure what this picture is, but it says volume has declined significantly on the NASDAQ futures chart and declining with price. I believe that this is a bad sign for the bulls because it suggests that there's a lack of buying support on the way down and liquidity is drying up. We have seen liquidity drying up, but I don't know what time frame this picture is. It says it says 1 month, right? Each candle is 1 month, so maybe we can go check on that real quick. We set this to 1 month on each candle, and yeah, look at that. Actually, sure, if I do see that now, actually this is on Roblox, never mind. Let's go to NASDAQ and click on 1 month over here. And
it is the 1 month, eh?
Yeah, I
no?
think it is the 1 month,
Yeah,
but
that
I'm
makes
not
more
really
sense,
seeing.
yeah.
I'm not really seeing what the picture shows. Like the picture shows low volume.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what time he took this picture because you might be, little skewing on the.
But each bar should be 1 month, though, no?
That's what I said it to. I said each bar to 1 month, and I don't see what that person is showing or trying to show. Maybe we can check it out on QQQ instead of the futures. Yeah, QQQ kind of tells you a little bit of a different story that like volume is drying up, liquidity is dying out. Look at these few days compared to this big day to the downside, right? So no real buyers stepping up in the market as we're still. Oh, that's just not QQQ. Sorry, no real buyers stepping up into the market as we are struggling to the downside.
All right, just getting my stop set here. I'm changing my stop on Peggy to the break of 7, so I'm going to put it at 6.98, and I'll give it to 6.95 because the spread is 3 cents at times, so I don't want to be in a position where my stop gets blown through. So again, changing my stop to just below 7. But guys, as we were talking, FLJ made an epic move all the way up to 380. That is a double top, guys, and that is the exact level at which it topped up before at that 950. Okay, hold on, let me switch it to the 1 minute here. So FLJ made a move off the bell, it halted twice, and off the second halt, it made a 180 move, 380 move, and that was at that 9:51 time slot. We made that exact same move up to 380 at 11:34, and we crashed back down. So that's a double top if I've ever seen one on FLJ. I'm not taking any trades off this one at the moment, not even off VWAP and not even off 3. Here's the reason. Look what it did the first time. I need to see a little bit of precedence, and I don't see it. Makes up move, breaks, goes to 380, flushes as aggressively as it can all the way back down, coming back to that 255 level and consolidating and moving sideways for the better part of 2 hours below VWAP. Now it's reclaiming VWAP and flushing the exact same way that it flushed at that 950, that 10 to 10 time slot. So I'm not interested in this one unless it can maintain itself above VWAP, start showing me some levels, showing me some patterns that are discernible that I can actually take trades off. I'm not going to just punch into this one because it's moving. Looks like we almost got stopped out here on that big candle flush on Peggy. but now we're still holding 7. We're printing 05s and then 08s on the ask. So this one looks like it's in decent shape. I've got an out here at 714, and that's to de-risk a little bit again, because I'm seeing lower highs starting to develop here on the 1-minute chart, which concerns me. Liquidity is still a problem on this one. The spread is opening up a little bit wider. Now it's not bad. Now it's a penny, but at times it's up to 3 and 4 pennies. That concerns me, so I'm looking to de-risk at that 714, and then I'll have the remaining piece that I want to take out at that 729 should it make it up there. But hey, we'll see with this one. I'm already up huge on it. Nothing to complain about there. What happened to the chart here? Where'd it go? All right, let's figure that one out. So it's FLJ, there we go. So we get that chart back, and just as quickly as it broke above VWAP, it is now trading below 3 and below VWAP. This stock sucks. Up 55%. To be honest with you, I don't like it at all. Maybe for a short, I'm not taking any trades on this one until it can calm itself down and start getting into some really decent recognizable patterns here. Let's see what else is going on in small cap world. FOXO, FOXO, or whatever below VWAP. I don't like it. Let's bring in that the much maligned IBKR scanner that everyone doesn't like. By the way, guys, I have it now. I have a Trade Ideas account. I'll be using that as of next week when I gotta get warmed up on it. I really don't know how to use it. Prad's gonna help me with that, hopefully. Let's see here, not much going on. Remember WNW from yesterday? It's back, but it's doing like very little volume, 13,800 shares in the last 5 minutes. That isn't gonna cut it, especially for a $1.25 stock. That is just way too low. Let's see below that Peggy, or obviously in that already. RLX making a move here. That's not good enough for me. Let's keep going down the list. PACB, what's this one up to? Yeah, it made a nice move off the bell, but then it's been consolidating sideways and holding VWAP. So not much to report on here in small cap world. If there's anything that I'm missing that's not showing up on my scanner, obviously message me and I will look at it as soon as possible, Bradley.
CCL finally moving up to that $7 area, and 7 has some size on there. Let's see if we can actually churn through all the 6.99 size and then churn through the size on 7 and have a nice breakout of the $7 area. I took some profits before that size on 7 just because I don't want to deal with getting rejected off that level. So just protecting my money. But if 7 breaks, we'll have some size to take some more profits above 7. Just patiently watching. I think someone in chat said, can RCL die already? Not sure why you're trying to short the stock that's up 5% on the day. It's easier to just follow the trend on that position. So that's my suggestion to you. If you are trying to short RCL, obviously trade your own playbook. If your playbook tells you to short the crap out of RCL around these levels, then go for it. For myself, I think I'll be a little patient on shorting RCL. Closer to 44 or even 45 would be a way better short on said position than having to short it at the moment where we are. The market pulling right back above VWAP, but there was a little flush on the futures once we did pull up to here. Let me zoom in. When we pulled up over here to 36.11, there was a nice little flush right back to the downside of 36.05. But we're kind of trading in this range over here on the market. I just took my next fill. Ooh. Looks like we're trying to move up north a little bit. Let's see what the NASDAQ's doing. NASDAQ's trying to take off to the north side too. So gotta exercise some risk management on these positions as the futures might just launch over here.
Yeah, NASDAQ moving like it's nobody's business right now in any direction that it so pleases. So careful there. I haven't looked at too many levels here except maybe for the open price and this double bottom on the NASDAQ. Let's bring in the futures chart so you can follow along. So obviously the low of today is at 35, I want to say 85. Is it? Yeah, it's 85. 35.85 on this candle here. And that was not too long after the open when we had that flush down. A nice double bottom here. I found this particular interesting area of support at that 35.92. And then, obviously, looks like we have I don't want to call it pre-market, but the overnight or early morning, geez, Aaron, holy cow.
You play with dogs again, bro?
Aaron just sneezing up a storm back there, no biggie. These overnight highs I see at 36.35, so those are also interesting levels. That'd be interesting if we can make it all the way up there, given the news that we had. So that is it for my analysis on the market. Looking for this Peggy. It looks like it's testing 7 here. I'm seeing some decent size at that 701 and 7 level. Let's see if that holds up or whether it blows right through. Recall that I've got my stop at 698. I gave it down to 695. My cost basis on Peggy is at 681 thanks to this dip off a little bit above VWAP here. So I'm in the clear on that one. Not going to take any L's. But guys, really nothing is moving too much at the moment to speak of in small cap world. Not that I can see anyway. We'll keep you updated should anything come up, guys.
Yeah, I got out of CCL because it did break that $7 area, but then immediately came back under 7. So I had my stop for that opportunity to get out, and I did manage to get out of that. So we're done with all the equity sides of trades for the time being while I manage my futures trade. Once I work out on either for a loss or for a profit on this future side, then I'll be looking for more opportunities on equities. But if you guys want me to take a look at any stock, so like James Hopper wants me to take a look at AA. Let's head over to AA. What is AA? Is that Alcoa? Yeah, I thought so. Alcoa Corporation with 2.6 relative volume. Looks like we got a nice bump up over here off of a volume spike at 11.15. The stock really did no volume all day, and then randomly 11.15, some sort of a catalyst or a big buyer steps in, pushes the position to the upside, allowing it to break out of the pre-market range of 38 and then push all the way up to $41, where we see a little bit of a rejection coming in, sadly, but only up to VWAP. The rejection pulling it back to VWAP. Allowing Alcoa to have a bounce over here maybe as the markets are trying to stay green on the day. As we see, NASDAQ and S&P 500 both have gotten back above VWAP and are near the 100-period EMA at the moment right here. NASDAQ at 1090, yeah, 10,900, and S&P 500 at 3612, 3615 areas. People, I want to talk about El Pollo Loco. Today I was looking at LOCO that popped up on my watch list over here. Where is it? Where's my... That's Los Pollos Hermanos. I was thinking about that too. On my way to work, I was like, wait, isn't El Pollo Loco from Breaking Bad? There's an actual restaurant called El Pollo Loco. And then I Googled it and I was like, it's Los Pollos Hermanos. That was from Breaking Bad. But yeah, El Pollo Loco today rallied 15.2% in pre-market after the restaurant operator announced 1.5 per share, $1.50 per share special dividend, and the stock repurchase program of up to 20 million. The ticker is LOCO on NASDAQ. Only 500,000 shares traded on El Pollo Loco today, but we know under their basement they're probably cooking up some real stuff.
I like that. That's funny. Nothing implied there. Guys, I'm out of Peggy. There got stopped out through the break of 7, so that ends up being a profitable trade for us. Sucks that I couldn't get out at that 7.14. I was trying to de-risk a little bit, but hey, that's the way she works. Let's pull up APDN because that one looks like it's starting to curl its way back up. So let's go. Here, APDN up 38% on the day. This would have been nice to take off that 260 level, eh? I mean, especially, it didn't come all the way to VWAP here, but it came close to it. So it could have been a nice little dip trade and then move back into near day high here. Looks like day high on APDN is at 283, and that applies to the pre-market as well. It was super quiet pre-market, actually didn't do much. So all the price action has been after the bell. We're not too far away from days high on this, guys. We're at that 276 night right now. I'm seeing that come in on the ask, and 283 is like a stone throw away. So, you know, I'm not going to take any long breaks on this one. It moves much too slowly for me to want to take the break long, especially the break of 283. If I had to be forced to take a long on this one, it would definitely be near that 255 or off VWAP, that 260 area here. It's held VWAP the entire day. I mean, look at this. So here's a 930 bell, and it made its move up, and not once does it break through VWAP here. Now, it did break through the 50 period, but it reclaimed it. This is the area that I'm talking about here, starting from 1119 all the way to about 1138. It looked like it had a bit of a tussle here with the 50 period moving average, but reclaimed it quite nicely. So, yeah, a bit of a tricky one on APDN, especially because it is a slow mover, and I usually like those spurts of volume, that spurt up or down to kind of get in and get out. I don't really have the requisite patience for APDN, but you know, I may have to trade this one. Let's go ahead and put in a dip trade here, like we talked about. We'll put half the size at 260. So actually 261 we'll put. So we'll put half the size at 261, and then we'll put another half here, right at VWAP at that 256 area. So let's go ahead and put 256. And there we go. So we have a couple of dip trades set up on this one. Let's see if any of them trigger. And hopefully we'll get a move back up through that 283 and make high of days. But this one, I'm not 100% sure up. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, mixed board to show you a little more green creeping back in. However, as we get back above the break-even point for the overall market, tough to see up there, but 0.28 right now for the S&P 500. A number of individual movers here standing out. First off, Moderna still very strong along with Pfizer. That's Pfizer up there, top right corner, 10.95 right now on Moderna, coming off that COVID talk yesterday from the White House, and also getting FDA approval for the booster along with Pfizer and BioNTech. Travel, however, you can see showing a little bit of strength here as well. That's AAL, 2.6%. We have Delta here as well. Some of the other airlines starting to poke up into positive territory. But I want to mention these three right here because NCLH, RCL, and CCL all up 6+%. NCLH pushing 9% right now. Off of an upgrade this morning and a positive note for Norwegian. Take two, Netflix on this side of the board, both in positive territory. Communication stocks back in positive territory. That's Pepsi up there, 4% leading the consumer staples group. Mostly positive group right now, the entire thing worth noting. Down here, tough to see, but those are energy stocks right now, not really doing a heck of a lot, even with oil pretty volatile once again today. It is tech, however, that is trying to lead back to the upside, guys. Only semiconductors lagging the overall market now. Back over to you.
Yes, sir. Currently watching CCL push back above 7, which is upsetting to me. I thought, you know, the fact that it broke 7 and pulled back under 7 would mean that the stock is no longer going to try and continue to the upside. But I was wrong, as we are now trying to push back above 7, and looks like my trade on this is completed, and my best out will be around that 699.7 area. S&P 500 and NASDAQ still trying to figure out what they want to do around this VWAP. They keep getting rejected by the 100-period EMA, but they also keep bouncing right below VWAP. So a little bit of a range forming on the market between the 100-period EMA and a little bit slightly under VWAP over here. Just patiently watching the market to see what variables the market wants to give us over here to trade off of. Also looking at UVXY on Amex. This is your volatility ETF, and it's currently at lower days if you ignore the pre-market bottoms, already down almost 3% on the day for UVXY. Usually they work on an inverse move. If the markets are going up, UVXY goes down. If markets are going down, UVXY goes up. So a part of me is wondering if I should even think about staying in my future shorts, as you know, UVXY is clearly telling me that we're trying to break the bottom over here, maybe push towards the pre-market lows, and then we might actually see a real rejection on the S&P 500 futures and the NASDAQ futures. So it could mean that the market wants to pop up all the way up to 3620 if it wants to. 3620 also sounds like a level that we have traded off of before. Not sure if you remember, Sharif, but look at this. 3620 is the high of this 930, 940 candle where the market rejects off of. So trying to see if that's the level that we have to play off on the futures. But I do have another order to get filled at 3615 at the moment.
I like that, Bradley. I'm looking here at my watch list, and I do this often when there aren't really anything, or there is not, for me, anything interesting to trade. So you guys know my watch list here. What stood out to me really right away was when I scrolled down to my solar area of my watch list. Guys, look at this. For the exception of DQ, that Chinese ADR, all my solar stocks, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 solar stocks on my watch list. They're all red, save and except for DQ. So I don't even know what the catalyst is, to be honest with you, whether something solar related happened, but definitely this one looks relatively weak, especially to the overall market, which is up now 0.38% or 13.5 points anyway on the MES. So Solar, interesting there. But you know what was also interesting? I right above solar is my semiconductor and microchip watch list, and that got me thinking about what I read yesterday. So it looks like the American ban on microchips to China, microchips and semiconductors to China, is actually more wide-reaching than initially thought. So it's not just about American manufactured chips and semiconductors. It's basically any input, whether software related, what have you. I don't really know what goes into the microchip making, but any input from an American company along the way, even if that chip is made in like Taiwan, so TSMC, they are going to be banned from exporting certain microchips to China, the ones especially related to AI, right? Because the Americans are worried about the Chinese using sophisticated microchips to kind of advance their military, this and that. So it's not just like the foundry itself that's banned from like an American foundry. No, it could be abroad. As long as they deal with an American input along the way, that company will have to agree, even if they're not American, to not export to China. Or the American company who's doing business with them will be barred from doing business with that company who refuses to follow the ban. So that's an interesting little development there. I think it's wider reaching than what I initially thought anyway. So microchips don't really look like they're taking it really on the chin today, especially maybe that news already got absorbed. To me anyway, I just found out that news. So probably the market already knew about that. I just thought I'd pass it over to you guys. Anyway, APDN here not really cooperating in terms of wanting to get down back to our levels. It's still continuing to make a bit of a newer high. I'm thinking maybe I should probably adjust my dip trades, and I'll have one dip trade near that 50 period, and then I'll have another dip trade a little bit below that. The reason is now, look at my second dip trade here. It is now below VWAP. So the key level that I was basing it off is already higher than the trade itself. So that, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So what I'll do is I'll take a quarter position at that 270 level, should it make its way down there. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go ahead and put it right at 270, not even 271 this time. And I'll take a quarter position there. And then if it makes its way back to that 262 level, we'll add another piece. And that one will be a half position piece. So let's go ahead and put 262 and put it for half. So those are adjusted dip trades on APDN, and the reason is it looks relatively strong. It's coming closer to that 283 top that we talked about. I'm seeing 280 now come up on the ask, and there's huge size here on 280, but it got eaten up. Half of it just got eaten up that quickly. It's flipping between 79 and 80 here on the ask. Let's see what this one does. A bit of a flat top, possible breakout here at that 280 level, given the amount of size, Bradley.
Keep going.
Okay, let's keep going with this one. So we'll have a look back at Peggy. Look what Peggy has done. Thankfully, I got out at the right time. Peggy just sold off. It sold all of its furniture, and it's immigrating to another country, guys. This one is really making a move all the way back down. I think when we were looking at this one, it was up like 50-something%. Now it's like only 28%. Let's have a look here at the zoomed out chart. Let me switch this to the 5-minute so I can get a better idea of levels. And then let's zoom back in so we can have a look. Okay, so here we go, guys. Where are the levels on this one? Well, there's a clear level here at that 620, 610 area. The reason is, look at this trough right here after the pullback. That 620 area also corresponds to this peak here. So there's a bit of a confluence in between this trough and this peak. So it looks like to me that 620 area might be interesting. Should that area break, the next level of support will definitely be probably that whole dollar at 6, and then below that we're looking at that 5 3/4 area. So if you're interested in taking a dip trade off Peggy, those are the levels I would take off. I'm not going to gamble that. It's not like I'm just starting out my day and I'm looking to make profits. I'm already well on the money on Peggy, and so I don't really need to be taking these higher risk trades. Guys, when you come to do and enter a trade, try to do this implicitly and automatically in your mind. What kind of trade is this? Is this an A+ trade, A, B, B+, whatever? And you're not going to know that from the first day that you do it, obviously. That's going to come with experience. You're going to know, okay, well, this trade I got burned on. Oh, this trade seems to work well for me a lot of the time. So try to categorize the trades in your mind. And if you're in the money, don't take a B+ trade. What's the point? You know what I mean? It's not it's not a guaranteed. Well, I don't want nothing is guaranteed, but it's not as likely to trigger as some of your A-plus trades. You ready, Bradley?
Yeah, I was just talking to Fahad as to why our blotters are not working on the show, so trying to figure that one out. But I'm in the shorts over here into Apple at the moment, AMD and Microsoft, and also Coinbase. So trying to see if where's my blotter? There we go. While we wait for these blotters to update and our positions to work out, we're going to send it to Brendo at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, heading into the lunch hour, nice green board to show you so far for North America, right across the entire thing, looking pretty good. Outside of the Russell here, the 2,000 small caps struggling a little bit, but 0.4 for the S&P, about 0.5% for the Dow right now. The NASDAQ trying to lead, as we said, 0.65, 0.45 to the upside even. Here in Toronto, we have gone green. So back to the positive side of things for the TSX. Few things. If you joined us this morning in the pre-market, we were discussing, this ongoing Labor Department contractor rules thing with Uber and Lyft. Back to the downside on that note once again. Meta, the Quest going live, $14.99 for their latest VR headset. Apple with the JP Morgan upgrade today. Really nice look, boosting their both Q4 earnings outlook and Q1 next year earnings outlook on Apple from JP Morgan today. There's a look at Uber, 4%, trying to bounce after that early sell-off back to 25. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you, Brendo. I'm looking at chat. Chaz says, just like people have patterns, same with stonks. I don't disagree with you, but I would say that stonks have patterns because people have patterns. All stock market is an overall synopsis of how the market's behaving. Look at the size on Apple at 140.10. That's about 400 lots on Apple at 140.10. That should be a pretty strong barrier on Apple, and it's going to make me add more size on the short side, leaning off of that level. So I'm going to throw a stop out on the break of 140.10, and if it goes above 140.10, I'll take a limit price off there. We have that much size. So let's see if we can bully the stock market to the downside on Apple especially. That 400 lots on Apple means 400, add 2 more zeros, that's 40,000 shares times 140.10. $5 million on Apple sitting on the ask to the north side. That's a lot of money that people are asking to churn through on Apple. This is why we don't believe in the market longs today. People are using these PPI, CPI numbers to really rebalance their positions. So if Apple is looking there's a big seller on Apple for $5 million worth of notional dollars, USD dollars, sitting on the ask at 140.10, then that's a level that I'm going to front run on Apple, and I'm going to try and push it to the south side. We'll see if this trade can work out for us. Currently 9 cents in the money, not ready to take profits just yet. We'll take profits if it goes to maybe the 100-period EMA or the VWAP to the south side. Add cough switch. We do have a cough switch over here, but not sure what that does. Oh, a cough switch. If you're coughing, it'll mute you. That makes sense. Is that what it is, Lucas? The cough button? It's to mute yourself? Oh, that's pretty cool. I thought it was an emote for a while, but I was wondering what the cough button is. So it looks like we already have that cough button up here that you guys were thinking about implementing. I just flicked the switch over here. There's a neat little switch for me to flick for me to mute myself on there. But yeah, we're waiting for the market to pull back. S&P 500 still up 0.5 on the day. NASDAQ still up 0.6 on the day. That makes sense why you were coughing and touching the stream deck. I was like, why is he hitting buttons on the stream deck?
Yeah, they put a cough.
Because there's a cough button
sneeze,
on there. That's pretty cool. Smart. Lucas actually doing some work around here. Hopefully you're not too sore from that gym session, buddy. We had a nice gym session yesterday, Fahad, Lucas, and I. And
nice.
all Fahad did the whole time at the gym was cap.
Was cap?
It was cap the whole time. He kept saying like this, that, this. Like, oh, I know this person. I know that person. I got 92.5% free throw shots. Do you never get tired of just like making stuff up, Fahad?
He's back there. I saw him go into the back. Guys, APDN, we're long that quarter position off that bounce. Well, it's a bounce for now. Let's see what it does. Off the 50 EMA, my average into that one is 270. This dip trade here at 262 or 261, I can't tell. is half position. So if they both get filled, it'll be 3/4 position on that one. But let's see what this one does. I want to see if it respects the 50 period here or not, because for the majority of the day, save and except for this dip here, closer to VWAP, it did respect the 50 period. Doesn't mean it's going to do that this time. That's why we got to take the trades and find out. And that's why I'm going in with the size that I'm going in at with. So long APDN off that 270 level. Let's see what this bad boy does. Let's flip back to see what Peggy's doing. Peggy pulling back a little bit off the bottom here, off that 635, but you know, nothing really to speak of. If I had to guess, I would short this here, but obviously I don't have shorts for Peggy at this moment, so not something that I'm going to enter into. Let's see what else is going on here. Foxo we were looking at earlier. Is that doing anything right now? FOXO, no, doesn't impress me. This is what I'm looking at, guys. This is the Foxo chart here off the scanner. You can see it made like a huge move up to that 175 area, and it's also a dollar stock, so that doesn't really get me interested either. It had this momentary, I don't want to say momentary, it was actually for a while, 1130 to 1152, so about 22 minutes here below VWAP, reclaimed it, and it's taking it from above. So let's see, maybe we can get into this one. If it pulls back into that 143, 142 area, that'll be the VWAP. It's also, this area here, this peak also has probably a level of support. Let's see if it respects this level or not. This level at 144 and VWAP at 142 are only 2 pennies apart. So that's a bit of a buy zone if you wanted to call it that. Not much else to report on. I don't really see much else going on here on my scanner. So yeah, let's have a look at what the chat is up to. People asking about AMD, mRNA, Bank of England news again. Let me see. I don't see anything really related to the Bank of England at the moment, but what a interesting turn of events that has turned into. I mean, that news item that came out yesterday about the Bank of England telling the pensions funds to get their business in order within 3 days kind of sent the market tanking, to be honest with you. And we were all shocked at the time. Like, that's not usually a way the central bank speaks in those cases. But hey, I guess you gotta like belt down, especially when you're reinitiating quantitative easing in a contracting market. I thought that would be an inflationary market. Giga Chat says, why don't we see your positions, guys? Yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue with the positions board. Lucas will be on that in a minute, but at the moment, you'll have to hold on there. I can just tell you what my positions are. APDN long 270, printing 272 now here on the ask. Let's see if this one makes its way back up. I definitely want to see this one break 280. We had a bit of a flat top here. Have a look at this, guys. And I mean, this is the top wick in this area here. It's at 280 area, but you also have a lot of resistance at 279. When we were printing 280s, I was looking at the book, and the book is super thick at that 280 area. So be careful, right? If you're going to initiate a long, make sure it's somewhat below that 280 area, or you could see an aggressive flush down, Brad.
Yeah, I just walked by the kitchen to see what the lunch was. I mean, my lunch is always a salad bowl. Yeah, my lunch is always a salad bowl. I switched it onto the healthy meal, so we got a nice little, where is it? Where's the camera? There it is. I got like, what is it, turkey?
That's turkey,
yeah. Turkey, apple, pineapple, some bell peppers, tomatoes,
right there.
Hunk of cheese. What is this, cabbage, sunflower seeds,
That's
radish.
all healthy, bro.
Radish,
that's as
we
good
got
as it
egg,
gets right there,
and then we got some salad. But most importantly, look at what's my name, Prahad.
Prahad. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
They took Fahad and Prad and they just made Prahad out of it. So gotta love it. Market's still trying to go up north. We're now at 36.20. That's the level that I was talking about on the futures. I can't short the MES directly, so I'm gonna go to ES directly. Sorry, I'm gonna go to the MES and take a fill on the short side for the futures over here. Let's see if we can work with this one, because I still do believe that Apple, which is the #1 weighted stock in the market, if that size on 140.10 is still there, and it is, we got 400 lots on 2 different gateways. We got on the NASDAQ book and on the EXB. So market should be rejecting off that level of 36.20, and Apple should be rejecting off of 140.10 and pulling back to the south side. If 140.10 breaks, obviously that means someone was able to punch $5 million worth of that position. Here's the shorts coming into play right now. What did I tell you? Picture perfect shorts coming into play. 36.20. Call me Pradamus, baby. Look at the short on Apple now. I don't even want to take profits. This is going to be a big winner. I know my level is 140.10. I don't have to back out of it. Lucas is working on that for you guys right now. Lucas, let me know when to take a fill so I can take a fill for the show. Take it? Not yet? Okay, Lucas says not yet, so we'll wait for it. Our future short now 9 points in the money, ladies and gentlemen. What did I tell you? Just got to wait for the right levels sometimes, and when you do find the right levels, you'll be able to put the damage that we are on the market. Coinbase did burn us initially, but now Coinbase getting ready to pay us off that $70 level. Microsoft getting ready to pay us off that $226 level. AMD doing something similar off that 58 area, and future 7 points in the money.
Oh, wow. What an aggressive flush down here by APDN, breaking through that 50 period and making me a little bit concerned. I'm going to leave this to get filled at that 262. That was the plan, right? And my out will be a decisive break of VWAP. It'll probably be at that 254. VWAP currently trading at 257-ish. So if it breaks that 254 level, it'll be the first time it breaks VWAP the entire day. So, well, you know, obviously the initial like few minutes on the bell don't count. I mean, it broke it right here, but that was when it was popping up. So that's not what I consider a break of VWAP. Anyway, so I'm going to take that fill if it comes down there at 262, and my plan on this one will be the break of 255 at 254. That's where I will have my stop on APDN. But I only have about 20 minutes left, so I don't want to take really aggressive positions because I don't want to be in the case where I can't manage them because Ian's going to be on today. But Aaron actually behind me was telling me about FNGR Finger. He wanted to short this guy. He felt, you know, that the volume was a little sparse on it and it looked like a good short. So let's have a look here.
It's wrong.
This is the chart on APDN for the day. Look, you can have, I'm sorry, an FNGR, not APDN. Nice move up right off the bell here, right at that 9:35 time slot. We made a high. It looks like the high on APDN. Geez, how many times am I going to say APDN? On FNGR was at 875 area, and then you had an aggressive flush down, which is what I didn't like. But we've reclaimed VWAP for a bit, for almost about an hour now. From that 11:20 time slot till right now, we've been above VWAP, and also, most notably, we've been above the 50 period, which I use for these small cappers. So let's see if we can try to make a break through that 875 area. Looks like a bit of a triple top here brewing, or higher highs in that case. Maybe not a triple top because they are separated by a little bit by a few pennies. So let's watch FNGR continuing to make newer highs. Up only 9.5% on the day though. So nothing too crazy. Not showing up on everybody's scanners yet, especially if you filter them out. I'm not going to rush into anything on FNGR here, especially because I'm already in APDN, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just trying to debug this with Lucas. Apparently, it only shows the positions that I'm taking a fill on, so not sure why it won't show my... Oh, there we go. Microsoft is now showing up. Let's see if AMD trade shows up over there on the board. I see Apple, Microsoft, and Coin, so maybe I have to take a fill on AMD also and take a fill on all of them, says Lucas, and now it updates properly. Hopefully that position board is now accurate for you. As long as you guys see 4 positions, Apple, Microsoft, Coin, and AMD, that position board should be good for you. Futures positions don't show up on our board, sadly, so you will be missing that trade. But here's that futures position, that 36.20. I told you exactly what level I want to be shorting it. I shorted that level for you, and now we're in the money about 13 points on the futures, 70 cents in the money on Microsoft, 63 cents in the money on Coinbase, 30 cents in the money on AMD, and 66 cents in the money on Apple. I took some profits on all of them, but look, I told you the levels. I think this is going to be a banger of a trade to the south side. Market, I'm expecting the market to pull back all the way to maybe 3,600. I'm going to hold on to these trades until the 3,600 level comes into play, which is another 6 points to the south side.
All right, so I was just messaging somebody in the chat who was asking for Tesla news, something that I addressed earlier, so I don't want to repeat it again. But if the individual by the name of I can't see it here. Anyway, so go ahead. Yeah, Herschel, I can't say your last name. Go ahead and read what I just wrote.
That's my dad's last name.
Sorry, I didn't know.
No. I was just pretty surprised. Bardwaj is my dad's last name. That's pretty cool.
Coincidence there. FNGR kind of making me look a little silly for questioning whether we were going to break that double top. It is just going, guys. Are we going to get the test at 9 here? It's spready, though. Like, I'm seeing 88 and then 91. I see 85s and 92s. So careful on this one. It gets a little spready. What's the volume? 3.32 million, not bad. It's a continuation play. We've been trading finger, I think, like for the better part of a week or two now. So this one starting to make its way up to 9. Let's have a look at the daily chart on finger, see if we can glean any important levels here. Here we go. So, yeah, so this on the 3rd, on October 3rd, we had a high of 1010. Right, which we're not even close to today. And then the day after that, we had a high of 939 and followed by 936. So those are the highs we need to concern ourselves with because we are now higher than all the intervening days between the 5th and today. So 939, 936, and 1010. Those are the levels. Obviously, 936 is the most important for current purposes because it's the one that we are going to run into first. So if you're trading FNGR, be aware of that 936. What's up, Bradley?
I think I wanted to cover a little bit of my Apple, but I had a whole order to cover and actually flip me long. But that's annoying. So I got covered. My trade is actually finished now on Apple. That's annoying. But whatever, we still have our Microsoft shorts, our Coinbase, and our AMD to capitalize on. AMD 25 cents, Microsoft 60 cents. I hate making mistakes like that, man. But here we go. We're not going to let that tilt us. We're going to try and keep our composure in the market over here and make these profits that we're making. Still 11 points in the money on the future side. 3,600 never really came into play, so we're going to hold on to our trade a little bit more. Looking at the other scanners, though, we're looking at Rumble. Rumble's popping up on the scanners right now to the south side. Let's go check out what this one's doing.
Mr. Andrew Tate.
Is he on Rumble now?
Yeah.
That guy's an idiot. Down almost 9% on the day on Rumble. We're about to trigger SSR soon. SSR triggers on a stock when a position hits down 10% on the day. SSR means you cannot short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher. And there we go. Just now, dropping below the 10% marker for Rumble triggers the SSR. So technically, the stock should be a little bit harder. For example, that size on 1015, you cannot take that size out on 1015 to get short. You're going to have to wait above 1015 for the stock to go higher in order to give you those fills in if you want to go short. So Rumble is now SSR. PUBG, oh man,
I knew that would get your goat. That was funny. I saw that. I didn't want to mention it, but that makes me laugh. IMUX just made a big boy move, trying to reclaim VWAP. Here's the chart. I don't want to flip out of the charts that I have currently, so I'm going to bring these black ones. I'm sorry. Here we go. This is the bottom here we made at 757. We reclaimed VWAP, which is currently at 837, but most importantly, we are still below VWAP. We have not reclaimed it from the top side. We are reclaiming it from the bottom side. So this one needs to get above and stay above and then bounce off VWAP back to the high side. That's what I'm looking for. You don't have to trade like that. But when
Sorry, what?
What's happening?
It says I'm long all those positions. I'm short.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, guys, so if you're following Pratt's trades, it seems like there's a bit of an issue with our ticker at the moment. So tread carefully. Don't obviously always trade your book, but don't jump into any position just because you see Prads in it on the board. The position board is a little sketch at the moment. So tread carefully with that. Let's have a look now back at our APDN trade. Recall we're long 270, currently printing 73s and 74s, so we're back in the money on this one. Sadly, we didn't get filled at that 262 dip that we wanted. It didn't make its way back there. It still might. Who knows? There's only about 15 minutes left for me on the show before Ian comes on. I'm definitely looking for the rest later on the day, the break of 280. We seem to have topped here at that 280 and this consolidation area and then continue up through 3. So APDN still making me wait on this one. No big deal. FNGR still wanting to test 9, a little bit below. Currently trading 886. IMUX just bounced to the downside off VWAP. So that's what we're talking about. We need to reclaim it from the upside. So not much to report in small cap world. All three of the stocks not ready to set up and do anything, Bradley.
Yeah, market moving back above VWAP, guys. Yeah, I know it said I was long all those stocks. That's a mistake. I was short all those positions. If you were listening to what I was saying, you know what direction I was in. But if you were just watching that blotter and if you went long based off that blotter, I'm sorry. That's a mistake. Lucas in my ear saying take a fill. So let me quickly head over to a position that I have size on and take a fill on that side. Let's see if it pops up properly. Hey, there we go. And now it's in the right direction. And now it's showing other positions that I didn't even cover. So it looks like the system is fixed. Good job, Lucas, on that one. And now we can look to see where the market's going. Like I mentioned earlier, S&P 500 getting back above VWAP. I think this market's really just hanging out, relaxing to see what
relaxing, all cool.
Shooting some b-ball outside of the school. And a couple of guys that were up to no good.
Started making trouble in my neighborhood. Sorry, guys. We tend to digress like that, but that's just the way it is around here.
but yeah, so market's moving back above VWAP here slightly. Hopefully, Apple pulls back to 140 and allows me to take another short attempt on that side for myself. I see Mikey in the chat. Mikey, my heart goes out to you. I know you vented out to me a little bit. I don't see that as a vent. I see that as you sharing your hardship with me because you consider me as your friend, and I do appreciate that. Obviously, it sucks what you're going through, my friend, and those insurance companies need to get smacked in the mouth, man. Honestly, those insurance companies need to get beat up.
Yeah, I'm just
actually, what insurance company is that, Mikey? So that way, if it's a public company, I'm going to put some shorts on it right now.
You put those shorts. APDN just boring me, to be honest with you. I knew this one was going to be a super slow mover. I could have told you that. Even when it was moving up, it was stair-stepping up ever so slowly, and it really has not changed that characteristic at the moment. So not surprised there. What is surprising me, though, is this strength coming into finger. So Aaron, be careful with shorting finger, because now all of a sudden we're getting an increase in volume and we're getting that test of 9. But what might be interesting here is a flush off 9. Looks like the top that we got was exactly 9, not even 8.99. So I didn't see it print. I didn't have an opportunity to see what the book looked like at that level. I'm looking at it here. It doesn't look too much size, but we don't have all the gateways on this one. I may be able to see it once we get a little bit closer to 9. I'll get more of the gateways. So there you go. Flush right back off 9 into the 870s. The spread, only 3 pennies at the moment, but it does tend to open up. So that was an interesting, nice rejection off 9. I don't have the shorts. I don't know if Aaron had the shorts to take that short, but it looked good. IMUX now kind of above VWAP. Let's see if it corresponds. Yes, IMUX just reclaimed VWAP. Still not good enough for me to initiate a long here. I need more. I need to move up. I'm just giving you a random number to like $8.70 and then retrace back to 8.40 around VWAP, so I can see that this one is more inclined to hold above VWAP as opposed to just breaking and then flushing back down, Prad.
Right on. I'm just reading the chat over here to see what kind of funny comments the chat was making about our Fresh Prince of Bel-Air session over there. They were actually rapping along with us. They put lyrics in there. They're like, they actually continued for us. They're like, I got one little fight. My mom got scared. So chat was continuing for us. Yeah, awesome. Man, what a crazy show. I still watch it sometimes when going to bed. I love the Bel-Air over there. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, that is. But I think it's, is it cancel Will Smith time yet or what? Because of that slap on Chris Rock, right? Anyways,
he's got a new movie coming out, doesn't he? Something
maybe.
Like that. Yeah, people say he's got a new movie, but
could be. Mikey Crahan actually put in his insurance company. It's Allstate. Allstate today up 40.44% on the day. I mean, the markets are green, so it makes sense why Allstate's up. But I'm surprised that insurance companies didn't take a hit off of the Hurricane Ian event that happened. Look at Allstate's daily chart. Very, very strong consolidation sideways near the highs of the
probably
position
getting out
over
of
here.
Like
Sorry?
The person you showed me, remember earlier you were showing me that text? They're not covering it. They're probably trying to get out of covering all that stuff.
Who?
Remember the earlier thing you were showing me? Yeah, I don't know who it was.
No, he just said Allstate was his insurance company, so Allstate's just...
and they were trying to get out of paying?
Yeah, they were get out of paying.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So, they're just glued over here in this range at the moment. Looking for a short opportunity. Trust me, Mikey, if it does pop up to view up, I'll stay just for you, bro.
All right, let's flip back here. Yeah, IMUX not doing what it needs to do. Aaron just sent me an interesting message here. He's been looking at FNGR short, so if you are inclined to do that, he said look good. 500 lots at 9, but kept it flashing. 899 reserved hard, broke immediately, rejected 9, then re-reserved at 99 before flush. So there you go. If you're looking for that short, maybe a nice test off 9 if it retraces back up there. But I think the more time it touches 9, the more, the bigger the chance that it will break through that. So be careful. FNGR, especially with shorting low floats, there are times where, that would have been completely unacceptable for me. I would never short low floats. I've kind of adjusted my strategy a little bit now where I can take smaller size, shorting low floats, and then if I'm in the money, I'll add. I think that's probably the better approach to have as opposed to just writing it off altogether. So if you are in that, careful. The man, the myth, we know this guy from a long time ago. He always sending super chats. This time, he sends a $4.99 super chat. He says, puts on ticker loco. Chicken tastes like paste. Okay, let's have a look at loco. That is funny. El Pollo Loco. You guys will know that as an American food joint. We don't have El Pollo Loco in Canada, but we can look at the chart. No biggie, no restrictions on that. Let's look at El Pollo Loco in terms of an intraday chart. Not one that I would day trade. Obviously, have a look at this. This is probably not one that you would day trade either. Saving except for that move off the bell. You had that red to green move where it opens up red, then it it moves all the way back up. The range here is 50 cents though, guys. The low of day is 10.20, the high of day is 10.70. So not much to speak of in terms of an intraday trade or an intraday range. Let's go have a look at the daily chart. Nice move up yesterday on El Pollo Loco. Did they have earnings or something?
Yep.
They did. Okay, so El Pollo Loco looks like they had earnings. That explains the big move. Looks like yesterday we bottomed out at 9 and we made a move back up to 11.04. So if this one's an earnings winner, we may see a different trend in this chart. But look at this, guys. I'm zooming out as far as I can here, and it is not a good-looking chart. Let's just put it that way. Here are March 2020 lows. We were pretty close to them, let me tell you. So that March 2020 low was at 621.
Bro, that looks good.
Oh, it's good. I'm not talking about the food. I'm talking about the chart. It looks like we made our way back down to that 815, 820 area. But for the better part, and I want to say, of a year and a few months, we have been trending down. This is the area, oh, not even, man, more than that. We've been trending down essentially since January 2021, which is, when a lot of people say the market for some stocks made the top. But look at this. Lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, lower highs, etc. Trading below the 200 EMA. Now, yesterday it broke above the 200 EMA by like a little bit. Currently, we're trading below it though. So we'll have to reclaim, in my opinion, that 200 EMA to reinitiate a possible long. It did break through the 50 EMA and it had been respecting it. Like, look, saving except for this part right here, it had been holding below the 50 EMA. But that's not good enough for me, especially to initiate a long-term position. You want to see it above the 200 EMA. That's just the way I see it, Brad.
Yeah, I don't know about this tasting like paste. This is actually making me hungry. This looks amazing. This looks delicious. I mean, look at that. This is like, look at those chicken strips, bro. Grilled chicken with the tortilla that looks like you can eat it, avocado. Like, come on. You're telling me this tastes like paste? I find that hard to believe. They even got these, like, I've never had those things that you dip in there. What's that? Come on, Rob, don't say that. Avocado's so good for you, man. That's like healthy fats, right?
Avocado?
Yeah, like
man.
healthy fats. You need that,
a lot of
Rob.
fiber,
Come on.
a lot of good fats.
Look at this grilled barbecue chicken, like Los Pollos Hermanos. Sorry, I mean El Pollo Loco.
El Pollo Loco.
Is actually looking like a good spot to be. I don't know why you would say that.
You know what that means?
El Pollo Loco, this chicken crazy.
The crazy chicken, probably.
It's chicken crazy.
Yeah, it's chicken crazy.
Yeah, so El Pollo
funny.
Loco here to the north side today, and the earnings report clearly looking good. I mean, I guessed that's what it was because I know what loco means and I know what pollos means, so I just thought it's crazy chicken. This chicken's fire.
I was trying to stifle you. You dodged that around that, no problem.
Yeah. But yeah, this market's still pulling back to the south side. The future shorts are still looking good to the south side at the moment. Apple shorts, sadly, we're no longer in it, but anyone else who's in it, I see Bang. What was your name again in the chat? Boom Gang. Yeah, Boom Gang in the chat said, thank you for the trade, Prad. I got a good 3:1 trade on that. Congratulations on it.
Nice.
Those are the types of risk to rewards that I always try to put on. Microsoft now $1 in the money. Let's take some more size out on that bad boy. If it's going to give me money, why not, right? Coinbase didn't really give me my fill to the north side as we pushed up to $70, but now pushing back to the south side with the help of the market coming down, we'll be looking to take more profits later on. You need to be eating a whole chicken with a pound of rice if you want to get like Sharif. Bro, trust me, I don't think I'll ever get like Sharif.
No, any day. Watch, man. This guy's killing it at the
I don't
gym.
think-
I'll come back in a year.
You've been
or
working
come
out
back.
for what, 10 years?
10 years.
Yeah.
Try 22 years.
22
bro.
years.
Yeah, 22
That's
years
like-
I've been
that's
working out, man.
It's basically how old I am. Like, holy moly.
I've been working out a minute. Yeah. I can't really see my life without working out. Guys, APDN making a move back closer to that 262 dip that we want. But we only literally have 2 minutes or a minute left on the show. So good chances I'm going to have to punch out of this one. I will not allow it to trigger into my 262 because I will not be able to manage it. So that ends up being a few penny loser for me. No biggie. Was a quarter size. It doesn't really like hurt my P&L all that much. That Peggy trade that we had really kind of set the tone for us. But I'm done for the day today. Ian will be taking my position and he'll be trading with Prad for the next hour and a half. So it was great to see you guys, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp.
I might have to go the shortcut route, man. 10, 20 years, forget that. I might have to look for alternative methods. No, I'm joking. No alternative, no juicing, none of that. We're going to keep it au natural with TRT. Like steroids. Oh, okay. Yeah, like none of that artificial stuff. Okay, it's all au natural, baby, au natural, and we're gonna keep it that way. That UVXY did pop up to the VWAP at the moment. We're looking at UVXY go north side, which means obviously market's gonna go to the south side. Keep working hard, Pratt. Thank you, Dennis. I will keep working hard. Consistency is the key. I mean, now I got more friends. I got Luca and Fahad going to the gym with me too, and we actually had a great gym session yesterday. My chest is a little bit sore, but I'm going to really feel it tomorrow. It was Lucas's probably first time working out after a long time, so that guy is going to feel it all tomorrow. He's going to have to call in a sick day at this point. But hey, Lucas, you know what I told you, right? No days off. Consistency is the key. We're going to have to keep on doing it. Sometimes I might have to bail on you guys because your time slot's way too long for me. I get home at like 9 o'clock last night after finishing the workout because it takes me 2 hours to get home alone. I finished working out at 6:30. I got home at like 8:30. I had to walk my dog until 9 o'clock. I ate my dinner at 9 o'clock. That's so late to eat food. Like, I ate my dinner at 9, and I'm looking at Ian to see if he's going to respond to my comments, but he's too busy logging in at the moment. So we'll give him a moment over here to log in. Anyways, enough about my workouts and whatnot. I'm pretty sure none of you give a crap about that. What's your position on CE? I don't have a position on CE, but I could go give you my outlook on CE based on technicals that I can maybe find about it. The stock is not doing anything. The stock is dead for the day. What even is CE? Let's go see what the stock is. CE is I'm not even going to try bothering to pronounce the name of this company. Something Corporation. Celanese. Can you try pronouncing this for me? Celanese Corporation. Not sure what they do exactly, but the relative volume is 0.73. $90 stock, only doing 200,000 shares on the day. I'm going to be hands off on this position. Look how it's consolidating. What you could do is trade it like a buyout. You could provide liquidity on either side of the trade. Go long until it breaks and then get stopped out. Go short until it breaks and then gets stopped out. And then while the stock is playing in the range, you can take profits multiple times over here. Your risk to reward is going to be good on this because you're not really risking too much. You're risking the days high and the days low, and all you're doing is getting short and getting cover. You're getting long and cover. You can do this all day until this range breaks. Range trading is very easy, in my opinion, but I require volume for me to range trade this stock. With the relative volume of less than 1, no real volume happening on this, so I'm going to stay away from this. Part of some of the traders on the floor actually trade a lot of positions that do this, but they're doing millions and millions of shares throughout the day. That's what I would look for on CE. It's not doing it today.
How's it going, guys? Thank you, Prad, there for covering me while I logged in. It's been exciting. Obviously, I think we're all kind of leading up to FOMC minutes at 2 p.m. I've been pretty much like risk off this morning. I basically trade some bio. It's like on inside days like this, I don't really like to get too involved on a lot of momentum names just because you can easily get chopped up. So I kind of wait until things make a range, right? So I was actually looking at Tesla now. That seems to have made a decent range. Like the 215 break was pretty good, and I know a couple of us had that trade right at open. Unfortunately, I did not. I just didn't get my order in time there for that one. But now that it's made a range, 215 was holding before the past few days. 212 now, 217 is really interesting just because obviously it made this high. It made this high right basically after that open, after that morning flush at 217.50, and then look exactly where it rejected. Rejected 217.50 and then was unable to reclaim 217 there to the upside again, right? Another one that I'm looking at if it comes back to these ranges, and again, guys, it's about being patient now, right? It's about being patient, waiting for these levels. I don't want to get caught basically like Neil always says, like diddling in the middle, and then you're just going to get chopped up and whatnot. So another one on Apple here I'm looking at, and something that Brad also pointed out, I'm not sure if he said it on the show or not, but there's a decent seller above 140 on Apple. So some decent size up there. So if it creeps back up there, going to bank on that seller again, try to get short around there. Probably not looking long on Apple. I haven't really paid too much attention to it, but that's another trade I'm looking at. I'm also looking at Uber, and I'm pretty sure this is up near the prices that I wanted it at. So I might have to just punch into this one. Yes, exactly. So let me actually start a position on this one. Just because I was mainly waiting for I wanted to short Uber up at 26. It made this rejection at 25.70, and that was the one I was actually trying to get in the morning, and I actually really liked that one. But the order kind of just ran away from me. I didn't want to chase it. So let's get involved now and risk off basically at 25.80. I want to add to this position, build a little bit more on it if it creeps back up to 25.70. But these are the prices that the level that I kind of want on Uber to the short side. Obviously, just looking for some continuation. Some general weakness in this sector, Lyft, Uber, these gig, companies and whatnot, definitely showing some weakness, and, I want to get involved in that.
Right on. Sorry. Where were we going to? I had something in mind regarding a question in the chat. Oh, yeah, the question was, where is it? Let me quickly find it. What is the regular... Come on, where was it, Brad? You just saw it. Give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to find this question in the chat that I was getting ready to answer, and then my mind got distracted. Pretty sure the question was, what is your regular sizing? There you go. ES, could you tell me what your average size, could you tell me what is the average size of a regular position? Well, there is no such thing known as an average size of a regular position if you're talking about the stock in specific or the market in specific, because everyone has different risk tolerance across the board. For example, people on the floor over here, if you're a trainee, if you're a brand new trader who hasn't hit the milestones that it requires for you to become a graduate that Ian and myself are, you are on a $50 shutdown. If you're a graduate like Ian and myself and a couple other traders who have been on the show before like Spencer, your shutdown is 250 or higher based on your performance. So that 250 shutdown is very important, because that will dictate to you how much size we can take in a trade. If I'm taking 1,500 trades in a day, which I'm not though, but let's say I'm taking 5 to 6 to 7 trades in a day, and I gotta really calculate how much percentage of risk I can apply to a certain trade, a certain position. How good is that setup? Is that an A+ setup? If it's an A+ setup, maybe I'll give it up to 15%. Maybe I'll even go up to 30% sometimes. But it really depends on your shutdown. So for people like you at home, you might not have a shutdown. You don't have a level or a number on paper that says you can't trade anymore if that number gets hit, right? Based off of that, for you can work with your sizing a little bit more, but I would urge people to still have that number in mind, a mental shutdown. If you lost $100 on the day, if you lost $200 on the day, I'm going to call it and I'm going to try again tomorrow. If you're thinking about that, then it really comes into math at the end of the day. You're really thinking about math, and it's very easy, right? For example, if we go to Apple, you saw that trade that, oh man, this is so annoying. Like, how do I make mistakes like this. And what did I tell you about Apple? It's going to go to the south side. What did I tell you about the futures? We're going to 3,600. So the market's clearly pushing to the south side. At least we have some $1.30 on Microsoft to take money on. But I'm very annoyed that I punched out of Apple with a pure mistake. Anyways, coming back to Apple, I told you about that size on 140.10. We had 400 lots on 140.10. That equates to $5 million on the ask for Apple. If I am close to 140, which I was, I took that fill at $140. That means I have a risk of only 10 cents. If I'm risking 30% on Apple thinking that this is a banger trade, then you really think about 30% of 250 and then how far away from the stop are you? 10 cents. How much is 10 cents, 25% loss on 10 cents? Then you get the answer for how much size you should be taking. So at the end of the day, all of these are very mathematical structures that everyone can use, and it makes your trading easier. You're not going out there making random guesses of how much size I should take, and you're not getting annoyed and angry at yourself for taking too little size or too much size. Earlier on the show, I talked about how taking too much size compared to your risk tolerance will start to bring in fear into your emotions, and you will start trading that stock poorly. You'll take profits too quick. You will think about moving your stops too much, and the structure breaks. So think about a structure, trade that plan, and always go with that plan. You never have a reason to break that plan until you really start bringing that fear into yourself. And how does fear happen one more time? When you start going a little bit too far out of your own tolerance levels.
Yeah, exactly. I was actually reading up on this just last night, and I wanted to address one comment here in the chat. Like, someone says everyone has a max loss or daily trading goal, don't they? So this is like an ongoing debate kind of thing, and the reason being is
I know a lot of people who don't have either of those.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously we have a max loss. Like, it's our shutdown.
Not the floor. Like, I know people who trade at their homes who don't have the shutdown or a goal. They'll just keep on trading the trade.
Right, but like I think the point that I'm trying to make is that like I don't think having a profit goal is like necessarily a great thing, at least for someone that's like maybe like a new trader or like starting or learning like a strategy and whatnot. Just because let's say if you're short of that profit goal, you might start like forcing trades, or might start taking trades that you're like uncomfortable with, pushing a little bit more size, those sorts of things, and then obviously that can end up hurting you if you're pushing more size, whatever. You might not be ready for those particular trades, right? So I don't think having necessarily like a profit goal is a good strategy. Like, and also too, at the end of the day, we're just trading what the market gives us, right? We're just trading what the market gives us. If you have a very specific strategy or a setup that you like to hammer and really look for, and it doesn't show up that one day, and you're forcing trades, like, what are you doing, right? Like, what are you doing? It's about being a professional, right? Be a professional, go off your proven statistics and whatnot, and take the trades that you're looking for, and don't force other trades, right? So, that being said, if that trade doesn't show up, maybe don't trade that day. Maybe you don't have any trades that day, right? So are you hitting your profit goal that day? Obviously not, right? But at the same time, you're also not losing money, right? So that's like kind of like my take and, kind of extension of what Prad was saying. I punched in short here on Meta, and this is a short that I wanted earlier in the day as well. I'm taking it now because this 127 is breaking, and 127 was this low yesterday. Obviously, it's the low today. The low today is like 126.76, so we're not quite there yet. I want to give it to like probably the 30s or the 40s here, just the high off of this consolidation. Maybe add to it again if sellers really pop up there. But essentially, the market is coming off pretty hard. If the market's going to continue downwards here, I think I want to short something that's relatively weak, like Meta today. Meta's down 1.2%. It hasn't really gotten the same sort of bumps as other names like Tesla. Like when the market was bumping up here and bumping to 36.20, Tesla rallied from like 114 to 117.50, right? So it rallied like really, really quick off of that one. So, Meta didn't really have the same sort of price action there. So that's why I'm taking the short here on Meta. I did get some out on Uber there. That's like 12 cents and 13 cents in the money now. So that trade's working. Again, guys, like this is a smaller position just because I wanted it closer to that 25.70 area. But, if it's going to work for me, might as well just take the profits on it. Probably going to, look to take out most of the position near VWAP. But now, that continues to work for me. I'm looking at AMD as well. AMD has been relatively weak, obviously. The whole chip sector generally, it is kind of making a bottom here around 55. But it's also trading a nice range, right? AMD is trading a nice range now. I think the high yesterday was 59, if I'm not mistaken. And then today, making a lower high, 58.48. So essentially, I'm trying to get short closer to that 58 area. Don't want to chase this one this close to VWAP because, obviously VWAP can kind of bounce here. So maybe if the market bounces a bit, then I can get involved on AMD short. But for now, just the 2 positions on for me, one working and then one just kind of chilling.
I'm just responding to a viewer right now on Twitter, and I want to talk about this too on the show. Give me a second, and don't worry asking stupid. Okay, anyways, I'll put that sentence in after. So one of our viewers actually asked me a couple of days ago, could I ask you some questions about the market? I said, yeah, for sure. I'll help you with the best of my ability. And they were asking about VWAP and so on. Corey, if you're watching right now, head over to our homepage of the channel, and you'll see there's a little search box right here, and you can type in VWAP, and you'll be able to get videos and so on. So I'm actually going to take this, copy paste that search link, put it in his chat for him so that way he can read it. But he's also asking me what these bands are, the upper band and the lower band. It looks like those bands are a little bit of a Bollinger Bands, Corey, and it could be VWAP bands too, it could be Bollinger Bands. Nothing wrong with using them. I have used them before, but I've slowly weaned off of using all of these extra indicators. Basically, when the bands are small, it means volatility is not really there. This looks like the pre-market area. Off the open, the volatility opens up, so obviously the bands open up too, and you get that big move, and then this pink line is your VWAP line. So yeah, if you watch that video over there, you'll be able to understand VWAP a little bit better, but also more importantly, Buddy goes, maybe a stupid question, but I needed to ask it. Yeah, guys, no such thing as stupid questions. This is actually something my teacher said. No such thing as stupid questions, just stupid people. This was back in high school. But that's not what I was trying to say. Something last night, I was watching Jordan Peterson's little clip on Instagram, and he said, my daughter runs all my companies for me, and she has this crazy ability to ask stupid questions all the time. But if you ask stupid questions enough of the time and you learn off of that stupid question, you won't ask that question again. And if you ask enough stupid questions, eventually you're not going to be stupid anymore because you're learning, you're growing, and you're advancing. A lot of people have that, probably the same similar stupid question, but they're scared to ask it. 80% of people might have the same similar stupid question, but they're afraid and they're scared to ask it. So the fact that you even did, Corey, good job on that. Just go for it, learn, and adapt and grow every single day out there. Currently, AMD did give me another profit target just above VWAP. I'm not liking the fact that this market's at 3,600 below VWAP, but AMD, which is supposed to be weak, the chip sector, which is supposed to be weak, is currently trying to go up to the north side as the market gets bounced off the 3,600. Coinbase also popping up to the $70 area, so taking some more fills on Coinbase at 70. And I want to see if Apple popped up, and no, Apple did not pop up. So we're going to try and take a long over here on Apple off the 139 lows as the market bounces off 3,600. Maybe we get a chance to ride this to 140 and then flip short again at 140 and risk that 140.10 size off that number. Brad, where do you get the 3,600 number from? That comes from the S&P 500 futures. So if you go to ES on I don't know how you pull up your futures on your platform, but it should be ES on most platforms. For us, we have to do ES/Z22 / that Z22 and then put .cm or do tab CM for those of you who are on Trader TV. And the fact that this market is bouncing off of that 2,600, I want to take more profits on my Microsoft short, which is $1 in the money. Why would I try and hold the size all the way back through to the north side and watch my money that I have made on that position diminish? So let's take some more profits on Apple as the market bounces, or on Microsoft as the market bounces, and get ready to take some profits on Apple closer to 135.50 or even 140. And trust me, if we get to 140 and I see that size at 140.10 again, I'm going to take probably 2 times the size I took on the original trade.
Yeah, it does seem like the market is bouncing off 3,600, but man, like this level has been, reused and abused all day today. Obviously, it broke down in the morning, and then I thought that was the moment where it was like, okay, it's going to be a big short day. The market's going to keep grinding lower. Apparently, PPI, maybe might have meant a little bit more. And then it really didn't because it bounced, right? And now it's been, chopping around this 3,600 all day, right? So obviously, it's a nice round hold number. It's a key level, whatnot, but you got to hold less significance to it. When these bounces happen, I'm not going to be like too phased by it, right? So I'm not going to go like dumping into longs kind of thing, right? So I am short AMD now. It is creeping closer to the prices that I liked it at from before, the top end of this range, right? So I do have the intention to add to this one. Starter size position, I'll average into this position as it comes, closer to my price. And that's something I was actually talking to Spencer about when you're trading some names, add to the position, obviously, if you want the position, right? But then, load up more size closer to your level so that your average price becomes better, right? So, that's how you kind of manage the trade and manage your R&R on that one. Basically, essentially on this one, I'm risking off 58. Obviously it's made kind of a little double top here at 57.80. So, hoping for sellers to kind of step up there and still be present there. And it seems like there's some red kind of pouring in on the tape there. Okay, I triggered into another short here as well. One that I kind of wanted as well, I mentioned earlier, was Tesla, right? So shorting this one off of this 217. Obviously, you got to give Tesla a little bit more risk. So probably a dollar risk here on Tesla, shorting in front of essentially the same sort of double top pattern that you see on AMD. So for now, a few shorts on board. The meta short isn't really working that well, but at the same time, 3600 is having a decent bounce, right? So it's bounced 5 handles off of that 3600 bottom, and Meta has gone up like what, 15 cents, 10 cents. So I'm not too phased about that. I'm just gonna let Meta do its thing. And I saw someone else in the chat saying, does this really look like institutional buyers want Meta at these prices? And yeah, no, it doesn't. So that's why I'm short bias on Meta. I've been mainly short bias on Meta. Ever since it basically broke broke 150, right? So it hasn't been able to reclaim those levels, and then just solidly just trending down. Obviously, there was a lot of selling back when it was like 170 area. So a lot of negative I guess sentiment surrounding Meta, which is surprising because they just released their VR headset, right? So their first VR headset was released yesterday, I believe. I think Prad mentioned it was like $1,500. So quite expensive, obviously not going to be available for everyone, but I don't know, man. Is Meta really going to take over the VR universe? I feel like other companies, if they just want to get involved, like Google or something, they can just totally squash Meta and their business, right? So you know what? I'm short bias Meta, and I'm sure Prad probably is short bias Meta most days as well. Yeah, did you hear the price? 1,500 into a depression. Good luck. Depression. Whoa. Depression. I think recession.
Depression?
I don't know about depression. Well, we are basically 100 years after the first Great Depression, right? Like that historical Great Depression. That was like in the early 20s, maybe late 20s. Some history buffs in the chat can maybe
Gorno acts like
that.
he's a what's that thing called, a CFA or something? Like he's always telling the chat exactly what to do. He's always telling the chat, don't go long, don't go short. He's always like dictating the chat, guys, trade your own book. Gorno, we appreciate everything you do for the viewers in the chat, but I'm not sure if you're a technical analyst, and nobody on this floor is a technical analyst, and we are not allowed to tell you exactly what to do with your positions. You can do whatever you want. That's the beauty about this market, guys. Have a setup that makes you money. Don't listen to anyone in the chat. They will tell you exactly what to do and what not to do all the time. What works for you, trade that. What setups go for you, go for that, right? For me, people tell me all the time, Pratt, that short doesn't look good, but I still trade it because that's my playbook. And if I lose according to my playbook, then who's to blame? Me. But if I lose because somebody else told me what to do, what am I going to do about it? I'm going to tell it's that guy's fault. It's that guy's fault. But no, it's at the end of the day, it's my fault too, because I'm the one pushing the keys on my keyboard. And then obviously I'm getting influenced by other people. Let it be chat, let it be my friends, let it be my mentors or whatever. So nothing wrong with being influenced, but at the end of the day, if you are listening to somebody else, make sure you're putting the blame on yourself for A, listening to them, and B, punching the keys by listening to them by not trading your own playbook. Always trade your own playbook. And if your playbook is not working, then you need to adapt and grow and change with the market environments. Otherwise, the market will take you out. Not for a day, it will take you out.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was you that said it's like how do you get the market, or how does the market get you? There's only really two. What's it called?
Variables?
Variables, or really two outcomes. That's the word I was looking for. Really two outcomes that can happen in the market, right? So you got to trade your own book. You got to stay. discipline. You got to stay disciplined when it comes to your trading, right? And like I said earlier, you got to be professional, right? This is your livelihood. You know, if you're like us, this is what we do every day, right? To make money, right? FNGR going off in the chat. Let's take a quick look at that. I know Sharif was talking about that briefly, and a couple people on the floor were trading this one as well today. You know, it was that small cap runner from the other day, right? So you can see the daily, and the daily is obviously just crazy, right? You know, this ran from $1 to $9 now in the span of a little bit over a week, right? Like 9 trading days, right? So, you know, up again today, up another 14%. I guess the high is 937-ish, right? So we're not quite there yet. We didn't make the new high today. Only 4 mil volume on the day, right? So I think I was mentioning this the other day. You want to be more so involved in these names that first day that is doing a ton of volume, right? That first day is doing a ton of volume, a lot of action on the name, a lot of eyes on this name. You want to be more involved that day because there's less price discovery, or there's more price discovery, right? So, you know, since we've been back and forth with these prices, you know, there's going to be more games being played, especially on these small caps, right? So, you know, it is making a new high. Maybe if this, you know, continues to make a new high and continues to push up now, that's when we get involved, right? So just being patient with this one. I don't want to chase this move. Obviously, it's up 15% today, cracking the high right now. I think taking the higher day breaks on some of these small caps is definitely the wrong move, just because we've seen the aggressive flushes off of some of these even dollar breaks, right? I don't have to tell you guys that. I'm sure some of you have been caught in those flushes as well, right? So it's about waiting for those moments and then taking advantage of those, either if you're going to be on the short side or, you know, trying to get long on a dip or momentum play and whatnot.
Sean, what does your lunch say on it? Does it say Sean? Yeah, guess what mine says? Fahad. I don't know if it's for me or for Fahad. Who's this for? But yeah, just I see Sean eating his salad bowl over there, enjoying his salad bowl. Enjoy your lunch, my friend. As the markets are moving to the north side at the moment, off that 3,600, exactly as predicted by me. Prashadamas strikes again. The shorts from 3,620 to 3,600 worked perfectly. Sadly, we did not get to capitalize Apple the perfect way we wanted to, but Apple longs at the moment working off the 139 bottoms. We're 30-40 cents in the money on Apple, pushing to the north side, and Microsoft also pulling back a little bit to the upside a bit, which only puts us into 93 cents in the money instead of $1.50 in the money on the app on the Microsoft shorts from 226. That's exactly what my average price is. Coinbase is now 17 cents out of the money as it's getting ready to push above $70, but looks like we're gonna try and get more fills of shorts on Coinbase as this market pulls back to VWAP. If the market rejects VWAP, I'll gladly take more fills on Coinbase over here, try to ride the stock back to the south side and take profits in these ranges that we're being offered the profits in. If it doesn't show up, then we just move on and take that loss and walk away from it. I'm waiting for my SoFi and MULN to pop. Oh, buddy. Yesterday, buddy of mine back there and myself were talking about our average price on SoFi. My average price on SoFi right now is $13.90. Let's go look at what SoFi is at. I love it, baby. Let's go. $4. We're down like, what, 70% on my portfolio on this? Almost every single position that I have is down 50% or more. Was that to me? No. Oh yeah. It's crazy that all the stocks in my portfolio are just bleeding, except for Apple. Apple's doing pretty good actually. I love Apple. Might have to. I did say I had ordered to buy more Apple at 135, but looks like the market's not going to give me that opportunity until CPI tomorrow at 8:30. People in the chat talking about FOMC. Guys, it's not FOMC. FOMC minutes. FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Basically, there will be a transcript published at 2 o'clock. There will be no one coming at 2:30 talking about anything, at least not that I know about. But FOMC minutes will come out. Last time Brendan covered it, it'll just be a quick little paper with red text, highlighted in red. Everything that's in red is the change from the last FOMC minutes to this FOMC minutes. This is from the talk that they had in September. So we're going to see how the Fed is going to try and change the monetary policies depending on the PPI numbers that came out today and also the CPI numbers tomorrow, which the Fed's going to be looking at very closely. The job employment numbers came out good, so that's actually a bad thing apparently. Inflation. Part of me actually believes, did you hear about Intel today? Intel has about 140,000 people working for them.
Yeah, aren't they doing?
Or is it 114?
Aren't they doing like job cuts and
Yeah,
whatnot? Yeah.
I forget if it's 140 or 114,000 people working for him. It doesn't matter what the number is, but the point is, Intel getting ready to cut some jobs around the board over here to deal with the current market environment. And part of me believes that this is actually a push from the feds and the government, like, hey, cut some people so we can control inflation. Right, but it also could be just Intel itself trying to save itself from impending doom. I mean, Intel was at $60, $50 and used to just trade sideways for months on end. Look at this, from from May 2001 all the way to October 2001. All Intel did was trade in a absolute range of $2-3. Then sadly, the market's negative weakness catalyst coming in, pushing Intel all the way to $25. If Intel is not a buy at $25, I don't know what is. Like, this company makes chips for the whole world. Almost every single computer in the world has Intel chips, except for like those few select gamers who want to go AMD to save some money, or they believe that AMD has better chips and so on. I personally do know that Intel has better chips, but AMD has the opportunity to keep on growing like they always have.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, that's a thing. There's so much negativity, and obviously these chips stocks have been getting hit so hard recently. But you got to think, like, these prices are so good, and you know, it's haven't been here for a while. Your upside has a lot of potential. Let's just put it that way, right? At the same time, the market is getting beat down. We're going into an impending recession here, and inflation doesn't seem to be getting any lower anytime soon. The Fed's saying they're not going to cut rates anytime soon. So there's a lot of negative sentiment overall in the market. But at that same time, then I think it's best if you take profits when they're offered to you, right? If you are in the money at any point in any of these positions, then you should probably look to at least manage your position and whatnot. Someone's saying, how do you think that the market has received PPI today so far? So obviously there was the original, the initial. I guess shorting at the beginning of the market, right? As soon as that number came out, I think it was 0.5% versus expected 0.2%. And the PPI, it's basically measuring how much production costs and whatnot are increasing, right? So that's exactly what PPI is. It came in obviously hotter than expected, which may signal that inflation is still higher, still growing and whatnot. So that being said, the market is kind of chopped around, right? The market is kind of chopped around all day. I think they're waiting for the big one tomorrow, which is going to be the CPI number, obviously, the whole core inflation number, and that's going to be a better gauge of what's actually happening right now. And that obviously there's going to be a bigger move off of that unless it comes in flat. I think the expectation is 8.1%, but I think if it comes in like 8.3, 8.4, anything like that, it's gonna get pretty gnarly, I think, to the downside. How to play CPI day. So this is something we've been talking about all week, right? So I think it's best to wait for the number to obviously come out. So whatever source you use, wait for that number to come out, and gauge that. And then if it comes in hot, wait for the reaction, and then kind of play it off of that, right? So if it's a big short, then try to look at maybe downside levels to get broken and whatnot, right? I think on the ES, if the new low is broken, I think it was like 35.72. Watch out, right? Watch out. We've been talking about you could be punching into the abyss, right? So we don't know what levels belong down there or what levels are going to be supports down there. So it could be pretty gnarly, right? But I think most importantly, you got to wait for that number. Don't position yourself prior to the number because it's going to be probably straight gambling, right? So just wait, be patient, and then react accordingly.
Yeah, because if you are positioned before the number, the stop that you might throw out based on your previous experience will probably slip because these moves are violent and they're crazy. So be very careful. Very good point on not YOLOing your money over there on the CPI number. Herschel Bhardwaj asking, will CPI be a good news tomorrow? Well, sadly, we don't know the future, Herschel. What we can do is expect the different scenarios. If CPI comes out good, what could the market do? If CPI comes out bad, what could the market do? If CPI comes out flat, what could the market do? So there's 3 different scenarios that you got to lay out for yourself. Create a theory around them, and then map out the levels on the charts. And then tomorrow morning, as you come in before 8:30, map out the levels again. Keep in mind, tomorrow the show starts a little bit earlier. We start at 8:25, 8:15. 8:25. So we start
15's a little early.
We start 5 minutes earlier than the CPI number, and they're gonna actually explain all the other variables for you right before the CPI drops. And at 8:30, you'll have Brando on there for you talking about the CPI number. That's gonna be your news wires, basically. That's our news wires too. He educates us about what the numbers are happening and so on. What did I tell you about Microsoft? If it pulls back to 226, we're going to try to take more size, and I'm going to take more size than I previously took. Futures did push up to the VWAP area, but now we're looking at a rejection at VWAP. Apple never really pulling up to 140. That means I'm done with my long at Apple VWAP 2. That long from 139 to 139.50, giving us 50 cents per share profit. We take that and we run away from the market at the moment. AMD pulling up to 58, giving me more fills on my short. Coinbase pulling up to 70, but not really pulling up to 70.50. So not really adding on to that position for myself. UVXY is still negative on the day. Your markets are still positive on the day, but it is very sideways action coming into the market today as the market's preparing for tomorrow. Once again, guys, you always want to create a if this then statement. Act like a program, act like an algorithm. What is an algo? An algo is just basic if then statements. If this happens, do this. If that happens, do this. Like for example, a Newswire algo tomorrow. Once a CPI drops, these algos will be coded exactly. If number greater than 8 point whatever the estimated number is. If number is greater than 8 point whatever, go long on futures or go short on futures or whatever the theory is. If the number is less than 8 point something, then do that. You got to think of yourself as an algorithm, as a computer, as a program. Take the emotions out of it, take the fear out of it, have a setup, create a setup, have a setup, and trade that setup.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the biggest thing that you're trying to get at here is you got to be prepared. Just be prepared for the trade, and everything will kind of fall into place afterwards, right? I hate trying to guess, though. I prefer scalping, riding the momentum. We're not telling you to guess. I think that's the worst thing you could probably do in this, especially for this type of trade, because you can guess and, let's say you position yourself short, anticipating that inflation is going to be hot, right? I think, a lot of people are expecting that inflation is going to be hot, but for whatever reason, let's say it comes in at like 7.8 or 7.7. What do you think is going to happen? The market's going to rip up. You're going to be caught way out of the money because it's going to rip up faster than you could blink, right? And it's going to hurt real bad, right? So I think the best thing to do is just be prepared for whatever can happen and kind of go from there. I think I told this to Luca one time. I was like, you should expect everything, but also expect nothing at the same time, right? So, you can just be prepared for anything to come. The Terminator ran on algos. Yeah, that's a Luca saying. He's always talking about Terminators and whatnot. These algos coming to get us. Do you short CCL now? Let's take a look at CCL. I actually haven't looked at it all day. I wanted this short off of 660 earlier this week, and then I missed that, but it looks like that level has been reclaimed now. It's reclaiming the 7 area, right? So I think if you're going to hop in short, you got to wait till it's like closer to 8. Shorting obviously now it's up 9% on the day, so you're essentially just trying to pick a top, right? Chances are that it does pull back from here, but you can be wrong, right? You can be wrong. So it's not, not everyone's the best top picker or bottom picker and whatnot. You got to play off levels, right? So I guess the level for CCL, definitely like the 775 area. That's going to be interesting just because that's where it rejected on the dailies, back in like the beginning of October, essentially, right? So got to be patient, wait for this one. If you missed this up move, it is what it is. I missed it. I'm pretty sure Brad missed it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people missed this up move on CCL. You caught the CCL move?
Yeah, I had CCL long 660. I got out at $7.
Okay, so yeah, I stand corrected here. I stand corrected, but I still think a lot of people missed this one. But regardless, be patient. Wait for your levels to come into this one. Don't just try picking a random top because you're probably going to get run over. You've seen me get run over on the show, so it can definitely happen to you. Sympathy move today on CCL? Yeah, probably. If you're going to short, consider expiration at least a month out. Okay, so that's trading options, guys. We trade shares on the show. Whenever we're trading on the show, we're trading equities and shares. So don't kind of get that confused. Obviously, you could utilize options if you are trading at home. Utilize that leverage, but we don't really have that problem here at the firm. Right now, my positions not really doing too much. I actually added to the Tesla short that I had, and now that's looking like a mistake because I thought the market was rejecting VWAP here, and then a lot of selling poured in on Tesla, so I added to it below 216, right? So I might get burnt on this one because I remember, I told you guys I wanted this one closer to 217. These tops, these double top basically against 217.50, but it is rejecting the 216. 1650 area right now. So there's some selling there. The market is still struggling with VWAP, but I think if the market reclaims VWAP here, I got to be very careful with some of these shorts. I did add to the Meta one, so that average is better. My Uber position, that's pretty small, so I'm not too worried about that one. AMD, I also added to this one as well. Just because it closed in on that 58. And I actually realized that AMD is still SSR. Like AMD, it's been 2 days, no? It's still SSR because I tried crossing and I couldn't get in. I tried crossing, I couldn't get in, so I had to wait on the offer to get filled. Regardless, I did. I got filled at like 57.92 for that short, so that's still working right now. So my average price is a lot better on that one and pretty much flat on that trade.
No, it's not. It's not SSR.
Okay, well that's kind of weird. It didn't let me punch in or cross. Something maybe got crossed up with the orders and whatnot. Regardless, I collected some fees then, waiting passively on the offer.
For anyone wondering how to find if a stock is on SSR, and if you don't have that little tool that our computers have that says SSR on the top over there, you could actually just Google it. Go to Google and type in SSR stock list. You will see this one right here. Ignore this chart. They're looking at the stock SSR. But if you find this NASDAQ trader website, click on that. You'll be able to download the thing, and then you just do Control F to find on that sheet. And if you type in AMD, it won't show up on there. But if you type in, let's say, TGL, I'm just taking from here. Look at that. It says TGL is on SSR today. And if you go to TGL on New York or on NASDAQ, wherever the stock is, most likely the stock is down more than 10% today, or was down more than 10% yesterday. And that puts the stock on SSR today and tomorrow. Yeah, it's not down 10% today, but maybe at one point today it was down 10%, or yesterday it was down more than 10%, of putting the stock on SSR. Something's wrong with our platform over there, maybe why for a reason why it says AMD is on SSR list. I don't see that it is, and you are right. You were saying, it's been 2 days, so it could be that it's just our platform just bugged out. But you're saying you had issues punching out. It could just be, or punching in, it could just be you were on a gateway where there was no liquidity. Sometimes I use Archive to deal with that problem. Let's actually talk about that. A lot of viewers over here who do have Day Trade the World capabilities might not really know about the whole gateways and so on, and some of the other traders might not even know about gateways. So let's jump into gateways a little bit. What is a gateway? It's the way you route an order. The most common gateways that I use are BATS and ARCA. Lots of liquidity on those gateways. But sometimes when I do throw my BATS order, I don't get a fill. And then I look at the order book and I see, is there any size on that BATS gateway? BAT is BATS. So if there is no size on BATS, I'm not going to get that fill most likely. So what do? I look for a gateway that is on that book, and then I will punch using that gateway. If you have the option to route multiple gateways onto your keyboard, I suggest you to do so. Let me show you what my keyboard currently looks like. The setup that I have on my keyboard, we're not looking for the Amex market. We're looking for let's go to New York, because I trade New York, and actually I trade NASDAQ more. So NASDAQ should have more gateways for me. Notice how, this is the wrong one anyways. But the keyboard is usually all packed to the north side, every single letter. I have mid prints, I have dark pool gateways, which I never use, but I have dark pool gateways coded. I have the main gateways coded, and I suggest people to learn how to use certain gateways to certain specific situations. For example, we use the Edge X stops at the floor a lot, because that's the gateway that we're paying for the liquidity, and it's the first one to fill. That way, if I'm getting stopped out on a stock, it's going to give me the least slippage. So you got to find out what gateways give you the least slippage on a stop. That way, you're paying the least prices when you're wrong on a trade.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when I started on the floor, my world was like totally blown up because of all these gateways and stuff. I had to like learn a bunch of stuff and utilize them accordingly. And you really have to use all gateways that are available to you, right? Because you can see what's executing, what's filling and whatnot, and jump to that gateway and see the size on different gateways and whatnot. It's a whole different world. It's a whole different world, and you definitely have to use the tools that are available to you. So if you have those capabilities, I obviously recommend using them. I think I'm gonna have to, oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. I did add here on AMD, again, in front of this 58. It's really struggling with this. And I was also watching on Tesla. There was some size on the bid, and I was like kind of getting a little bit almost shaking out on this one, but then it got a hit, right? But we're right back up at these prices again in the 60s, right? But regardless, though, the market is really struggling with VWAP. I think we're kind of at almost like an inflection point. Maybe it just stays here waiting for FOMC at 2 p.m. And by FOMC, I mean just the minutes, right? Obviously, the minutes are just dropping. That's just the meeting details. The meeting has already happened. We basically already know everything that they've said. You know, Jay Powell had a speech and whatnot, so there's not going to be any speakers or anything like that today. But, you know, we're going to get further details and further insight, you know, into that meeting and what was, you know, particularly said. That being said, I think, you know, it's going to be relatively hawkish, but we'll see, right? We'll see. You know, the market is kind of in the middle right now, so, you know, expect it to kind of hit one of these ranges, either the top or the bottom of the range. And, you know, I'm kind of caught, you know, shorting in the middle of it. Tesla is not really doing too much. It's struggling with the 200 EMA here. That's what I have in my charts. I trade with the 50 and 200. I know a few people were asking about that the other day, but yeah, that's what I like to trade with. Good news is due. I mean, yeah, for sure, right? Obviously, we've been getting hammered on with bad news, you know, pretty much day after day, and the market has just been kind of trickling downwards. But if there's no good news to report, if inflation just keeps rising, then, you know, what can we do, right? We just got to take the bad news in stride and trade accordingly, and, you know, maybe change up your strategies and whatnot. Okay, are you buying leveraged options? Okay, I'm not gonna really talk about that one. FOMC minutes, yeah, we just talked about that. What are you guys trading today? Like, I haven't really seen many tickers that you guys have thrown in the chat. Like, toss in some tickers and we could take a look at those trades as well. I love to talk about my trades, but, you know, I don't want to keep running in circles. That being said, let's do a quick like count. I haven't done this since I came on yet. We're at 2.4K likes. Make sure to smash the like button, guys. 4.2K people watching, right? So, you know, we can get a few more likes in there. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell, and then you can get the notifications when we post videos. Obviously, we're streaming every single day, guys. 8:30 to 4 o'clock, live streaming trading. I don't know of any other YouTube channel that does live stream trading like we do. It's pretty incredible what we do, and, you know, we present it every single day. If you guys haven't already, you know, check out all our videos. We post a lot of educational videos on the weekend. We post pre-market videos as well, right? So there's so much content that we're just kind of pumping out every single day. You can search through here. I know Prad was talking about that one viewer that messaged him. You could kind of just type in whatever you want to learn about and type it in here, and a bunch of videos come up about it. Last but not least, we also have a merch store, right, with some cool sweaters and hats and whatnot. A few of us have the I'd Rather Be Trading sweater as well. That hoodie, super comfy, guys. As always, you know, thank you for your continued support. If you haven't already, smash that like button. That's all we ask. We don't ask for anything else. Just, you know, for you guys to keep watching and keep enjoying the show.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ask Luca where he found that picture of that volume candles being low, because none of that makes sense to me. That picture looks stupid, honestly, because the volume keeps on going up, and I'm really wondering where Luca found that picture from and what source was that. But anyways, we'll come back to that when Luca answers over there in the private messages. He's actually having a bad day today. Apparently, he hurt one of his ribs playing ball. Poor guy, and he's a small guy too. Any big guy runs into him, if he's probably flying off the head over there. So Luca, be safe, my friend. Yesterday when we were playing ball at 4 o'clock, Fahad and Lucas and myself, we lost every single game we played. We were so bad. We were so bad.
Come on now.
This guy plays without his glasses. He complains about not seeing anything, but then he says 92.5 free throw, and he can't even hit a single ball. But anyways, coming back to the ball court, I got my head banged in yesterday, man. This guy and I clashed heads, and I literally my head was ringing for like 30 seconds, and I felt like I had a concussion or something. That hurt. But hopefully we get to be a little bit safer today. I want to talk about AMC. AMC down 6.5% on the day. Looks like it's getting ready to push to that $4 area where this whole game started. When AMC was at $4, that's when your boy, what's his name again? DFV. I'm not going to say the F part in there. You guys know what his name is. But Deep Value, also known as, what was his other name on YouTube? Roaring Kitty.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Roaring Kitty coming in, and I'm trying to pull up AMC, sorry. I should not be using these charts. I should be promoting trade ideas. So I'll use the trade ideas charts over here. I'll pull up the day chart. What did I just do? I did something really bad over there. So we're going to go back to AMC. Here's the daily chart. The last time we were at $6 and $4, that's where the whole game started for the stock. And now we're pushing right back to those levels. Look at that. Starting at $4 or $5, that's when the whole squeeze game started. And now we're getting ready to maybe push back to that $4. We'll see if there's any buyers at $4. I personally said I would buy AMD at $4, and I might just do it.
AMC.
AMC, sorry.
Yeah, and just a couple of corrections here. I think he was that person, that Roaring Kitty guy. He bought GME. It wasn't AMC.
Right.
I gotta check out that GME docu-series or whatever on Netflix. I just want to kind of just watch it and see what it's about. I don't, obviously we kind of lived through it, right? But, I'm kind of interested to see another point of view or a different take on it. Someone said Tesla is coming down, and yeah, it is. And here I am kind of regretting adding the size when I did. But, I thought that I had missed it here, right? So you see this wick here, and this is the 3-minute chart, guys. It wicked up here to like 216.50. Basically where it was kind of, diddling around here, and then rejected, and then fell below 216. The market at the same time was rejecting VWAP, so I'm like, I missed a move. Let me add to this short. Let's hammer it down, and let's keep it going, right? And, and then it didn't do that. It just stopped, and then it ran right back to 216.50. Here we are again at 216. I think, I think I want to just manage this position. And this is something I've been working on as well. Like I'm gonna take out like a quarter there. I'm gonna take out a quarter of the position there. My average is gonna stay the same, but I just want to de-risk a bit just because if it pops back up to 216.50, that's when I want to hammer in more size and better my average on that one, right? On AMD, I did take out some of the profits here into the 70s, and now that seems to be working a bit more. I'm gonna bid out on that one. Let me bid out and take up a little bit more size on that one at 66 there as it runs away from my bid. Maybe I should try a different gateway. No, it's gonna fill me there. It has to fill me. I'm sitting right there, man. I'm sitting right there in the bed, fill me. Anyways, there I get the fill. So, collecting some fees on that one. Oh, that's another thing about gateways, guys. You can collect fees on different gateways, so make sure you look that up and see which ones are more profitable for you. But as I was kind of saying on Tesla is like, I don't want to be carrying a full-size position in case it runs up here and stops me out at 217, right? If this is the actual bottom, I'd rather just deleverage a little bit, especially here on the midday. I don't want to be too over leveraged and whatnot and take a fat L, something like that on the midday show here in front of this FOMC minutes, right? So I think, positioning yourself before FOMC here, it could be a good idea, but at the same time, I think there's going to be a decent trade potentially off of these minutes when they release at 2 p.m. So, saving some risk for that one. But right now, I'm pretty much flat on every position. Oh, the meta trade has pretty much gone flat too now for me. So it looks like that ad up here closer to the 127.40 area is working now, and that's another thing too. And I think one of our one of the other traders that used to trade here, he now has his own floor in another location. But one thing that he kind of always tells us as well is you should put your order to enter your position actually where you were thinking of putting your stop, right? And I know some of you guys have mentioned that as well in the chat too. And I was thinking of stopping out at 127.40. Luckily, I had a little bit of size on the first ad, so I had the luxury of adding more size up here. So that's exactly what I did, right? So I had to bite the bullet essentially of accepting a little bit more risk. But now the meta trade is looking a lot better for me, and if it continues to break down below 127, I'm going to be much more in the money. Tesla now 30 cents in the money, so that's continuing to work. AMD trickling downwards as well.
Someone in the chat said, John said, my accountant told me he knows a couple hundred of his clients attempt to trade, said maybe a dozen actually make money. That's an actual rule in the market. 90% of the traders lose 90% of the money in 90 days. So that's called the 90-90-90 rule, and it's been out there for a long time. So it's I say this again and again a lot of times, which is you're trading, you're in a league. Right, you're in the NBA, while you don't even have the skills to be in the NBA. You're in the top of the top performance league when it comes to trading. There is no junior league trading where you can play with people of your equivalent skill. You're fighting the best of the best. You're fighting algorithms who are better than the best of the best because they're coded to be that way. And you're also fighting the worst of the worst. That's the nature of this market, and we got to realize that environment that we're sitting in. Now, that being said, the whole purpose of this job, sitting on YouTube and talking about it live in front of you for free, is not so we could boost our egos about how good we are. It's so we can help change that 90-90-90 rule. There is nobody doing this. There is a need in the market for people to educate people, and that's where we fit in to come fill that need in the market, right? Educate, entertain, and inform. So if you see the way I lose on the markets or I win on the markets, you see how not to repeat those mistakes that I've made, and you see how to make the moves that I made to also make you money. When you're watching Sean trade, when you're watching Sean post the sticky notes, you're understanding how his reasoning behind that sticky note comes in, why he's looking at a certain level, why is he looking at that stock to begin with, is there a catalyst? You're learning all these things in there along with us. And I said this a long time in a trainee meeting. The best thing I like to do is to watch the trader who's the worst on the floor, because that trader will tell me exactly what not to do. Sadly, that might be me today, and I might have to watch myself.
Well, then, do a trade review in a journal tonight, and reflect a lot on your trade slate. That's always a good thing to do every single day as well. But I think, a lot of what Prad was touching on is like, guys, we're here to help. Put questions in the chat. Like, one thing that I really try to focus on when I do come on the show is I try to look for people with, specific questions, right? Because I was just like you guys. I was literally just like you guys watching the show, watching, Sean and Neil trade every day, and then watching Prad trade every day. And then, I'm here on the floor and I'm here on the show, right? So I'm on the other side now. I want to help you guys. Put out your questions there, and, we can try to answer them to the best of our abilities, right? I did take some out of the Tesla trade here, essentially in front of this 215.50 area. This is the 50 EMA that's kind of bouncing off of. I'm like 30 cents in the money on this one, just kind of deleveraging this position because it's not really moving downwards like the market is. The market seems to now have rejected VWAP at 36.10, pushing back towards this 3600 level, guys. Remember, I was saying, 3600 has been recycled and abused today, so it bounced this most recent time. Is it going to bounce this time? Like, I don't know. I wouldn't place any big bets on it or anything like that. So just kind of be careful because it could, potentially just continue to fade leading up to these FOMC minutes dropping at 2. I heard a couple people in the chat also say that, when is the CPI data being released? Guys, that's being released at 8:30 tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to have it for you live on the show. Tune in for the show at 8:25 a.m. So 5 minutes early, we're going to be starting the show, right? A couple people preaching FNGR. Okay, so this did break out new highs here. Is this going to 10? This seems like it's going to 10 here on FNGR.
No, it's only 20 cents away from it. It's not
yeah.
going there.
It's not going there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going there.
It's going to
a big volume spike here in the last 3 minutes. So, exactly what I said was might happen, has happened now. So it's broken out new highs. It's broken out new highs since the other day, right? So this is new price discovery. Is the momentum going to start pouring in on FNGR, or is it going to flush off of this 10 break? I'm going to have it up on my side screen here just in case. I want to, see potentially to get involved here closer to 10. But for now, if you missed a move, don't chase it here. You can't really bet on this size. Like, yes, there's 25 lots, 11 lots. So there are people bidding on this name, but that's nothing, guys. Like, that's what is that? 2,500 shares of 975. You guys can kind of do the math on that one. Notionally, that's not that much money, right? So just keep that in mind. It looks like it's heading towards 10.
Yeah, I took some profits on the AMD shorts, as you guys can see near the 50 period / 100 period EMA as the market did pull back. But I personally think this market's done for the rest of the 30 minutes over here. My sweetheart, shorting it doesn't really make me happy, but you got to be willing to separate your day trading account from your long-term account. I know most of you in the chat probably have 2 accounts. You got to be able to separate those 2 accounts completely. And for anyone who is frozen in the chat, please refresh the YouTube chat or the YouTube, refresh YouTube, and you will be back. So if you refresh YouTube, guys, you will be back in a second. Currently, Microsoft is absolutely screwing me over by being 50 cents out of the money. Let's go manage that trade. But what I was saying is I think this market's basically done moving around until 2 o'clock. I think we're just going to see rejection of VWAP and bounce of 3,600.
Yeah, that's why, honestly, I'm not doing too much with my positions now. I think I've got a good short position here on AMD near high of day, so I'm liking that one. You know, the Tesla position, that's kind of just not doing too much either, kind of fluctuating around this 216 area. I am glad that I deleveraged a bit on this one just because I didn't want to have that many shares, you know, just in case it rips up or something like that. But, you know, I agree with Brad. Like, I think, you know, if you position yourself ahead of these, you know, ahead of 2 p.m. And you're in good positions, I think you kind of just stay status quo a bit and kind of just manage them, right? And that's exactly what I'm doing here with my positions. The one position that I have not given any love to is this Uber trade. This Uber trade I offered out and I got filled. And
Why is the stock up 4%?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I looked up and I was like, oh, I got more shares. Okay, cool. And then all of a sudden I look up and I'm like 15 cents out of the money on Uber. And it's like kind of cracking higher as well. The high of day is 25.78. So I'll tell you guys exactly what I'm risking off of. I'm risking off of the 80 break, right? And then I'm going to be out of this trade. I don't want to be in it if it's just, you know, going to continue to crack higher. The selling up here near 25.70 was so strong in the morning. It was so strong in the morning. There was a lot of like inverse gateways as well, trying to off-road and get short there. Obviously, Uber, its SSR continued today, so it is harder to get short on this name. So maybe that's why it's not really plunging as much as you'd want to kind of see it if you are more short bias on this name. But it looks like that one could be a potential L for me on Uber, that is. Meta as well, you know, that one's just kind of fluctuating. Meta NQ is just kind of fluctuating around my break-even price. It's really struggling with this 127. It seems like this 127 is definitely a shelf. If the market breaks down, let's say maybe breaks down below 3,600 and can't really get back up there and test VWAP again, you know, you can definitely see 127 breaking down as well, and that short's going to continue to work. Well, it's going to start working, like some of my other ones. Okay, now I'm in the money a little bit more on Tesla. So let me take a little bit more out. I'll just cross there and get out in front of 50. So that trade seems to be working now. I don't know why it always does that, but yeah. So taking out, basically deleveraging some of my position around the same area, you know, 50 cents in the money-ish on Tesla. That's decent, you know, on the midday. Obviously, you know, you can get bigger winners on Tesla, you know, dollar winners and whatnot. But, you know, you got to take what you can get, especially ahead of 2 p.m. here.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just drawn into what Neil's doing over there. You guys are going to see a lot of new stuff. The green screen's finally being put to use, so I'm excited. I actually want to shoot some funny things on the green screen for myself and have that edited. So I want to talk about Uber. Why is Uber up 4% on the day when the U.S. Labor Department is trying to enforce Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash to be moving away from contract work and actually employing their drivers and so on, which means they now need to be put on benefits. They will have car insurances and stuff, and also a salary most likely as people, or as the government wants them to move away from contracted work, which is basically why Uber is somewhat profitable, right? They've struggled to be profitable because of their expansion. Then you saw all the problems that Uber had in Germany, in India, and all other countries around the world with legalization and authorization and the battles with taxis that they had. And now they're having another battle. So Uber should technically be in the ground today, but Uber surprisingly up 4%, which is very, very weird to me. I'm pretty question mark in that move over there, honestly. Manta Z is asking us, how do you decide spread between stop loss and take profit indicators? Not sure what you mean about spread for stop loss and take. Okay, so when I have a stop out, I was actually saying this to one of our traders behind here yesterday. They posted a note, which is a journal of their trades. And for example, let's show you a trade. If I was short Apple, which I was, right? Obviously, the short was 140.10 was my level because we saw a size on 140.10. But if I didn't see that size on 140.10 and I was short 140, my stop would basically be at the high of this range, which would be at 140.35 plus whatever the spread of Apple is. Apple always moves in the spread of 1 penny. So when the spread is about 1 penny, I tend to give it, 5 to 10 pennies higher than the range over here, at which point I know I'll be wrong. But next thing I'm going to notice is, 5 to 10 more cents, I could just give it the risk of high a day. So using multiple variables like that will come into help for you. But if you go into a stock that is spready more than a penny, sometimes Coinbase opens up to 10 cents, sometimes it's in 1 cent range. So when it comes to Coinbase, if I'm short in front of 70, the high of this range is at 70.40, let's say, I would give it 70.40 plus 10 cents of spread that the stock opens up to. That way, if it does go up to 70.40, maybe I'll even give it 15 cents because I really wanted to show me that I am wrong on that trade. So 70.40 plus 15 cents on top of that. If it goes to 70.66 or something, then there's a good chance that I say, okay, I'm actually wrong on this trade. The stock wants to keep on going higher. So that's the way that I use spreads in my stops. But when using profit targets, I'll tell you this right away, blatantly honest, I am very bad with taking my profits. I take profits way too early sometimes, and I don't really use indicators and technical analysis to take profits, which I should be using. But I'm not worried about fixing my profits right now. I'm more worried about learning more and getting better with being patient with my fills, not chasing my trades, and other things that I could work on, because fixing my exits for profits, for taking money, will be something that I can easily fix. I want to fix everything else that's wrong with my trading, such as the things that I explained a little bit earlier. So when it comes to profits, I'm going to have to say, maybe use EMAs, maybe use Fibonacci retracement levels if you want. You could also use support areas, such as Coinbase doesn't want to go much lower than 69 apparently. So if Coinbase pulls back to the south side, as the market just recently broke 3,600, then I'll take some profits in the previous support area and try to hold it for a bigger dream move, as we call it. So when it comes to profits, you can have your best guess on that. But when it comes to stops are very, very calculated. When you have a stop in a wrong spot, you can get stopped out and you'll say, oh, I got stop hunted. Oh, the market got me. But no, you had your stop at the wrong spot. If you had the right idea on the trade and you got stopped out, you can get right back in it. So you got to think about where to really put your stops. You have to calculate your stops very good.
Speaking of profits, let's spin this one because that whole time, does it not work? I'm pressing it.
I got it.
Money.
Oh, it's not coming up on the. Okay, anyways, you guys heard what I wanted to say. This whole time that Prav was talking about profits, I was just printing over here on the other side because there was a lot of selling that just came in the market here. So 127 broke down on Meta. That's continuing to work now. So I started taking profits into the 70s and the 60s. That's 65 cents in the money now on the Meta trade. AMD is working now as well. So that one's about 50 cents in the money. I'm taking my profits out of this one as well. And then Tesla to be the kicker, $1 in the money now, 215. So I bet out of this one. Still holding a decent amount of size for these moves, guys. If 3,600 is going to continue to break down, we're going to push to the lows of the market. I think I'm positioned very, very nicely for this short. So, realizing some, but, my U plus net continues to grow. So I want to keep holding here. I'm going to take a little bit more out here on Tesla. I'll ride the rest there and, we'll kind of keep going with that one. I still have a few more pieces left of this Tesla trade to kind of get out and scalp out and whatnot. But man, this is crazy now. I didn't really expect this move for this continued move to keep going down, but I'm not going to argue with it. I did get stopped out of Uber. I'm not too phased about that one. It ticks me out there. I got a really bad fill. I got 84s on the way out. So that one hurts to take an L on this one, but you know what? Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you're just wrong on your thesis. Like Prad, my thesis was thinking more short on Uber today, and there was selling. There was opportunities to get short and take profits on Uber, but not here in the afternoon. But that's okay because we're printing on other names like AMD, Tesla, Meta. They're all in the money now. I'm speechless right now. Is the market forming a bear trap? I mean, potentially if, for whatever reason, the market rallies at 2 p.m., off of these minutes. But at the same time, I'm not really expecting a huge move at 2 p.m. because, we already know what has been said in the meeting, right? So the minutes are just going to be purely just details on what happened. But that being said, if there is a trade to be had, if there's a cool level, a good key level to be, formulate a trade off of, I definitely want to be there and I definitely want to participate. So just kind of be there and be prepared. Bull trap, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Tesla never seems to amaze me. The thing about Tesla, guys, is that obviously it gives big moves and it kind of gives you the inclination that you can make big money on it. At the same time, if you're wrong, it's going to prove you wrong very, very quickly, and it's going to hurt you. So you got to be very, very sound and very disciplined on Tesla. I wasn't that disciplined with my second entry short here, and that's why I was trying to deleverage a bit. And in case it ran up there, then I could manage the position a little bit better. I'll be honest, I probably got a little bit lucky as it rejected up here against this 200 EMA 216.50 area, right? But sometimes you got to get lucky, and now it's all the way back at VWAP, and now the trade continues to work for me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why my RSS feeds for this Fed events are not working. So I set up some RSS feeds in my Discord server to see if I can find the PPI number coming up and whatnot, but none of them are working at the moment, so I'm a little annoyed. I'll have to figure that one out on my own time. AMD not really pushing below VWAP, man. AMD hella strong today. Looks like it wants to stay above VWAP, even though it's down 0.12%, so maybe I shouldn't be saying hella strong, but look at the fact that we are not trying to push to VWAP, and the market took out 3,600 on AMD, which is pretty insane to me. Coinbase also giving us some profits, but I'm not ready to take that after I last took some profits, and Microsoft still out of the money for me slightly as Apple also took out 138. Let's see if Apple pushes well below 138 and is now red on the day. Pretty surprised that Apple broke 138, and I'm pretty surprised that market took out 3,600. Let's see if the market can march back above 3,600 over here, and if so, can we take another long on Apple like we did earlier at 139? But I'm just going to be a little patient over here. Not much time left, only 20 minutes left before FOMC minutes come out. As your buddy Ian just mentioned, don't expect too much out of it. Most of us already know, because this is the conversation that they had in September. We had a lot of Feds coming out all the way from September until yesterday, even coming up on the news wires and talking about the market, talking about what they want to do. So everyone kind of has an idea about what to expect from the FOMC minutes. But at the end of the day, 2 o'clock, we will throw it to Brenda, who will show you the transcript, who will show you the difference from the previous transcript to the new transcript. And last time, the last FOMC minutes, there was only one line changed, which was pretty surprising. I've never seen it like that in my 2 years of experience of watching those papers come out. I've always seen a big block of red. Everything that's in red is usually different from the last meeting, but this time there was only one line change. So basically they want to stay in line with their plan of trying to stuff down inflation, which is beating their butt right now.
A couple people mentioning DKNG. What was it that they said that they're actually having the deal now with ESPN?
I thought they didn't.
They didn't? Okay.
Brendo.
I know that news.
I know you said yesterday DKNG was not going through with it. It's going both ways.
It's going both ways. So,
yeah.
This deal, I guess, quote unquote, is still up in the air. DKNG hasn't really done much since then. I knew that was going to be a short the pop, I guess sell the potential news or whatever, potential deal. And that's exactly what it was. And, it's SSR now. I guess it was down, it gapped down quite a bit yesterday. Hasn't really done much, right? So just kind of, waiting on that one.
I'm going to have to stop you real quick because we got an update from Brendo in our work chat. COUR, new Apple collab, employee perks. So I'm guessing, what is COUR? Let me quickly. That's Coursera? No way, I used to actually use Coursera. I remember Coursera.
What's Coursera?
It's a website where you can learn for free from different universities. Like if you want to learn how to make beats from Berkeley College, instead of actually going to Berkeley, you could sit at home and do their online training course and get a certificate printed out saying you graduated music degree in the Berkeley College and so on. And they have Harvard courses on there. They have a lot of courses on there. You can basically learn how to be a lawyer, doctor, a bunch of things. Just sitting at home. It's an online university, and you pay for the certificate to be shipped to your house, and most of the courses are actually free. Maybe they changed that a little bit. So Coursera, new Apple collab employee perk, may be a way to get their employees to level up themselves. I actually was talking to Sean about 40 minutes ago. I was like, hey, Sean, what are the chances that our producer pays for my CMT certification test, because it's a little bit expensive, and I do want to be able to have more confidence when it comes to technical analysis, and I want to become better. So as you guys see, I'm always trying to improve. I'm trying to get that CMT certification for the show, also for myself, but I want to be able to have more confidence when I'm talking about technical analysis. I want to be able to tell you, oh, doji candle this, that, and with the CMT certification behind it, I think that will help me do that a little bit better. So obviously, if Coursera is collabing with Apple, that's where my mind is going to. They wanna help people in their company elevate themselves by doing courses for free as employee perks.
And on that point, I just want to say, Brad, like, I think you've been turning a pretty good leaf recently, and you've been trading a lot better, and I really like that. That you're trying to improve a bit, and that's something that we should always be doing. And trading is like a direct reflection of that. You're always trying to be better than yourself yesterday. That's why journaling and reflecting and trying to improve yourself really is so important. I'm taking more out on Meta here just because it's struggling around this 126.60 area, and the market is kind of struggling as well, right? So I'm just making sure that if I'm deep in the money, I want to be deleveraging my positions quite a bit. So that's exactly what I'm doing here. 80 cents in the money on Meta. So I still have a decent amount. I still have a decent amount of this one in case it continues to drop, but I want to make sure I take some of those profits. And same thing with AMD here. AMD, I am taking a bit more out. I'm taking a bit more out on AMD just because it doesn't seem as relatively weak as Meta does, and it is struggling with this 57.50 area. It seems to be bouncing there, so that's why you see a lot of my covers around this area, 57.50. Actually, this is, let me zoom out a bit here. Okay, yeah, so we are above VWAP on AMD here. Unlike Meta, we're below VWAP on Meta. Tesla trade, that one seems to be going back the most here. So it seems like out of all my positions, Tesla is probably the strongest one. That seems to have bounced off VWAP pretty hard here, and testing back up to 215.50. I realized I actually didn't have a stop on this Tesla trade, so I quickly put in a stop. Essentially, if 216 gets reclaimed, I'm going to be out of this position, and the last few shares on this one, I'm going to be stopping out for break even. But that's okay. Already taking out a good chunk of money on the Tesla trade. But you know what? Being here in the midday and popping in some of these trades and being able to capitalize on this down move, it's been good. It's been good. So that's why I want to take some of these profits. What is AMD actually? I'm not too sure what you mean. What website did you just say, Brad? What website were you talking about? Coursera, right. So it's like an online, I guess, like school where you can kind of improve yourself and take up different subjects. Tesla dump in 45 minutes. In my opinion, is that what, or at 45? I'm not too sure what you mean by that. Track record is a trader's degree. I'm not too sure what you mean about that, but you should keep statistics and keep a record of all your trades and write down your journal every single day, and that's going to be kind of your little your personal business, right? That's what trading essentially is your business, and then even being here working on the prop floor, I still do that every day as well. APDN, one more stock here before I pass it back to Pred. APDN, I'm assuming this is probably going to be like a small cap stock, and it is. It's up 25% on the day, but making a little bit of a down move here. So it looks like it's topped out at 280, and then kind of rejected that area. Now trading below VWAP, so that's quite interesting. But look at this move. I guess 3 is the level here. It held here support and then broke down and hasn't really been able to reclaim since then. So it turned around at 280. So look out for that level. Look out for 3 to the upside. To continue to be resistance on this name.
All right. Okay, what am I doing right now? I'm just watching. Oh my goodness. Why is Microsoft popping 70 cents against me when the market's going down? What's wrong with you, Microsoft? Microsoft's actually up 0.56% on the day. And I was watching the Metaverse event yesterday. Did you know those controllers have cameras on them?
Really?
Those controllers have cameras on them. Zucky, Why do controllers need to have camera? Just so you can keep a log
trying to
of
keep tabs on
every single-
everyone.
Yeah, just so you can keep logs of everything that's in my house and keep data on a new way. Like, man, I'm so skeptical about Zuck right now. This is so bad. Like, I'm like. Cameras on a controller? Like having 3 cameras in the headset wasn't enough for you? You crazy alien monster, you. I'm trying to be nice at the same time, but in
Try
my
not
head
to
I'm
curse.
cursing. I'm cursing in my
Cursing in your head.
But I'm trying to be nice and put it in a good way. But Zucky is her name. Yeah, Zucky, man. She is doing some wild stuff. But look at Microsoft over here at 158 on 227. There's about 158 lots on Microsoft. That should equate to 15800 times 228, $3.6 million. So I'm expecting that level to come into a barrier for a second. But this market is now reclaiming 2600. So that has me worried. I'm going to be ready to punch out of this position the second it breaks 227.
Yeah, that's exactly why you guys saw me taking some of these profits, because if the market does bounce here, I don't want to be caught holding or, seeing my unrealized, so to speak, kind of go down. And just to touch on that size at 227, that's not that much. Like, you got to look at it in relative to the volume on the day, right? So it's traded 9 mil volume on the day. And what'd you say it was? 158,000 shares. So, percentage-wise, that's not that much. So, you could potentially get a play of a front run off it initially, and that's exactly what kind of happened, right? So I'm not too sure what it ticked up there, but it looks like it ticked up to like 97 maybe, 96 maybe. And then it rejected about 20 cents away from that, right? So, the first front run trade, that's a great trade, and you got to scalp that out. But you bet that if it comes back there again, I'm looking for that 227 to, break out and continue upwards. It looks like that was, I guess the pre-market high today is like 227.50 area. Where were you shorting off of? Like, were you shorting off of like these highs here?
22600 period EMAs.
Okay, yeah. So, if it reclaims this 227 area, like Brad was saying, I'm pretty sure the short trade is pretty much done, and look for it to test a lot higher. Clearly, Microsoft, a little bit stronger than the rest of some of these other big cap tech stocks that we have been trading.
People in the chat are trolling me. They're saying, "Hey, Brad, your phones have cameras. You walk around with cameras on your phone, but having on a controller is too much." Listen. The phone stays down 90% of the time, or it's in my pocket 90% of the time. What are they screenshotting off my phone's cameras? The color of my pants, like, or the color of this
inside
wood?
your pocket?
Yeah, inside my pocket. Like, what are they screenshotting? What is Google really tracking from my camera? When the phone's in my pocket the whole day, or when the phone's on the table the whole day?
Well, they're tracking your location.
Yeah, that's without a doubt, without a doubt. But we're talking about cameras at the moment, right?
Yeah.
So what's really happening? The selfie camera. Okay, so my phone's on the ground. What are they tracking? The rooftop? How many kernels I have on my rooftop? Like how many popcorn kernels I have on the rooftop? Come on, man. Like, it's a whole different deal when this product is sitting out in the open. That's like putting a camera on the mouse and it's sitting out in the open and it's looking at everything. That's a whole different deal than comparing your camera phone, which sits in your pocket all day or is on the ground all day. Come on, guys. And you're talking to Zuckerberg, who is known to sell data, who's known to track data. You're talking about Zuckerberg here.
Sorry, I was just trying to look at some potential levels, just in case there is a move off of this FOMC. I was like trying to see if there was something on Apple, but it doesn't really look like it. I might, just end up, if there is going to be a big sell-off or something like that, I might just have to, punch long on UVIXI or something like that, because, maybe that's the move here. It is, kind of trading around VWAP. If there's going to be a sell-off, UVIXI is going to probably test the highs here, so that might be the play. Probably
1 million shares to sell on Meta.
1 million to.
Did you see that on the ask?
I didn't see that. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I have Meta up on my side screen, but yeah, I'm not really paying attention to that one because I've taken out most of my position on that one. But if you guys see that again, maybe call out the price, call out the lot size that you see. If there is something there on the offer. Yo, Prad, short Meta. I've been short Meta. I'm short Meta since 127.42, right? So it seems like that trade, that second ad, Meta is NQ, man. Come on, get it together. MQ, yeah, there we go. So, that second ad on Meta, that seemed to be the proper trade, more so where I want to put my stop. So, I had to accept a little bit more risk on this trade than I was, initially willing to do. But it has now since paid off for me, and Meta continues to be weak below 127. So I think this is a trade that I might end up holding short throughout 2 p.m. and potentially onwards for the rest of the day, but we'll see. But again, I want to see if there's another trade to be had leading into 2 p.m. So we're going to keep tabs on that one. Everything else just kind of remaining status quo for me.
This guy Saurav in chat keeps saying 1 million shares to sell on Meta at 127. Well, we don't see it at the moment. Let me scroll down over here. That's not 1 million. That's wait a minute. Is that 1 million? No, it's 100,000. 104,500. That's 100,000, not a 1 million. 100,000 shares times 127 is $13 million. So $127 area for Meta has about $13 million to sell. It's not 1 million shares, it's 100,000 shares. That's what we see at the moment. Maybe when it goes to the upside and it sees that 127 level, there might be more orders over there that we might see. But at the moment, right off the glance on my book, I do see that on the NASDAQ gateway. NSB is NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that on the NASDAQ gateway, so it's only 100,000, not 1 million. Trust me, if there was 1 million shares got put on the book, it would stuff a lot more to the downside, a lot more to the downside.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just kind of doing the math on that one, and I was talking about percentage-wise, how much this is actually, going to be relevant for this name. So Meta has done 17 mil shares on the day volume, right? So 100,000 shares. That's
whoa! It is 1 mil. I didn't see the last number. There, I had to expand my level 2 over here. So this was what my level 2 was like. Oh, come on. This is what my level 2 was like. I didn't see the number beside the 1045. So I expanded it a little bit to see if you guys were lying to me. It goes 10453, 10452, which actually is 1 mil. Damn, chat, you guys are right. Let's go. So that's $132 million on Meta platforms on the ask. We're going to go short off of that. Come on, give me some size. We're going to go short off of that. I'm going to keep on adding on this position until it hits that level. Saurav, sorry for calling you out. Thank you for mentioning that level. I actually had to fix my book over here. Come on, book, fix yourself, because I want to see that level coming into play again. If you didn't tell me, Saurav, I would not have seen it. Sorry for calling you out on that, but you are 100% accurate. We got 1 million shares on 127 ask for Facebook.
Okay, well that changes everything then that I was about to say, because that's a lot of shares. So that's obvious.
Yeah. 10453 lots.
It obviously could be Fugazi, right? So we got to see a proper test.
Real size,
we got to see a proper test up there. If it starts to get hit, or if there's like a reserve or something there, then we could, potentially play off that. But it seems to be rejecting it for now, right? So, it was up in the 80s, and then it's now all the way back down another 20 cents, right? So still testing these lows. It hasn't broken a new low yet on Meta. I did end up getting stopped out on Tesla, and I'll be honest, I think that's okay. I think that's okay because, I don't mind deleveraging ahead of 2 p.m. here. It seems like, potentially something could happen here, so I want to be ready for that. I don't mind, holding the short on Meta, just because, obviously there's a potential seller now at 127 or 127, so I can add in front of that. But I'm deep in the money on that one. I'm like almost $1 in the money on that one, so I'm not too stressed with my trade on Meta. That continues to work though. I think I better take some out here. I'm just going to deleverage a little bit more since we are near these lows. Let me bring it up there so you guys can see. So we are. It does seem like we are breaking a new low here on Meta. The market though is holding up against 35.95. What did it hit earlier today? It hit 35.85, right? So we're still ways away from that low.
Meta.
Sorry?
That's a great short on Meta right now.
Yeah, that was a great short if you caught that, but you had to cross and kind of accept a little bit more risk.
Time.
Yeah, you have to
cross
what are you
time.
short? What's your price?
My price is 77.
77, yeah. So, you're essentially risking like a 1-to-1 if you start covering now, right?
Yeah.
So, we didn't get a true test of that size, and that's something I definitely want to see if it gets back up there. At the same time, I don't really want it to get back up there because I'm deep in the money. Prad's in the money, right? I want to see this trade just continue to work, but it is what it is. But as I was going to say, the market is kind of holding up. It's still 10 handles away from those lows created in the morning, right? But that 10 handles that can easily be erased, and we could definitely see those prices coming up in about 2.5 minutes.
The price of that headset is what, like 1.5K? Like that's
1.5K.
That's pretty expensive.
very expensive.
The previous one was $600, and this is 1.5K. And my idea is that the reason why it's 1.5K is because what products does he really have? He doesn't have any other products other than advertisement and selling data, and he's been getting yelled at for selling data. So this is his way of introducing a phone. You know how Google's phones are 1.5K, Apple phones are 1.5K, and then this headset is now 1.5K. So I think that's the whole trend that he wants to join into to bring in some money over here. If that 1 million size is real, which we have not seen a test of yet, that's a lot of size on that side. The reason why I'm saying we haven't seen that size tested is because 127 on the way down, if that size was there, we would have bounced off of 127, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like if that size was already there,
we would have seen it bounce a multiple there. So it looks like what happened is the stock actually went down below 127, and then the order got put onto 127. So something's happening over here. There's either a big seller or a market maker or something trying to do something with that size. Did you say something about the size? Or you were talking about something else?
I think it's talking about something else.
Right. So we're looking at this one continue to try push down over here with the market still playing around the 3,600 areas. Microsoft shorts are now only out of the money 9 pennies, so that's also a good thing as the market's pulling back for us. FOMC minutes will be in about 2 minutes, guys, and not sure if Ian and myself will be jumping offline for you guys. Make sure you hit that like button on the closing show because that button is a brand new button. The like count starts fresh, so make sure you hit that. And thank you for everybody who sent super chats today, who hit that like button, who hit that subscribe button. That 32% of you who are not subscribing every time I ask for it, I'm pretty upset at you guys. Come on, please hit that subscribe button. It will make me happy. It will boost the show's numbers to more and more people. That way, we will have more fun in this community that we've been growing together. Also, join Discord. Lots of fun emotes and conversations happening in Discord all the time. Blind Jedi, our Discord moderator. Bears versus Bull, our YouTube moderator. Both of them killing it every single day, making sure that you guys stay safe in these streets. Only 30 seconds left. I'll give it to Ian to sign us out.
Yeah, real quick, guys. As always, it's been a pleasure to be here on the show. Just watching 126.50, it seems super interesting. There was reserving on the bid there, but you know what? We'll wrap it up here and we'll send it to the closing show. And I think the minutes have dropped. Cheers, guys.
There we go. Big move, guys, as we get the minutes here from the latest Federal Reserve meeting. You can see just populating here. Once we get the statement, I'll take a look and pass along any changes because, again, if you're just seeing this for the first time, it's about the changes that we see in the minutes going back to the prior meeting. So I'll work my way through this, guys, but nice move here for the futures.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, big time.